to Amsterdam. Welcome to the class conference. I'm really happy to see so many of you here today in this space. Many of you we haven't seen for 2 years, only online. But also a lot of you are joining us today online, and we're really, really happy that so many of you could participate either with part of your team here or online. But I'm telling you, this is the beginning of the next year, and we're really looking forward to see many of you across Europe. Special thank you to all those that made this conference possible. Our sponsors have been very, very generous, despite all the uncertainties and the short period of preparation. We learned only 2 months ago that we could have a conference in Amsterdam offline. So you can imagine that this is a very short period, and we're really happy that everybody also gave their support during this period. We are a partner organization. The CLAS Foundation is only possible because the community supports it and stays connected. At the moment, we have 94 partners with many different backgrounds, especially the areas from urban development, real estate, universities, and of course the operators, but also many of the suppliers, the people that make student experiences possible, from technology to the facilities to even the communication and the student community life. We chose this location because we thought it was an inspirational location. The class has that tradition that we always chose a place that inspires us and represents also what the class is standing for. This place was built in 1905. It was a tram depot, which meant that all the trams would come in the evening, get washed, cleaned, and then they would leave again in the morning. It was an industrial building, but it was built with great pride. It was built in the style of the Amsterdam School, which was a famous architectural movement that also created a lot of social housing in this city. And this building was for a long time sort of derelict and didn't really have a purpose. But then different public and private partners came together, and they built something that is now known as one of the hotspots in Amsterdam West. It's a thriving community center with lots of different functions all surrounded this space. There's a denim academy where you can learn how to be a denim designer and be active in the jeans industry. There's a library. Of course, there's a biking garage. There's a food hall, and there's many new houses and hotel rooms that were realized in this process. For us, it represented what the class would stand for when we established in 2011. We wanted to create a platform where people could come together, find inspiration, but also ways of collaborating. And this is what we still do. In 2011, when we started, the Netherlands was facing an increasing housing crisis, in particular among students that were coming to the Netherlands as internationals. People that didn't have a network, didn't really know their way around. And we tried to bring all the different partners together because it was not possible by doing it the way we used to do it. The housing regulations were outdated, were not possible for new types of housing to take place. And also the growing understanding that students had different needs was making us understand that we would really need to collaborate and also exchange ideas and understandings. This is what we have been doing for the last 10 years with you. And unfortunately, I have to conclude that we did not solve the housing crisis yet. It has to do a lot with the fact that what we identified 10 years ago has only become bigger. More and more young people go from their hometown to a new town to find opportunities in higher education or career. And this creates a huge demand for public facilities and services like the campuses, but also has a direct impact on the housing market. And you see a lot of student accommodation providers and co-living providers tapping into that demand and creating new concepts. And that's what we celebrate as the class as well. We've also learned in the last 2 years during the pandemic that student accommodation really does matter. It was something that we always assumed, but we were looking also for proof. We really wanted to understand what does student accommodation do for young people that maybe a normal residence doesn't do. What do we as a community of basically people that help student living experiences do? Why does it matter? And we found, for example, last week at Greystar's opening of our domain, that 15% of our happiness is influenced or impacted by the way we live. So we have a great opportunity to basically create happiness. But we also did a research among all the Dutch students. It was a pilot this year that we did during the Corona period in June, where a lot of students were in lockdown. And we researched 2,000 students, and we found a correlation between their well-being and their appreciation of their living situation and the kind of housing that they were living in. And this showed that what we do really matters, but that we can do a lot more, and we need to really work together to gain those insights, but also to apply them. So, I think one of the things that you will find today is really a central theme is, of course, the well-being and the student experience. But we touched many, many different topics. We have a hybrid event, which in the tradition of the class always starts with setting our objectives for today. This is a moment in our annual calendar that we all are here in one place, and we want to collect the themes that the class will work with you on through the next year. We call that the collective agenda for change. It's a tradition that allows us not only to be here for your business, and I'm sure you all have important business objectives and important jobs to take care of today, but we really also want this conference to be a place for inspiration, a place to make new friends, to reconnect with old friends, and also to let us know what you would like us to work with, what you would like to contribute, and what kind of things are important to you. So we invite you as a citizen, a burger, as we say in Dutch, and in German, I think. Because we believe that the theme that we chose, people, places, and purpose, is what connects us all here in this room. And we do want everybody to feel that also to connect with their passion. Why are you working in this industry? What is important to you? And maybe what would you like to change? And find people that can make that change with you happen. So we invite you to join. And to help you a little bit, we always have a panel of people that we ask in the beginning to start listening, to collect ideas, to collect innovations that people will share during the day, and then we'll bring them together and create a joint agenda for change at the end of the conference. So there are two people of that panel that I would already like to invite, just to give you already some familiarity with the faces of people that you might talk to today. And they are Maggie from Vienna and Piet from Antwerp. Can you join me here on stage? Welcome to Amsterdam. Maggie, can I start with you? What inspired you to join this conference?
Well, thanks very much, and thanks to everyone who's here. I'm very excited to be here, very honored. My name's Maggie Childs, as he said. I came from Vienna. Vienna is the biggest university city in the German-speaking world. And we, of course, are surrounded constantly by young people who are going to be the changers of tomorrow. So knowing where the ideas and the progressive thoughts are going there, it's very important to me, and I think very important to everyone in the cities of Europe.
Yeah, great. And Peter, you were also first time here at this conference. What made you click? What did you think this is interesting for me to join?
Thank you, Frank. Well, first of all, I represent here today, I work for the University of Antwerp, but I represent the European Association for International Education, and we are really the premium meeting place for internationalizing higher education in Europe. So our most famous product is an annual conference, which now attracts about 6,000 people, practitioners, professionals from that field of internationalization of higher education. So for us, of course, working in that area and thinking about what we're trying to achieve with internationalization, I think the class is a very, very relevant place to be. Because, internationalization is a huge business. In Europe, the most well-known example is Erasmus, been going over 30 years now. In the current period of 7 years, there's 28 billion euros being invested in Erasmus, which is the double of the last period. We have had 10 million people participating so far. We have 300,000 Erasmus students each year. So our business is growing. And what we see also, the nature of education is changing. And it's no longer a student in a class in one group for 3, 4, 5 years, but the process is really becoming much more flexible, much more student-centered. And then, of course, the outcome depends a lot on what happens outside the classroom.
Yeah.
And that's why this sector that you represent is so important, because all the influences, all the opportunities that a student will get depend a lot on physical infrastructure and the community that is offered to them. So that's why I was very, very interested to be here.
Thank you for joining. Yeah, I think it's indeed, you mentioned a lot of connections between the themes that we set in motion 10 years ago, but it's also almost like a new generation again. What are some of the themes, Maggie, that you think you would like to learn more about, and what you would like to understand from this community as well during this day?
Yeah, I think it's definitely what you just said about this new generation that definitely has a different world that they're walking into as professionals, whose careers are going to have different trajectories than any careers that we can imagine. As a millennial, I like to think that I understand that generation. However, I notice again and again the differences that arise and are evolving have a lot to do with the fact that the people who are going to be forming our futures, all of us, are the people that graduated over Zoom. Last year. And they've just entered their professional lives in a completely different way. And it's our responsibility to not only understand what that experience means for the future, but also understand better how to pave the way for their futures to be successful.
Great. So important theme, what does this generation need? Gen Z, student needs. And you were already saying, like, maybe also the way people study will change, or you expect. What are some of the other themes that you are interested in, Piet?
I saw that the topic mentioned on the program, social value, and that concept is really fascinating to me, and I'm very interested in how that's seen by a sector such as yours, because it goes in several directions. I mean, of course, we're trying to do more for society as higher education sector. We want to be more involved with progress in the broader society. That's one thing, but also society is what will influence the student and bring opportunities to the student for learning. In different settings. So, and that builds a certain social value. I'm convinced by it, but the question is, how do you see it? How do you measure it? And that's something I'm very interested in. And then also the topic of public-private partnerships is hugely interesting, because, I mean, challenges are so big that we need the contributions from public sector, private sector to work together purposefully. So that's also very interesting.
I'm actually super interested as well about all of Pete's topics about internationalization of universities, because I myself have studied in North America and in Europe, have had both of those experiences, which are very different, I have to say, and also the kind of international education. I think that we're noticing more and more that part of a rounded education is understanding different cultures, different ways of oh, fantastic. Technology. I'm very excited to hear, interesting, hear what insights can be shared now already of the progress going forward, but also where we stand now and what the challenges are that we're facing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't know if I'm obvious. They also put makeup on us, just so you know.
It's a little filter for us. Yeah.
No, I mean, innovation and internationalization are intertwined. They can't be separated. And all the challenges that we're facing now as society are international, global. Yeah. So we want our young people to be really self-confident in facing that and connecting with people all over the world to bring together solutions for our common problems.
Great. Well, I think there's lots of themes where you can already connect with these two panelists that are going to be setting up the collective agenda for change. At the end of the day, there's also Bill Kistler in the room and Jordi Silman that you will meet hopefully during the day. So we'll bring this all together at the end of this conference here in Amsterdam. Before we start with the first session, a few practicalities. This is a hybrid event, which means a lot of it is happening here live. There are sessions one after the other, but there are breaks in between for you to network. You've also all received, hopefully, a headset that allows you to follow these sessions wherever you are in this space. So if you feel more comfortable with a little bit more distance, don't worry, you can still follow what's being said. We have food and drinks available all day, so don't worry, you don't have to go in a line, you don't have to worry about that part. And for those online, lucky you, there's a whole extra program happening parallel to the live sessions. That means that we have to be very sharp with our timeline here in Amsterdam, but it also means you get to enjoy a lot of extra parts that were pre-recorded. There are a lot of fantastic initiatives from our partners that will be shared. You will see the winners of yesterday's awards, the Best in Class awards, and there's also an opportunity to join this conversation by using SwapCard to check out the polls that we will be sharing during the conference, but also to ask questions. And this is also the tool for this audience to use. If you have a question, Kristen will be collecting the questions online, and she will communicate them with the moderator. So that's hopefully something that also works for you. And the swap card is also a fantastic tool to see who else is in this room, what are the different attendees, but also the speaker biographies and the full program, of course. For those here, there's also an exhibition hall where a lot of the partners are showing what they've been working on, some of the innovations that they are doing, including TechnoGym, asked for here in this room. So please also see what they have to share. And last but not least, if you would like to engage on social media, please use the hashtag 2021 class conference. With no further ado, I would like to invite then the first panel to come on stage. The first session will be the vision for universities of tomorrow, and it will be the kickoff of today. Thank you so much for joining, and hope to talk to you during this day in person. Thank you.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Class Foundation. Thank you, Frank, for introducing us. I am a little bit nervous, so if I stutter, I do apologise. It's still early. I've only had one coffee. So this is the vision of University Cities of Tomorrow. And we have an amazing panel here, as you can see on the back. You can access all of the information about each of the speakers through SwapCard. So if you'd like to learn a little bit more about who's speaking on the stage, you can also use our app. So we have, I'm going to introduce Martijn first. Martijn is from ISEF and is really driving mobility, student mobility across Europe. And it's the main reason why I think it's important to have somebody with his expertise and also representing such a great company that is basically helping shape the vision. I'm also going to introduce, hello there, Adam, who is from actually the US and flew in yesterday. He is passionate about planning, design, and urban development, so he's going to bring some of his expertise about satellite universities and how he expects universities to be shaped and change over the next few years. Perfect. We have Eri here, and I feel like Eri does not need to be introduced because I'm sure you all know who Eri is. Eri is from Collegiate, is passionate about student housing and is really driving the kind of really cool initiatives that are happening across student housing across Europe. I know you're also particularly interested in opening a business school as well. It's something that is a dream of yours, so we're really excited to hear about your vision as well. And finally, we have Barbara from the University of Parma. And, oh, that had a nice ring to it, didn't it? And also, Barbara is on the chair of sustainable universities across Europe. So I think it'd be really interesting to hear about how we can, as cities, become more sustainable and economically involved. And finally, myself, I'm Kellyanne Watson. I'm from the Class Foundation. I have worked tirelessly to put this program together. And so I hope you enjoyed today. And I'm going to hand it over to Martijn. Thank you.
Thank you, Kellyanne. It's great to be here. It's fantastic to be here in an in-person event. People, place, person, I think, purpose. I think all these three are very valid here and now. And I think the title of the session, I think it's really ambitious. The vision of the university cities of tomorrow, and I have to disappoint you, I don't have the vision of the university cities of tomorrow, but I can contribute to that vision, as I think we all can. It's very important to, if we come to a joint vision for the university cities of tomorrow, it should be a joint effort involving all the stakeholders. So I think we have a great panel. We've got student accommodation, we've got urban planning, we've got the institutions, but it also involves destination marketing organizations. It involves local government. It involves the local population, students, international students, and indeed, I hope we can represent that here on this panel. Now, so a joint effort, a joint vision leads to a joint project, I think, and that's what this session probably kicks off for the class conference, and joint success. Now, the challenge is with any joint vision, someone needs to take that initiative. And the question here is, and I'd like to actually open up that question to the audience and to the panel, should the accommodation sector be the initiative taker? It's actually a poll, and I believe, Kalyan, correct me if I'm wrong, that there is a poll that is going to be pulled up at the moment for our online participants?
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes. No, you guys can also vote as well. So in our Swapcard app, you can find it in the poll section. They'll be happening all day, so you can actually engage that way as well.
Great. So as the poll is being shown, I'll just read out what the poll is. The poll is, quotes as follows: PBSA providers play a leading role in the strategic agenda and future vision of their university cities. You can either fully agree, for example, strong involvement at the forefront and taking initiative are crucial keys to success. You can somewhat agree, it's not necessarily a leading role, but PBSA providers should be actively engaged in the strategic agenda and future vision. You can somewhat disagree, the strategic agenda and future vision are first and foremost the responsibility of the local city governments and the universities involved, or you can fully disagree. The PBSA providers should just sit back and see what happens and follow up to respond to the demand that exists in accommodation. That's exactly. So before we hear any results from Kristen, I'd like to maybe start with the panel from the right to left. Ari, what would your answer have been had you had the beautiful app in front of you?
For me, it involves all the stakeholders. I think we've got challenges that we've experienced over a long period in places like the UK, where it's more mature, and challenges that are being faced over here in the rest of Europe, slightly different challenges in the States. Sure. But in the UK, you've got a lot of historic competition and potential tension with the shortage of housing. Some cities, like for example Oxford, where I used to teach for a while, and where I'm based, are unique cities with over 20% of the population is actually students, and those students crowd out local housing, and so the council works very closely with the university and allows only a certain number of students to go into homes. The rest, the majority, 80%, have to go into a purpose-built student accommodation. And that's been sort of worked on over the past sort of 15, 20 years to get to a stage. And it's still not perfect, but you require this collaboration to make sure that nobody crowds anybody else out and there's no local resentment.
It's interesting that you say that, though, because it's funny that we put students in a box, actually, and don't class them really as part of the societal makeup. Right. It's quite discriminative, if you think of it in that sense. But that shows how important it is for our role to be able to create a balance within society, because otherwise you would only have maybe students there for 10 months of the year, and you'd have 2 months where it's empty. But it's interesting that you say that.
Yeah, I think one of the issues is that historically we've always put everybody in one type of housing, whether it's a family or a worker or a student, and all the sectors of housing need to become more efficient, more specific, more, they need to have more amenities, they need to just not be, they need to be designed. We need to get better at doing it. And that's for everything, from old people down to universities.
Yeah.
It's interesting what you're saying there, indeed, because you started with a specific example that's, I guess, very specific to a number of cities. But then the last thing you mentioned is something that's relevant for all of us here, indeed. So the demand has really changed from students and international students alike. Bring it back to the poll. Adam, what would your answer have been? Should we take that leading role as an accommodation sector?
I think so. I mean, it's interesting. I think you have to look at this in the frame of COVID. And before COVID, at least in the United States, there was a real convergence between higher education and business. And no one was really sure how to do that. And then we had this 2-year hiatus where people got, one, a sense of what does it mean to not have students, And it's extraordinary to me the vitality the students brought. But I think the second thing is because we were all working from home, many of the companies are like, wait a second, is there a solution that's embedded in all of this? And so I think then the next question is who's on point? So at least in the United States, our governments are fairly weak. And if the government said, we're going to do an initiative for students, as you can imagine, most people would go, no, we're not. And then I think it's difficult for a lot of the universities. I think they're challenged financially and they're just trying to figure out what's next. So I think the developer sector is extraordinary. And it's interesting because I'm talking to a lot of our counterparts in the United States who are saying maybe we should be doing more of a lifelong product, kind of a graduated sort of step product. We've even got folks who are looking at retirees, and it's all really around alumni. So I think this kind of lifelong learning model is going to be really important, and it's going to be interesting to see. We don't use the phrase purpose-built student accommodation, which I only learned yesterday.
Okay,
So we call it student life, but you know, it's interesting. I think that may end up being a much more important sector in our economy and may ultimately drive a lot of this.
Yeah, so that leading role, even if the government were to take that leading role, no one's going to accept it. I mean,
Right.
that's different in Italy.
Yeah, in Italy we have a quite different situation because the main of the students' accommodation are held by the private sector. So for the first time, the recovery plan in Italy intends to give the opportunity to private sector, private entities and enterprise to act like as a leading role in building new students' accommodation. And that's a truly new things in Italy because we don't really have a specific, for example, legislation for students' accommodation. And one of the main targets of the recovery plan in Italy is just to reform this sector. And we really hope to do well.
Great. Well, I think hoping to do well indeed will need us to take a lead. And I'd like to hear from Kristen if we have results coming in.
The results are in people. And it looks like 60% of you somewhat agree. So not necessarily a leading role, but PBSA providers should be actively engaged in the strategic agenda and future vision. So that's first, and then at 30% fully agree.
Oh, so 90.
That's kind of what I expected.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
And
We're a
because-
slightly biased sample.
So,
Yes,
sorry?
maybe.
Yeah. Indeed. Well, that leading role, I think, is important when we talk about the EU recovery plan. And my first direct question to the panel members is then, what does the EU recovery plan mean to you in terms of investment and innovation opportunities? Now, it's an EU recovery plan. I'll start with Ari.
Rubbing it in.
Yeah.
Now that we're out of it. But I think part of that recovery plan is pretty ambitious, and some of the new initiatives, like, for example, wanting 50% of students in Europe to study in another European country are pretty amazing sort of projects. I think part of the opportunity that Europe has compared to more historic markets like the UK, where we are further down the line, is that you have the opportunity to learn from what we didn't do so well. You know, I think everything in Europe is likely to be more appropriate, more designed to higher quality, more fit for purpose than some of our historic stuff in the UK, where we have a lot of stuff that was really built just to put people in, rather than building communities. And one of the great opportunities we have is to build communities, build the right level of amenities in housing, for all types of housing, and then that helps improve the experience for students, improves the ratings for universities, improves the quality of an education. You know, and I think that's part of the opportunity, and it's exciting. And I think having the EU work actively to achieve this will be a fantastic catalyst.
What would you like to say to Adam?
Well, as an American,
Yeah.
of course, so we've got
Setting up some
UK,
perspective.
so we're the people who
Yeah.
left. You know, it's interesting. A lot of the work that my team does, we call it a talent shed. We look at an alumni base of a university. And two things really jump out at us. One of them is many of the premier American universities create enormous numbers of people who come back to the EU. So if you look at it, in certain cases, it could be 10, 5,000 people that are actually working abroad. At the same time, we're seeing American students, and particularly American parents, interested in having their children go to the schools here too. I have a number of friends whose school, kids have gone to the University of Amsterdam.
Mm-hmm.
So I think there's actually a kind of global conversation right now where you could be looking at students. I think Frank, who did our introduction, made some comment about these are global problems. And I think this idea that we all are in each other's places is really critical to that cultural understanding. So I would love to see, as odd as it sounds, the EU take a little segment of this and figure out if there's an outreach to people who are outside the EU who could actually come, because those people become ambassadors for the rest of their lives for the experience they had, and they take that to places where many people don't have that experience, and at least speaking for the US, we could really use that right now. So I think it's really important that we start to mix folks up, and so I think the program you've started, I'd love to see become a global program.
Yeah, wonderful. I fully agree. It is a global opportunity, global effort with global concerns, and we represent as ISIF the international students. So we represent the students that go from Nigeria to France, and from China to the UK, and from Latin America to the US, any other corridor you can think of. So there's all this mix of cultures, all this mix of needs, and you see a really rapid increase of the need for diversity in accommodation solutions. And it's good to respond to that and have that communication and conversation going between the different stakeholders, as I said earlier.
Absolutely.
How is that for you, Marit?
I'm basically totally agree with Harry, because in Italy we have a quite similar situation. I mean, we have so many historical university cities, and the main point for us is to basically triple the number of students' accommodation by 2026. And at the same time, we need to create a more convenient accommodation, energy-saving units, as well as fully connected accommodation. That's the main point. We really need to merge different needs. Address the needs of low-income students, abroad students, and many more. This is the main target we aim to focus on.
Absolutely. Well, Barbara, you actually mentioned there about some of the schemes and projects that you've got in place. I would love to hear about some city partnerships that you've been working on with some of these innovations and investments that you're looking at doing as well.
Yeah, I think you are referring to the project of the former prison we have in Parma.
I
know it sounds strange. It sounds strange, but let me explain. The project we have in Parma is to revamp a former prison that it's dated back to 1832. It's a very huge building in the very city center of Parma, and it can be converted to basically 80 accommodation for foreign students and for low-income students. And the project is very, very exciting, and because we would like at one time provide good accommodation near the city center, near the main faculty buildings in Parma, and on the other hand, we would like to revamp an abandoned building, and this gives us the chance also to retrofit and also revamping a city neighbor, and that's a good point. I think not just for Parma, but for basically every historical city that needs to be more comfortable, more and address the needs of citizens and students. That's why I think it's a very challenging project.
I absolutely love that, and I've just gone ding, ding, ding. Maybe that's going to be a site tour for next year. Or at some point, I would love to come and see. And it's a really good initiative. So very, very exciting. Good luck to you. I'd like to kind of throw the same question to you, Eri. I know you do a lot of work with kind of city leaders, especially to help with kind of the planning process, but also to be able to develop products that the city are excited about as well. I'd love for you to be able to share some of those experiences.
I suppose this is my third decade in the sector, and I've learned a lot from making so many mistakes. I think sticking a little bit with, though we've done a lot of work across Europe, we pioneered initial new cities in the UK, but then We pioneered a new residence in Lisbon, the first one. Then we did a lot of buildings in Spain. Now we're coming to Italy, and again, it's been learning through this journey. We have an in-house team of architects just to optimize buildings. But one of the interesting things that happened in Milan, where we've got I think it's the biggest student accommodation project in Italy, is we met with the deputy mayor and the whole team, and one of the things they were very keen on was not only us being there, because this project had been stuck in planning for 10 years, and they helped release it. They wanted us to be there, but they wanted to be able to have not just improve the provision of housing for university students, but for then those students to be able to stay in the city or to go after they graduate, to be able to stay there. So our residences in Milan are geared up to house university students, but also graduates as they start to work, young professionals, because we have wonderful amenities, and after they graduate, they have to give them up. And why should they?
Right, exactly.
You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was similar to what you were saying, wasn't it, about thinking about the products being more long-term and keeping them there in the
Lifelong,
cities,
yeah,
absolutely.
absolutely.
Adam, let's bring it to urban design. It's an important stakeholder in this whole process towards that vision. What are some of the challenges we face in urban planning and design currently within university cities that we need to address for our future vision?
Well, that's a great question. Let me do a little poll. How many of you use or are familiar with the phrase town gown? Does that...
Countdown?
Town gown.
Town gown?
We've
So-
got one.
Okay, we've got one.
Hi,
And
Bill.
you're American, so you're cheating, Bill.
Hi, Ian.
In the United States, there's a phrase called town gown, and it's really code for conflict. And until very recently, most universities had really adversarial relationships with the communities they were in. I teach at Georgetown in Washington, and you could do a documentary about the war. I hope this isn't public. The war between Georgetown and the community. And in the last 5 years, particularly with COVID, that has completely flipped. And suddenly, the town is actually saying, how can you help? Because, we always saw you as adversarial. Your kids were, kind of messing up people's front yards. There's a lot of I'm sure you're very familiar with. And now all of a sudden, it's like, wait, this is why talent comes here. We get people here because they come to school here, and to your point, they want to stay. So I think communities are starting to change. And the challenge is that now that they pivot and say, well, you guys are great, who's on point? Again, I go back to that question. Who's the person or persons who can actually deliver the product that allows that to take place? And at least in my culture, real estate's extremely siloed. So you have people who build retail, you've got people who build mixed use, but in reality, that's retail with some housing on it. But when you actually talk about blended use and the dip in, dip out culture, we're creating who's on point. So I think we're seeing a lot of interest in who can build those building types. And I'm very interested here because I think you all are actually doing a lot of that. But I think going forward, there needs to be a planning armature where people say, I have a community, I have a certain number of assets, I have people that I'm employing, how do I put it together? And then I think in an entrepreneurial way, whoever's on point, and that could be multiple people, has to actually go out and tell that story. I work with a lot of entrepreneurs, and half of it is just establishing what's at stake, telling that story, and making the people they're pitching feel like they're involved in that. So that's a funny answer, but I think what's really missing is the sort of almost entrepreneurial framework to get the stakeholders to go, let's do this. And I think if we get that right, it'll really transform.
And that's what you call town gown?
Well, town gown right now is town plus gown. It
Right,
used to
yeah.
be this sort of conflict, but I think now it's suddenly, and when you look at prosperity maps in the United States, anything that has prosperity, there's a university within 10 minutes of it. And if you look at places where there aren't universities, unless they have mining or some extraction industry, it's absolutely blank. So I think people are beginning to say, how do I get these resources distributed, and how do I engage them in the fabric of my everyday life?
I can definitely talk on behalf of the UK in that sense. Some
Yeah.
of the northern cities without a prosperous university as such, or as potentially maybe not doing as well.
Yeah.
And the Russell groups are dominating cities for students, but also wealth as well. So I can imagine it's similar across the continent.
Well, and I would imagine globally, if you did the similar mapping throughout Asia and Africa, you'd find the same pattern, which is education draws jobs, education draws prosperity. And I think there's a physical component to that, both the planning of the city and then the building types that anchor that city.
and education draws students.
Yeah, exactly.
So on that point, I think getting the university cities ready for the future, it's important as well to understand the rapid growth of the number of international students worldwide. I think we all know that no matter which crisis, the appetite and motivation of any student to study overseas is not going to be replaced by e-learning models, virtual reality platforms, or edtech. Students will always want to travel overseas. Actually, for every international student that studies overseas, 4 more would have wanted to study overseas. And we see that there's a move into that direction because thanks to the online delivery models, some of these students that wouldn't have that budget initially to study overseas may now choose to have a shorter time frame of study overseas, and then a part of that online. So hybrid models, blended learning, but lifelong learning, all these things, all these ingredients are super important to consider also when you're considering your accommodation projects, because they have needs for different time frames, different duration, different starting moments, different ending moments, if we can call it that, different types of accommodation. Also the newer generation of international students don't look at the same criteria to decide on their study destination. Of course, budget is very important, but university rankings are still important, but not as important as they used to be. They will look at, I think you mentioned earlier, they'll look at career opportunities.
Absolutely.
And with career opportunities, countries accommodate that with their visa rules, but the accommodation sector is not ready, because we have these beautiful buildings for students, but then they become a young professional.
Yes.
So there's a big gap there.
Yeah. It's interesting, actually, that you said about for every one student that comes and travels internationally, 4 would have liked to have come. There is initiatives in the recovery plan, not just to be able to renovate buildings, and there's money for new asset classes. There's also an initiative about student mobility as well, where they would like 50% of students to be able to experience studying abroad. And instead of giving money off on their course at the end, they're actually offering upfront lump sum cash. So this is hopefully going to open up opportunity for students that potentially may have not been able to afford that.
Yeah, and I think that's the result of the joint effort. There's a push going from the industry, and that is where all the stakeholders come together. Can I ask the accommodation representative on this panel, how are you responding to these different needs and the diversity of students that are coming tomorrow?
I think it's something that's very important to recognize, that these guys need special places. You want to have rooms that are comfortable for them to, and the pandemic has actually highlighted this. So many people had to stay in their rooms for so long. We need to help to deliver better quality rooms with better amenities. I think one of the areas where we have a serious weakness still in Europe, even though we're learning, is the interaction with universities and municipalities, where we need to collaborate more, where, you know, either on specific projects or even on knowledge transfer. You know, it's funny, going back to Oxford, everybody welcomes BMW setting a new factory up in Oxford, but they don't realize the university produces far more value every year, which they resent. You know, but BMW would not ask for housing, but the university needs housing for its work. You know, there's a series of competing tensions and competing local priorities, but for universities and providers like us, we could do so much better if we collaborate, because universities, we found it in the UK, a small accommodation department without technical expertise is not going to know how to design a new residence.
Right.
Yeah.
They can use an expert architect, but again, they don't have enough experience of the student experience, of how they live, how they use their rooms. They don't have enough experience necessarily of the latest technology for how rooms should work, for what we've learned about what students want and like and how they want to live.
Yeah.
And how they can feel comfortable coming from abroad, and making sure that they're going to feel sheltered in their rooms rather than isolated, and can enjoy the amenities.
When I listen to you speak and to the whole panel and get the feedback, and as I was preparing for this session, it's actually clear that the ingredients are there, the knowledge is there, the stakeholders are there, but still we're faced today already with an increasing discrepancy, difference between the demand and the offer. Barbara, where do you think it goes wrong? What major factor, maybe it's $1 million question, I don't know, should we look at to kind of use all that data, all these stakeholders, all the knowledge, to actually accommodate that future student?
It's a very, very difficult question.
That's why I'm asking you as a professor.
I have no proper answer. Let's say, I think one of the missing point is, as Ari said before, to make a stronger connection between city and university, because sometimes there are no proper relationship in developing students' accommodation, but also providing good mobility for students, especially for students that came from other countries. Let's say, talking about rent a bike, rent a car, and something like that, it could very profitable to make the most of the relationship between all these different actors inside the cities and university partners. I think this should be a lot developed in the next year. And from another point of view, and I'm talking as a professor now, we need more low-income students to come in our university and merge with other students, because these experiences, it's profitable not just for the abroad students, but also for our students, I mean the local ones. I think these are two main aspects should be developed more in the next few years.
That's great. I mean, we already have so many more international students coming to your cities. Your effort for lower income students, I think, can be applauded. But they also need accommodation.
Yeah.
How does that work?
We need to triple our students' accommodation firstly, and then provide comfortable, totally digitally connected units, because we hope not to have further lockdowns, but who knows? We have experienced some difficult times, but we have learned a lot about learning online. I totally prefer to have students in the classroom, but who knows? We have to provide all different appliances, devices in every student's unit. That's the basic need we have.
I'd like to touch on something Barbara just said then. I would really like to identify some of the barriers that we've got in place to be able to get these assets on the market. And I think it'd be really good to hear from a planning perspective, but also from a delivery perspective as well. Kind of, what are those barriers, and why does it take so long? And how do we join the dots really there?
Mm-hmm. Do you want me to take a?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Well, you know, I think funny way it comes back to cost models and profit models. And so in higher education, at least in my world, it's a 4-year model. And it's an assumption of a set of experiences that comes bundled with, you know, residential and certain kinds of fees. And what we're seeing a lot of our clients looking at is actually moving toward what I'll call more of a subscription model. And that can apply to accommodation, it can apply to mobility. And I think that's the real challenge. Like when you talk about underserved populations, there are so many people who don't see a 4-year or a 2-year degree as part of their world, but they would love to have some kind of an educational resource. And I think what schools need to do and communities need to do is figure out how do we create a much more flexible framework. Mm-hmm. And a funny irony, because I was very involved in still remain very involved in the shared workplace, if you do it right, there's far more money. So ironically enough, broadening your market and applying to so many more people creates more profit. It's just the standard way of doing business isn't interested in, at least right now in the United States, the institutional investors look at it like, that's great, that's someone else's problem. I just want my money and I can go. Mm-hmm. So I think we need to kind of rethink not only kind of the structure of our society from a financial and educational point of view, but create kind of dual models where a school might very well have a segment of its population that continue doing 4- and 2-year degrees, but at the same time allowing for all these other folks. And those are the folks who ultimately create a much more diverse community, those are the folks who are often surviving. And I see this in Washington, I see it in Philadelphia, where I'm very involved, where if the institutions began to evolve their model, they'd have so much more impact, everyone would have so much more, and frankly, candidly, there'd be more resources for everybody. So I think it's a software, not a hardware problem, but once the software gets solved, it'll drive different hardware, right?
I mean, I think it's a critical point. We've got a lot of tension across the world, particularly in developed nations, because trickle-down economics doesn't work.
At all.
Yeah. It can only work, the easiest way to make it work is through education. So if you drag people up and expose them, they're more likely to have access to the better jobs and start to do it. And so it's a fundamental problem that we need to address. One, affordability of housing, but probably before that as well, government policy. When I first went to university, I went several times, unfortunately, but we used to get grants, and we used to spend it all on hi-fis and parties and so on. But now everybody has a great big debt burden. And in the UK, at least, the debt burden is higher than it should be.
It is.
So we're crowding out those people who are more fearful of suffering economically. It's easier for the wealthy. And we want to somehow go back to a situation where we have this phrase from Tony Blair of equality of opportunity. And it started in the UK where they moved to 50% trying to be at further education. The EU's mirrored that as well with the Bologna initiative. They want over 30%, over 50% to experience higher education. And it's something important. But going specifically towards buildings and so on, there's only so much developers can do, builders can do, and operators can do to bring down costs. We can sometimes make schemes a bit more affordable with scale. But sometimes we need the municipality.
Yeah, they don't like it, do they? Yeah.
To maybe grant something like cheaper land that we can use under license and things like that. So I think a combination of those things will work.
Well, I hear affordability. I hear availability. The word I miss is accountability. I think who is accountable for, let's say, here in Holland? I think Groningen is a good example, or a bad example, depends how you look at it. There are students that have no room. There is an overflux in Amsterdam and in many other cities, I believe, of international students, and I'm sure the same applies to local students. Who is accountable? Is that the university who just keeps welcoming more students? Is that the accommodation sector that says, well, is that the local government?
Can I've got a personal opinion on this. I've got a personal opinion, and it's not the class's opinion. But universities are inviting students to study on campus at their university. They are having a financial benefit from this. They should be held accountable for it. They should be driving change within policy and legislation and working with the municipalities and also the private sector to be able to deliver houses for their students.
So that financial incentive is something that needs
Absolutely, but also again, it's about your talent, it's about reputation.
We had a similar situation in the US, in the UK, where many cities, but it's slightly linked to the way the admissions process works, which is not always in control. Universities don't always control that. There have been new cities like Exeter, the way it came up, others where suddenly they found themselves, Bristol as well, where they suddenly found themselves over-offering places because the places are conditional on results, their first and second choices, etc. So they have to guess roughly where they're going to end up. Of course, universities are accountable, but they need to be supported by a system.
Yeah, well, we tried to actually look at that during COVID. We started working with EAIE, who Pete was on the stage this morning, actually working with the admissions office to actually look at where the admissions are and how they translate into enrolments, and then also updating on occupancy level within the private sector as well across Europe. And I think that's definitely a piece of work that we could, as a sector, work on.
I'd love to see that, great. Yeah.
I totally agree with Kellyanne. I think the university should be the main actors to promote new development of students' accommodation. But on the other hand, also municipalities can act as a proper engine to to do so, because if we have more students from abroad, also the city, I mean, retails, shops, restaurant can have a chance to better future. So
I have a very simple example. I used to live in Tokyo, and in Tokyo you cannot get a car unless you have a parking spot. Shouldn't be the same for education institutions. You cannot enroll more students unless you can prove that there is accommodation.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly a theory in the UK. Yeah. And in Oxford, you get punished for it. Well, if they overshoot their numbers, they get punished by the municipality. Yeah. For example, they can have their planning limited, etc. So,
punishment.
Well, and I think most institutions would say, we're successful, you're punishing us for actually being good at what we do. Even though embedded in that is the lack of accountability for in fact, drawing that number of people there. But that's how they see it, I think.
I like how we've passed all the blame.
No, that's kind of true. Talking about the, I'd like to go back to that vision of the future university. What are some of the, common challenges that exist among different cities and countries? I think a lot of examples are very local. I think, Ari, you're involved in various projects across different places and cities. What are some of the common challenges that you think should be addressed in that future vision?
I think the biggest challenge, particularly we're experiencing in Europe with new projects, is that us as investors and developers get into a spreadsheet mentality, and everybody ends up trying to max out every project. For also particularly because many of the projects being developed privately will be sold within a couple of years, and therefore all the stock might be at the high end. And so high quality should be something we should aim for, but it doesn't necessarily always have to be at the highest price because that's not sustainable. You cannot have every new project be at that level. I mean, it's scary in Milan. We're going in with what we think will be the best quality project in the city, probably in Italy for a while, at least. Big rooms, high quality, ceramic floors, swimming pools, everything. But our rents are not crazy. They're 850, 900, whereas competing schemes are suddenly putting 400 extra a month onto their projects, and we can't see how that's going to be sustainable when there's 20 projects in the city. I think we have this common worry about developing too much of the wrong stuff or just one type of stuff, and it's not necessarily the wrong stuff; it's the wrong price point.
And that creates pressure. And I believe we're addressing that in a later session, but that brings me to mental health. I just mentioned that the next generation of students are looking at university rankings, but they're more looking at career opportunities, but they're looking at mental health, a big topic, discrimination, sustainability. I guess these are all topics that are coming back.
Well, the next session is actually as well looking at Gen Z and actually who they are as a cohort, what they care about, what they're passionate about, what we're doing versus what they're thinking and also doing as well. So I think we definitely can touch upon that a little bit later in the sessions.
Yeah, great. A last question that I'm supposed to ask in this session is, we started this session talking about a joint effort, but how do we find we've addressed a lot of issues, but actually it's the goal is to find the solutions and the right approach to align our sector with the universities and the cities, to align the agendas aimed at increased EU mobility, retention of talent, reaching environmental goals. So as we've been talking about challenges, what are some of the solutions that I can maybe get as a last round I see from each of the panelists? And may I start on my left?
I think that for Italy, as Harry said, the most challenging point is to provide affordable, the right number of student accommodation, but with a focus on environmental sustainability. I'm very passionate about this topic, so for me it's very important to provide not so many new buildings, but revamp older buildings. We need to focus on no land consuming, but on brownfield redevelopment. I know it's a quite side point of view, but I think we should focus on this point for future action.
I agree that we shouldn't be. There's great pressures on the world for sustainability. We need to start to address that, and we can as a sector, which is great. I think places like, for example, Milan at the moment has an energy efficiency bonus, so they will increase the amount of buildable area, occupiable area you can have if you have a more efficient building. I think that system of incentives would be great and could be expanded. Could be expanded to, for example, rather than saying you need a section that is affordable, you need to develop a scheme which has a continuum of product. And then you can arrive at a blended rent that's viable for the project and a continuum of offering that suits local residents.
I like that thinking. I believe, if I can add to that, we have done a lot of finger pointing in this session. It's the government, it's the institutions, it's the accommodation sector. I think maybe we can end the session on this note. It's a joint effort with any issue that we're dealing with. So we should look at ourselves. What can we as an international student mobility community do? What can you as urban planners do? That's the role we should take, but it's a joint effort, I would say, Kalyan, as a last remark.
You know, I think one of the challenges, it goes back to planning. You know, we think of planning as dividing land and then creating an opportunity to sell it. And I think what we need to do is look at outcomes related to climate and social outcomes and work our way back. And I think, you know, people have issues and ideas and they have positions. And if they start with the position, they will always go where they go. I think we need to really say if this place in 20, 30 years is viable from a climate point of view, social point of view, if it engages these future generations, what does it look like? And then you reverse engineer from that, what would each stakeholder need? But you always have to establish that outcome. Otherwise, they're going, I know what I know. It's back to the university basically saying, I'm doing really well, it's someone else's problem. I think as soon as you establish a common interest, it's everyone's problem.
Well, I hope you enjoyed our first session of the day. Thank you so much. And I hope you enjoy the food and everything else. And yeah, we're looking forward to chatting with us, make sure you ask lots of awesome questions to these guys. We will have the collective agenda for change at the end. Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome job. Rocked it.
The internet has been an important part of modern life for a long time, but life during a pandemic has highlighted just how central it is to the way we live and work. If there had been any doubt, fast, reliable connectivity underpins a significant proportion of our daily activities. During the pandemic, those required to work from home relied on the internet to keep working and to connect with colleagues. Those keeping their distance from loved ones relied on the internet to stay in touch. And at a time when socializing and engaging in our usual weekly hobbies was not possible, our online communities kept us all going. As an internet service provider, understanding how our customers use the internet is at the heart of the Ask For service. Last year, we launched the Students of 2022, a research series looking at students' attitudes towards the pandemic and how it might affect their decisions to move away from home. Of the students we spoke to in the UK, Ireland, Germany and Spain, 80% said they intend to study away from home in 2022. Their enthusiasm for embracing the student experience was largely undimmed, with the majority saying they were excited about meeting new people, learning new skills and expanding their horizons. We have first-hand evidence of students' prevailing confidence as we welcomed a 43% increase in the number of new users to the Ask For network this September, a significant increase compared to September 2020. It's a testament to the hard work of institutions and accommodation providers alike that students have had the confidence to make the move and immerse themselves in student life. Looking ahead to next year and beyond, internet connectivity will continue to underpin many of our daily living and working experiences. Changing Wi-Fi standards will deliver faster speeds and increased network capacity. This will mean Wi-Fi networks are better equipped to support the increasing number of personal and shared smart devices found in the buildings we serve. Our networks will also support an increasing number of IoT technologies from partners like Utopi and Stratis, all aimed at transforming a building's ESG rating and improving the day-to-day living experiences of residents. The integration of these technologies will make a real, tangible difference to the operational costs and asset values of buildings throughout Europe, and they will all run on the internet service we provide. In my role as the new CEO of the Ask4 Group, I aim to ensure that our team continues to understand our users' needs and continues to drive technical and service innovation for our customers. The world is changing, and our service will be ready to change with it.
Got an opportunity to work or study abroad and looking for a place to live? No need to panic. Breathe. Housing Anywhere provides you with plenty of options that meet your needs and your budget. You can be sure you'll find a house that truly feels like home. It only takes a few clicks. Select the country, your dates, type of housing, room, studio, or an apartment, and your budget. Pick one you like. Get in touch with the owner and book it. Done. How easy was that? Housing Anywhere takes care of all the annoying financial stuff, so you don't have to. We transfer the money to the owner after you moved in, just in case. It's easy, safe, and reliable. Housing Anywhere. Feel at home all over the world.
Hi guys, my name's Kellyanne and I'm from the Class Foundation. We have a wonderful interview here today.
Thank you for having me, Kellyanne. Okay. My name is Nadine Gali. I'm an ecological engineer and technologist, speaker and podcaster. And what I do in my work is I apply emerging technologies to urban ecology. And I do that so that we can better map, monitor, manage, and ultimately reconnect people to urban nature. And I call that the Internet of Nature. There's really been no time like today in terms of how important we're finding these green spaces we're in, especially the year and a half that we've had of the pandemic. I think everyone's really come to appreciate the green spaces that they hopefully have around their corner, and if they don't, they become hyper aware that they don't have green spaces close enough to them, because I think for a lot of people they've just become an extension of trying to ease the mind and move the body and just have this feeling of reconnecting with the earth, and that can sound quite spiritual, but I think especially after the year and a half we've had, it's never been more apparent just how important these green spaces are just to our overall physical health and mental well-being.
We can see that across our community, people really concentrating on the community, outdoor space through kind of design, and creating community wellbeing programs to support the students living in their buildings. But I think that's happening in everybody's lives. You spoke about the tech revolution and how important that is with the urbanisation and also the growing numbers of people on the globe. But I'd love for you to tell us a little bit about the relationship between those two and how that's impacting our cities.
Yeah, I think we've never before in human history seen these two kind of concurrent trends. On the one hand, the mass urbanization that we've seen in, especially the last decades, but also just, the massive technological revolution that has helped power that urbanization as well. We've created, it's allowed us to put a man on the moon, it's given us the internet, it's provided us this new way of living and working. And I think as much as we've been able to enjoy those benefits, at the same time, I think we've become hyper aware of perhaps the negative effects that technological revolution and especially that mass urbanization can have. What I'm very keen on focusing on now is moving away from this dichotomy that we've had between this is where humans live, these are cities, and that's nature, and that's separate, and it's two separate entities, and if you feel like you need some time in the forest, well then you take yourself out there to that other place, and you reconnect, and then you come back. And I think that that's just become so rapidly different. It's not what people want anymore. Cities have become almost the default habitat of humankind, and at the same time kind of the default biotope. If we look at humans as, one of the species that we share Earth with, cities are the habitat that they live in, and therefore we must try to create better ones, and ones that facilitate not only human needs, but also the needs of all the other species that we share the city with, especially for the benefit of humans themselves as well. I mean, green spaces linked to, pregnant women that live closer to green spaces have higher birth weight babies. Just 15 minutes a day in green can reduce your cortisol and your stress levels. There are just so many different ways that green just makes us happier and healthier people, and it's kind of become that determinant to happier and healthier lives in a way that I almost think it should become a human right. Having that access and exposure to nature is really, I think, what's going to make a marked change on the next generations to come. I think it's always interesting to kind of look at, if we know how important it is to have nature in cities, why is it that that's still a struggle? Why is it that trees that we plant are still dying prematurely? Why is it that it's difficult to protect these green spaces? And from there, perhaps look at technology not as a destination of moving towards this very smart, techno-heavy city, but rather as a tool to hopefully be able to get to the destination we want, which I think is safe and healthy, resilient places for all of us to live. And I think one of the key problems within that is the fact that we lose 15 to 20% of all newly planted trees every single year. So that means that almost nearly a fifth of the trees that we plant every year in cities don't make it within the first year. And that's kind of bizarre, because I feel like, especially if we look at the building and the construction industry, if we were building houses or buildings and nearly a fifth of the bricks disintegrated after a year, we would never accept that. And it's quite bizarre that we've come to accept that from our green infrastructural assets. And one of the key components of why they're not surviving is $50 hole. So really put that investment into those growing conditions. But once you've got the soil and the growing conditions figured out, we're watering trees based on kind of a gut feeling. And that's just not possible, especially when we want to green our cities to the degree that we do. We have mayors all over the world putting out these big campaigns of we want to plant 1 million trees, 5 million trees, 10 million trees over the next couple of years. We can't do that unless we actually focus on bringing these newly planted trees to maturity. And on the flip side of that, protecting mature trees as well. So one of the technologies that I'm really excited about is working with Internet of Things soil sensors, which you can actually install as you're planting a new tree. And they actually give you a water alarm, an alert, when the tree needs to be watered. So that can go to not just to the tree care manager, but could also go, for example, to citizens or students and people that work in the area, so that they can actually be engaged actively with tree care, which is so important, but in an evidence-based way. Because I think a lot of people want to get involved, but they're not quite sure how. They don't know if it's actually adding anything. This is a way to kind of get that feedback loop of data, which I think is so critical to not only understanding, okay, is the tree actually surviving better, and can we actually get, you know, the people that live and work there involved as well.
I think I need at least 5 of those in my house, and maybe one for myself for when I need watering. But yeah.
No, I agree. We could all use a little bit of mine to drink more water, that's for sure.
So you kind of touched on a little bit about how, I guess stakeholders can get involved. I guess student accommodation and universities are growing rapidly. There's more students arriving in our cities and attending universities. And these kind of like new assets that are coming online, you know, these 600 bed spaces with, yes, beautiful green spaces, and you're saying that potentially planting and trees are not surviving. What else is there, do you think, that they can do to, I guess, help add to the cities, but also the spaces as well? Have you got any other kind of key tips?
Yeah, I think I like the soil sensor example because it shows that, you know, we often see within landscape architecture and architecture in general, we see these beautiful renders. And then the question is, okay, well, once it's built, you know, what's the render versus reality? There's like incredible subreddits on this as well, where you can kind of compare the two, and sometimes the difference is pretty shocking, and a lot of that has to do with the fact that the greenery that we plan to put in isn't always executed in the way that we want. So I think that aftercare of what we plant is not to be underestimated. And then I really like ways that citizens can actually get involved with their nature and understand it better. And I think when we understand it better, we're able to have more empathy for it, and therefore also the want to perhaps protect it better as well. So another technology that I'm quite excited about is coming out of the States. They're a company called Nature Quant. And what they've done on the basis of satellite imagery and a bunch of park data is they've created this really high-resolution map of all of the nature within, right now, just the States, but they're coming over to Canada and Europe by the mid of next year. And so they've created this, and they've come up with a nature score. So based on any address, any lat-long point in the States, you can get an idea of, okay, what is my access, what is the quality of the nature in my area? So that's just interesting to understand in and of itself, and I think especially for real estate developers in the urban development space, this is a really interesting data set to look at, because it gives you an indication of what kind of higher real estate values can I perhaps ask if I provide that access to quality green. And it's great to have that be seen on that level as well. But I think what's also quite cool is they have a matching app called Nature Dose, which almost based on like how you might have a step counter in your health app, or like a fitness tracker app, or you might have something that measures your heart rate during the day. This app works in the background by using your GPS location, and gives you at the end of the day a score, your Nature Dose score. How much nature did you have that day?
Interesting, I love that.
And the idea is, could we perhaps encourage students, employees, people that, it's been shown, again, these benefits that, kids that have access to green during recess are able to concentrate much better. Employees, students that are able to take breaks in green are able to be a lot more productive. But the problem is we know that nature is medicine, but what is the dose? We really don't, that's a huge question that we still have in research. And understanding, data on that level can not only help individuals understand, how much nature was I actually exposed to today, and perhaps next time, instead of my commute through a street, perhaps I can take a park instead. It might take a little bit longer, but I know that those benefits are giving me that much more for a happier and healthy life. And I think what's especially interesting is when we look at the link with insurance companies as well. A lot of insurance companies, and especially when it comes to student health insurance plans, which I know the more we can keep health insurance on a budget, specifically for students, is great. And a lot of health insurers have already taken on things like step counters and heart rate monitors to actually provide you with benefits, either with a discount on your insurance monthly costs, or actually you can get, gift cards for different places based on, did you hit the 10,000 steps every day?
Yeah.
So it's not only
Great
a way
incentive,
a great incentive on the individual level to get out and get moving, but it's also great for their health, and that has a huge trickle down or trickle up effect, I should say, with the overall, can we reduce our health costs?
Yeah.
And so I think it's just incredible, both on a really systemic level, on a much more higher level, but also just on the individual level.
Yeah.
And, if that's already being done for, can I get rewarded for taking 10,000 steps a day? Perhaps we can move towards being rewarded for having a certain high enough nature dose score every day as well. So there's so much to do in this area. We're really just at the cusp of understanding what's possible.
I think it's quite interesting actually, because as part of the conference we're going to be looking at how we scale social value, and we're going to be digging a little bit deeper into ESG.
Right.
And one thing that I'm finding after talking to our partners all the time is, how do we measure ESG, and how do we, so not only from the non-financial side, but also measure it from the people in the building. So the Class Foundation are doing some research on how to measure mental health, but I think if we can measure that for actually your green impacts and how much access you're having.
I think so too. I think it's the next frontier, and of course, you need to be clear in terms of how you go about data privacy, and these issues are of course critical as we move to using technology in this way. But I think if we look at it purely from what can we do both on that higher level and the individual level, it's super exciting.
Amazing. Have you got any last anything last you'd like to say to our community? It's been amazing to have you here as well, so thank you so much.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think we got the chance to get into 2 examples today, but there are tens of, perhaps even 100 different examples of how you can apply the Internet of Nature, different Internet of Nature technologies and applications. So I started a podcast a couple months ago, which I can definitely, for any podcast lovers out there, can definitely encourage them to check it out. It's called Internet of Nature Podcast, which essentially every week I interview a different entrepreneur or a different innovator that's using technology in a way to either better map, monitor, manage, or reconnect people to urban nature. And there's some incredible stories coming out of that from city officials in Melbourne giving their trees email addresses, mainly to report issues, but then it turned into people sending love letters to these trees. And I think it just shows that this love for nature was already there, but technology just needed to bring it out.
Amazing, thank you so much. And Nadina has wrote an article as well within our trend report, so make sure you check that out too.
Credo che l'evoluzione della student experience sia molto legata all'evoluzione dei valori delle nuove generazioni. Bisogna mettere al centro della student experience e quindi anche della progettazione e dell'asset class dello student housing quelli che sono per loro i valori, e i valori per i ragazzi sono tutto quello che è legato al mondo della sostenibilità, no gender, rispetto, evoluzione, digitalizzazione e community, cioè quindi non è più un prodotto ma è una serie di valori che vengono messi al centro, senza mai dimenticare l'ospitalità, senza mai dimenticare nel nostro caso l'italianità dell'ospitalità.
Zamzam's just arrived in case, yeah, cool, great. Yeah. Perfect. Okay, wonderful. Zamzam's just arrived, so... Yeah, yeah. Oh, amazing. So... Exactly. Well, I wasn't sure how many had been approved to go through, but yeah, 3 would be great. How many do you see? Okay, fine. But I guess I don't know until I know what the answers are. I guess I wouldn't know. I might just say to you, you might just want to pick out some, and then when we get to the questions, you might, as I look to you occasionally, you might just want to hold up fingers as to how many. If you're near 0, then maybe 0. Okay, so I won't look out for them. Okay. That's a lot of light. Oh, water, great. Yeah. Thank you. Great timing. Hi, Zamzam. How are you? Yeah, super good timing. Hi.
You're not Mike? Oh. I can't put one of those on. Oh, yeah, it's hard to get with the ears, yeah. Really what? Relies on ears. Exactly. Well, that's cool because you can beatbox with that one. And exactly, it's alive as well, so it's good.
Perfect, thank you.
Oh my days, I didn't bring my book. I was rushed out. Do you need a tissue? No, my book. Oh, your book, your notes, you mean? Yeah.
All right.
Do you need it?
There's going to be a jingle.
Like to write things down. You can ask Peter otherwise? Maybe.
Pardon? Of course, yeah.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Can you all hear me? Yeah, amazing. Good morning. Please join us in for the next panel discussion called Gen Z Empowering Today, Transforming Tomorrow. I know that the coffee is horribly attractive, but we have 4 amazing speakers joining us here on stage today. My name is Jorik Beyer. I'll be moderating this panel session together with Tim next to me. And let me just quickly introduce our 4 panelists to you. On the far left, we have Zamzam, who just arrived. Great to have you here with us today. We'll do a proper intro during the conversation. Maggie, welcome. Good to have you here. Indeed, with Carmen here and Anthony, who will be joining us on hopefully a very vivid discussion among us, but also with you here in the room and everyone online through the Q&A and polls. Tim, over to you.
Thank you, Jorik. Welcome, everybody. I invite everyone to sit down when you're ready. This is a conversation all about the next generation of customers, next generation of users, next generation of citizens in our cities. How are we going to live, work and play in our cities? What does it mean for our buildings, for our places? There are many myths, there are many debates, many considerations about what the next generation wants. We're going to hear from a wide spectrum of the ecosystem, I think, in the next 40 minutes or so. This is really very much a question about understanding not only what are these generations' values, but also what are their preferences, what are their expectations, what are their demands, and in what way does that mean that we need to change not only how we do things physically, but also what do we do culturally, what do we do in terms of business models, how we work together with others to make that happen. So we're going to go quite quickly around to talk about some of those myths and misperceptions that might surround what we really mean by Gen Z. And then we're going to think about what are the gaps in the way that we are all preparing, which cities or which places or which buildings might be the winners or the losers as they battle to respond to these sorts of trends. And then we might talk about what this really means for everyone who's here today. So I think really what we're hoping to achieve is a vibrant conversation. There are polls already online. I invite you to go into the app. There are 2 or 3 good questions, we hope, in there that we really welcome to your participation on, and we'll check in with that halfway through. And then we're also going to go into a Q&A around midday. So look forward to seeing your questions submitted again via the app, so Kristen will update us in due course. So without further ado, I think what we want to do now is get into a question about what some of those big myths, those big ideas that may be slightly misplaced about what we understand when we think about Gen Z. I'm going to turn firstly to Maggie before Zamzam's reply on this question, and then we'll turn over to Carmen and Tony on what the gaps are. So Maggie, from your point of view, the myths, you spend a lot of time consulting and engaging with Gen Z. What is your perspective on all of this?
So yeah, I run a media company, and we have been looking into how to establish brands that are specifically, directed at that population and that really speak to that demographic, not in such a kind of vague way, but really specifically. And so part of making those brands a reality is, of course, doing focus groups and getting feedback and finding out how people are responding. And all of the team that was doing that are all millennials, right? We're all doing these focus groups, and we're inviting a bunch of Gen Zers to the table to talk about all these questions. And everyone on the team, so all these millennials and a couple of Gen Xers, had a certain image in their mind of what is a Gen Z person going to have, what kind of aesthetic are they going to like, or what kind of statements, what kind of messaging is going to resonate the most with them. And we were so wrong, we were so off, it was ridiculous. There was this idea of, this irreverence and all this other stuff. No, reverence was it was much more reverent and no, we have to have more respect for the information that we're providing here, and we have to have more respect for the integrity behind the journalistic aspect of this project. And wow, and my whole team was sitting there like, Jesus, these people are serious. These are serious 18 to 20-year-olds. Amazing. So we were very surprised, and there are a lot of things that we learned in that focus group, but the main one is that we don't understand what we think we understand. And I think that that's a really, really important insight, to keep your mind open and your ears open and really pay attention to how this very engaged population is changing and experiencing things.
Is this on? Yeah. So, I wholeheartedly agree with you. And I think in the sense that, often, almost always, just come off from Glasgow, from the COP conference, where I was a part of the youth delegation, quite literally, the message that the youth as a whole are sending is literally consult us and talk to us about the decisions that you make that will affect us. And I think often, almost always, decisions are made on our behalf, right? Decisions are consulted and are thought, and it's for the best. But the reality is we have a more conscious and more politically aware and essentially informed consumers and young people than we've ever had before, and that's there's several reasons for that, right? One of the reasons is how easily accessible information is to us, right? How we're able to access anything and everything and find key things that you wouldn't have able access to just a couple of years ago, right? And that key to information allows us to be not only politically aware, but also actually more conscious about how ethical the goods are that are being provided, and the journey things have been through, right? We're more interested in ensuring that we protect our local communities and things are locally sourced than it coming from very far away. And I think when you have these politically conscious and aware young people, then they're expecting that from the services, the goods, and everything around them that are surrounding. And I think often the assumption that is made is that we want things that are aesthetic and cool and colourful and pleasing. And actually, the reality is it couldn't be far from that. We do like the aesthetics and cool stuff too.
That's really helpful, and I think there's two things in what you both said. Firstly, actually, we've got to get over this cliche of superficiality, and there is real depth here, and we have to be careful and considerate and mindful about what those really things are. Secondly, we've got to listen better. We've got to be humble. We've got to be curious about what we're discovering. And I guess from this point of view, we've got to start thinking about what this means in terms of how we, as a community, start to adapt. There are many gaps, I think, we can fairly say, are in terms of what kind of product we're supplying, what kinds of experience we are tailoring. And from that point of view, I'd love to turn to Tony first, get a sense of, from your point of view, what's the biggest gap, a set of gaps that we really see here?
Well, I'm from Gen X, and if I go back 15 years, I was working with universities, and we were talking about digital immigrants and digital natives. And at the time, I was working with a lot of universities when it was the advent of social media. And at the time, Facebook wasn't fully open. So students were using Facebook, but the rest of the world wasn't really. And I remember talking to universities and saying, this is going to change the way that your marketing works. You know, these students are suddenly going to take their own pictures, make up their own stories about your brand. And their reaction to that was censorship. They said, no, we don't want them to do that. Can you please make it stop? Turn it off. Turn it off. And I was like, no, you can't turn off social media. That's just going to happen. You know, like, you've got to get with the program. This is going to happen. And they literally were like, no, we definitely don't want that to happen. We don't want students taking pictures and sharing pictures. That's not what we want at all. And then I think about where we were then and where we are now. And if we look at it now, we've got these Gen Z people are basically exchanging cryptocurrency while we speak. And they're representing themselves in places like Decentraland with an NFT that their friend designed that's now worth over $1 million. And they're forming decentralized organizations that are now buying real-world assets. So I'm not sure it's a gap. I think it's more of a chasm. And if anything, it has grown. It hasn't got closer. And so, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm afraid the news is be very afraid.
Okay, bridging that chasm is a fascinating thing to really dwell on in a second. Carmen, how do you see this?
Well, I always have a bit of a dual role because I always talk a lot to international students that want to go study abroad, and I always talk to universities that want to attract those students. And oftentimes what I notice is that there's a bit of a miscommunication gap in terms of expectations, in that oftentimes I think if you speak to any one university, everybody thinks that they're the best, they're the most amazing, they're the best choice for any student in the world to absolutely study. And I think what's happening is that students are becoming, and Gen Z in general, is a lot more critical. They have a lot more information. If you do set an expectation that you are the best, that you are very welcoming, that you are very open to Gen Z, that you're sustainably driven, whatever it is that your message is, if you don't back it up, they will know. And I think authenticity and really being able to meet those expectations is more important than ever, because it's going to come out to the social media, it's going to come out to the student voices. So I think whatever it is that you decide to be in your messaging, just be that and back it up. That's very important.
Fascinating, yeah. I think one of the things, I mean, in that sense, it's a good moment that we're discussing this here at the class conference. I mean, if we look back sort of 10 years ago when this all started, I think that whole purpose of bringing together these different generations, discussing like how does the future of student accommodation look like? How does the future of living in cities look like? But how do also communities and districts and cities are shaped? I think it's super, I mean, in the 10 years, I mean, it had to only become more topical. I think one of the questions for me, and I think that would be maybe sort of a next round, would be how do we, because we have, I mean, in your firm, that difference between Gen Z and the millennials was rather small in a way. I don't want to make any generalization about the audience here in the room, but in real estate, these differences can be even bigger. And then we have sort of the 5-6 year sort of development cycle of a scheme where a lot of people here in the room now are thinking about what to build and operate in 5 years' time. And I think there's potentially a divide between the spatial environment and the sort of the experience that you layer on top of that. And so maybe part of that is not something that you always have to adjust, but the other bit is that you have to double down on sort of making that bridge. I'll be very keen to understand a little bit better how you see that and what kind of role you see for sort of also the spaces that we get, and also sort of the governance behind how we shape. Do we need other actors in the development chain, or do we need different sort of participation models? I'd be very keen to get some of your thoughts on that.
I think one thing that Carmen said before that was really important is the authenticity part of it. And when we think about the generational or intergenerational dialogue here, how we talk to each other about the future and about how things should evolve, it has a lot to do with understanding the part of it that you were talking about, actually, Samson, with the kind of conveniences that we're used to. What do we expect from our everyday life, but also what do we expect from the cities we live in? What do we expect from the organizations we're part of? What do we expect from our university? These kind of things. I expect to be able to take out my phone and find not only a place to eat, drink, or meet people. I want to be able to Tinder. I want to be able to get a car. I want to be able to do, and all from my little phone right here. And they all grew up this way. Sorry, you all grew up this way. and I think that that's something, you know, I still had a landline when I was a kid. And so there's this aspect of talking to each other about not how do we, for instance, make the student visa immigration process easier, and we all in our ivory towers talk about this, but hey, how would you like to experience getting your student visa when you arrive? What would be ideal for you? Oh, yeah, well, I want to know that my ID is stored correctly. I want to know that there's a completely, I don't know what your expectations would be, right? And opening that conversation to the people that it actually affects, I think is a really key part of understanding where the technological advancement has to take us.
Yeah.
And I think, yeah, it kind of speaks to what you guys both were saying.
Indeed, and I think the immediacy of being included is also incredibly important. So oftentimes what I see happen, and I warn you, please try not to do it, is that we involve the users, the next generation of students, the people who are going to be in our accommodation, kind of in the end stages of like, what would you like your room to be decorated at, instead of the beginning stage of, well, what does living in a city mean to you? What is it that you want to be able to do? Are you looking for something that's incredibly interconnected? Do you want to contribute to the local community? How can we facilitate that within the facility that we're already building, instead of it being an afterthought that you just do at the end because somebody said, I want to have a community place. And we're like, oh, I guess we'll redo this room to do something. But doing it from the early stage, I think, really changes the conversation. And of course, it's a lot more difficult to do because in the end, I think that's also where the generational part comes in. We want to listen. I think we're not always great at doing it, but there's also limitations to what we can build, to how we can do it, to having 6-year plans, and what if something changes in the meanwhile, and you cannot just be continuously adapting all the time. But yeah, a middle ground would be ideal, I think.
Yeah.
I think.
Oh, sorry.
I think from my perspective, like the biggest issue I find often almost is when it comes to young people and youth spaces as a whole. They're often almost always tokenized, right? It's a tick box exercise. Like, yeah, we've consulted the students. Yeah, they like the color pink. We're going to put that on a wall. But the reality is, like, often what we forget is that these young people are skilled, intelligent, and able to give you actually input and advice that actually would be very useful for you. So actually, in the sense of like when you are putting together a project, when you're building, involving young people from the very beginning is actually as useful as it is to you as it is to them. And it's understanding actually the people that are going to be using those services, right? And bringing them in, and when I say bring them in and consulting them, I don't mean inviting them for a meeting. I mean actually employing these young people to be a part of your teams and to be able to consult properly and work with you. Because then that's actually showing real commitment to understanding what future generations want and need. And I think almost always, often what happens in these structures, in these spaces, is that there is assumption that this new generation of people are often almost selfish or kind of like think about their own individual needs. But actually the reality is, when you build student communities that are quite literally exclusive, don't allow them to interact with the local community, we see problems, right? There's a big exclusion between those the students that are coming to live in that area and that local community. There's a disconnect, and it's been built in that way. It's been designed in that way because there was never a point where you consulted and understood actually the impact that those young people moving to that area has on the local community, right? And so actually one of the things that I find incredibly important, and one of the things that I worked on when I was student president at my university in Manchester, was making sure that the students, the thousands and thousands of students that came to Salford, also understand the local community at Salford, right? Worked with the local community at Salford. When we held big festivals and events in the Grand Park, we made sure that we cleaned up, and we also helped when the local community organized stuff. And it's ensuring that you understand that actually young people are heavily invested in the local communities and care more about actually making the world a just and sustainable place, right? It's not about us coming to university and having fun. Actually, it's about making sure that when we're there, we have an impactful, meaningful thing to look back at and say, actually, we did that, we were a part of that, and that was my community at one point, and this is what I did. And actually, I think that's always missed off the table, because this assumption of like, oh, these young kids are going to come, they're going to wreck the place, they're going to have so much fun and so many parties, and then they're going to forget it. And actually, the reality is, we like to have a good time, but the reality is we want to make sure our experiences at universities are meaningful, are important, because the reality is what you learn outside of your lectures and your classes, or what you take away, is what stays with you for the rest of your life. And I think that's an important thing that's always missed, and assumptions that are made about young people.
That's a really good point.
You've all been saying something quite profound, I think, about how we've all got to learn to manage uncertainty, We've got to learn to trust the intergenerational boundaries and surf across them much more effectively, invest in the capacity to engage, I guess, as well across that. And this means changes within as individuals, within our small organizations and teams, but also how do we work as a sequence of buildings within a neighborhood, how do we work as a whole place, and even as a whole city. It was striking to us, we've seen that, European cities are among the best in the world. 13 of the world's top 20 cities in terms of appeal to Gen Z are in Europe. But that, of course, doesn't necessarily mean that we're all doing the best that we can. And I think there's a lot of improvement to make. I'm interested to know, as we think a bit more holistically and broadly about what places need, what cities need, what are the fundamental ingredients of good city building, but also appealing to the next generation. What do you think it is that's going to separate the winners and the losers in that regard? Tony, perhaps.
Well, I think it's coming out in the theme here, isn't it? That you're not going to build it for them, you're going to build it with them. And it's got to be an authentic experience. And I think when you look at it from a digital experience, the change that's going to come is going to be quite profound. The internet at the moment is seen as a thing that you access through your phone, but it's going to be all around us. And with AR and VR and with the metaverse, it's going to be very much a part of every part of that experience. And the idea that someone like me, even a Gen X person, is going to be able to build this for them is kind of a bit silly, really. It's like, I don't get it. I look at my daughter on TikTok and I don't get it. It's like I can try and get it, but I just don't. No. And she looks at me and she goes like, look, you're just a boomer. You're never going to get it. And she's right. I'm like, and so I don't think we can keep pretending anymore. We're not going to build it for them. We're going to build it with them, or we're going to get it wrong.
Carmen, what's your point of view?
I think I really resonate with the idea of, well, the internet becomes everything around you and everything that is around you becomes interactive because, as you're saying, from your phone you can do everything, but then why can't you do, arrange a community meetup in 5 minutes from now because you want to discuss something important? Why can't you book this room immediately now because something important is happening and it's available? Why not, I don't know, if you're building a hotel and you're thinking, oh my God, we have this really important documentary we all want to be watching and it has to be tonight. Like everything I think needs to become very immediate. If you're going to get in a bus to go from A to B, you're also going to end up using your phone or maybe your digital devices as well. So I think we really need to try to think in terms of how do people interact with everything around them and how the generation expects to be interacting with everything around them. And I think immediacy is going to be one. Data privacy, because the more data we share, the more data we want to protect. And I think, the authenticity of, well, is this built to be helping me or is it just because we are trying to make a profit of something? So I think that's going to kind of come into play together in how we develop cities, buildings, and everything else around them.
Yeah, and I think that, fully agree, and I think that appeal of cities that you touched upon, it's great to have a sort of appealing city, but you also need an accessible city. And so you need to have the right housing stock to not only be attractive for the talent, but also to be able for the talent to be there. And not just for 2 years sort of funded or 6 months on an Erasmus scheme, but you want to also not only attract, but also retain the talent. And so I think there's a discussion on sort of what is the base layer of a good city? What kind of infrastructure do we build? And I think in this discussion, what I feel is, there's a part of it is sort of that authentic experience, is that whole tech sort of layer. But the other thing is just building proper infrastructure. And that is about getting the right mix between accessible housing, affordable housing, co-work spaces in the sort of vicinity of universities, so the idea of the urban campus, trying to really bring these kind of districts together. With a lot of sort of benefits. I think about what is the future of mobility? How do we make sure that young people move enough in order to thrive? So how do we create sort of walkable micro districts where then that layer on top is sort of that ultimate experience for Gen Z? And I think that is sort of the thing that we sort of could maybe separate a little bit, build sort of these proper districts. And that is a question also for everyone here in the room, and then make the step to not only allow for Gen Z to thrive, but also for every next generation to thrive. Because in the end, I think what the topic of this session is trying to demystify, I think zooming out, it's not about one generation with a label. It's about an audience. It's about a community that is ever evolving and trying to be flexible and agile to respond to these quickly changing needs. I think that is something that we all need to get better at.
ladies and gentlemen, we're halfway through this session, and I think we're really moving forward at a good pace. I invite you to submit your answers to the polls before we turn to those in a few minutes' time. But I guess we're really hearing a lot about the relationship between the digital and the real physical space, and how organizations and place makers manage that relationship in a coherent way. And I guess there's this balance as well between the experiential but also the engagement side, that sense that Zamzam's really picking up of that desire for input, for impact. You build bonds and you build relationships to your community when you make those contributions, and you're not seen simply as customers. Zamzam, when you think about your experience and others that you represent, what is it that really makes a difference, do you think, in terms of places that do this well, and what good looks like in terms of how you attach to a place and to a wider city as well, perhaps, versus those that maybe it's a little bit more transactional?
I think from my perspective, and a lot of the young people that I've worked with, a lot of the organizations we've interacted with, often when we work, it's seeing actually what else outside of the normal thing that they offer. Like they could be a coffee shop, but what do they do on top of that, right? Do they work with the local community? Do they advocate on a particular thing that's important? I think social justice is actually something that's very pivotal and important to a lot of the work that we do. And when an organization actually roots itself in social justice, regardless of what it does, whether it enables and allows international students who are unable to afford or be able to retain somewhere to live, like actually supporting them through that process, whether it allows and welcomes refugees. Like I think actually, like to me, those extra added benefits really, to me, sets an organization apart from everything else. And I think one of the things that was highlighted actually quite a lot is that, yeah, literally, we live in a global village. Like the reality is, like, this isn't Amsterdam isn't so far away from Manchester right now, because in the reality of the sense that, like, I could literally right now tweet something and create a hashtag and start a movement within minutes, and we have access to that, and therefore, because we have access to be able to cause mass movements so quickly and so easily, right? To me, it's important. It could also happen in the other way, in the sense that, like, when somebody's doing something incredible, we could also tweet and put a message out, and people will support that movement because it's doing important things, right? And I think that's what sets organizations apart when you're doing something for a social good. Because the reality is, to me, what the most important thing is, regardless of like how I go through life as a consumer, is that I'm ensuring that I interact with ethical businesses and organizations, that I work with organizations and businesses that are rooted in social justice and social good, and actually just don't pay lip service, like was said, right? In the sense that, like, don't say they care about sustainability, because the reality is, I will do an FOI and I'll find out if you care about sustainability. I will find out if you are actually committing to the targets that you're focusing on, right? And the reality is, you can't kind of blindside us in the same way, I guess, people have in the past, because we have access to information so easily. There are movements and organizations that are able to, that literally do this for a living, where they FOI organizations, and they put together the data and give it to students, right? These exist, so you can't hide behind anything. We live in a world where everything is becoming more and more transparent, and the more honest and authentic you are as an organization, the more it shines through and it shows. And I think that's incredibly important.
So the way I interpret what you're saying is, on one level, there's often too much of a focus on creating or being part of the next Shoreditch or the next Sodermalm or the next Kreuzberg, and actually you need to be much more invested in what is the character and the real set of interactions and attachments that you form through making social contributions and many other kinds of relationship that I think students have with their community. Maggie, from your point of view, think about, I know you spend a lot of time in Vienna, but in many other cities in Europe, North America, where do you see, or what do you think are the real core ingredients of place making in this context, in terms of how we're going to respond to these needs and these aspirations?
That's a fantastic question. I just want to say one thing real quick, just in response. It's so fascinating to me. You say social justice, and to you that's a good thing. In the millennial generation, when we wanted social justice, we were the social justice warriors. Nobody wants us, because we just get outraged about things unnecessarily, and we kind of made a bad name for social justice in my generation. So, do you know what I'm talking about, right?
How things have changed.
Well, right, yeah. So, so if you look into that a little bit now, and you say, okay, what is social justice become? It's a completely different. It's about transparency, and it's about understand. It's not about outrage anymore. You know, it's about voicing the things that need to be voiced, saying the things out loud. And it used to be about outrage, I think, in people's minds. And the amount of misunderstanding that happens, I think, with cancel culture and these kind of terms that oftentimes Gen X or even millennial generations get they say, oh, this is so terrible, you're taking away people's authenticity or people's whatever, and nobody asks the person, what is the actual problem with what was said here, or what is the actual problem with this person's performance, etc. That's all I wanted to say.
Honestly, I think I just wanted to touch on the concept of the concept of cancel culture is literally like a phenomenon that's obsessed by like millennials and Gen X. Like honestly, we couldn't care less. Because the reality is like, I think for me when it comes to, and I know 100% I agree with you, but I think when it comes to like, for me, social justice is ensuring that you put people before profit. That's literally simply what it means in the simplest terms. And that really means making sure that the bottom number doesn't matter as much as the lives of people, right? It's very simple. And I think that's something that's often almost always missed. And like, I think as young people, like we are, of course, I think in the sense of like completely unafraid of the repercussions of organizations, in the sense that like when landlords threaten us, then we expose them, and there's like mass movements and campaigns that support those young people. I think there's now a instead of like the outrage that you're supposed to, I think because you are able to build mass movements so easily, right? You're not doing it by yourself, you're doing it with a movement of thousands and thousands of people who are literally at your helm and ready to support you in that. And I think that's what's changed.
You don't need the outrage. You're loud already.
Yeah, exactly,
right?
100%.
So to get back to your question.
Yeah.
So cities, what are they doing right? What are they doing wrong? I'm super lucky. I live in Vienna. We are best city in the world, like 10 years in a row, yada, yada, yada. We're like quality of life kings. Why are we quality of life kings? We experiment a lot in Vienna. We have a subway. I mean, I'm from New York. We have a subway there too. Not the same kind of subway. So first of all, in Vienna, it doesn't smell like urine. Yeah? I lived in Paris too. It's amazing. I don't know how they do it, but they also have elevators everywhere. You know, it's inclusive. They don't do things from the top down. They don't say, we need a subway system, let's make it go everywhere where we need commerce to happen. They say, we need a subway system, who will be affected by this? Oh, mothers, let's talk to mothers. Let's talk to people who don't have their driver's license yet. Let's talk to young people. And Vienna has always built things on the basis of experimentation. And that always, I think, is exactly what we're talking about with the dialogue and intergenerational understanding. You can't know stuff about people without asking them. And I think that's a key thing with infrastructure and smart city progress in general.
Yeah. I mean, I think building on that, I mean, what Vienna does very well, I mean, is that sort of very thoughtful kind of planning. On the other hand, I think it's also a government and a local government that's very well capable of doing that. It's also very well funded through taxes. And I think what we see in our work with Velocity across Europe is that, I mean, not a lot of city governments are able to bring that level of capabilities, or are able to bring that sort of development positions, for example. And then you need a different kind of partnership. And I think that's something that, of course, within this audience, we speak, we have thought leaders here from the industry, we have an enormous community, but how do you sort of create that level of collaboration with a local government that you ultimately need to build these kind of districts?
But you're right, that's a really good point, and I think that a lot of people underestimate the ability that a city actually has to use that taxpayer money. I mean, I'm happy to pay taxes, I buy civilization, and I'm also told every single day by the city of Vienna what it did for me, you know? And I'm very aware of my benefits in that city, and I'm being made aware of it every day. If you don't communicate that to your people, they won't feel taken care of, and they won't feel like they deserve. The Viennese are the most spoiled people in the world. Anyone who's chose to be in Vienna, they know how good they have it, right? They're sitting there like, this is amazing, you guys. And the Viennese people who were born there and grew up there, they have no idea what it's like other places. You know, they don't know how spoiled they are. So I think it's important, traveling is important, understanding other cultures is important, but also communicating to your community how great they have it.
And well, I think the interesting part is that, of course, not everybody can be Vienna, not everybody can be Amsterdam, and that's kind of the point of it. You don't have to be as a city if you figure out what is important for the local community, what is important for the government, and what is important for, well, in my case, the university there. If, let's say, Eindhoven wants to be very techy, so that's why the government collects a lot of data, where everything is monitored, there's a lot of data points, there's cameras everywhere, you're going to see it. But at the same time, it's because they want to be very techy, digital, so that is also the focus of the university, but that is also the focus of the spaces you're going to build, where everything is designed with that in mind, and therefore it becomes a theme, and that brings the authenticity in, and you're also going to attract the people that resonate with that. So I think, yeah, you need to find a bit your own niche. Maybe your niche is just going to be art, and that is fine, and you're just going to have an aesthetically beautiful place, and you'll attract people that really care about being in an aesthetically beautiful place. But there's something for everybody.
100%. No, and I think in that sense, Vienna is almost an odd example. I mean, it's a lovely city.
But look at Berlin. They're ugly as hell, and that's their aesthetic. You know, like
yeah, but that's
proud of it. And that's a good. Yeah, and I'm not saying that in a bad way. I mean that.
But we have a lot of ugly cities in Europe.
Not what I meant at all.
No, but I think my point is more on. I mean, that city is. I mean, of course, it's very well sort of publicly governed. I think we're a lot of sort of more neoliberal cities across Europe, where that level of sort of interaction between a local stakeholder and a government is completely different. And there I think there's an opportunity and a task for us as an industry to educate and to inspire also administrators, civil servants, because we need, I mean, what I see in my work is that the heartbeat of a real estate developer, the heartbeat of a brand that wants to attract talent is very different still from the heartbeat of a local municipality, of a city government. And I mean, and that's even in the big cities the case. So I think that that divide became bigger and bigger over the years, maybe except for Vienna. And that's something that we as an industry need to take care of.
So in a way, public funding and public power might be finite, but there's a leadership role to be played by many organizations, and we've all got to work harder in all of our cities, I think. Kristen, I want to turn to you. The polls are in your hands. Do you have any highlights for us?
Yeah, definitely. So in the polls, it's geared towards basically Gen Z generations. I'm from Canada, so I say Z. So the first question actually goes to the beginning of our conversation when we were talking about what the biggest challenge is for creating and delivering a product and service for Gen Z. And the number one answer that came up is managing expectations, which really what it all comes down to. So that's highlighted there. Another poll question is, how much do you see Gen Z impacting the future of university and city life? And we have a split answer here, one being unprecedented transformation, which I think we can also think about ourselves. And the second answer here is fail to prepare, then prepare to fail. So it's in our hands to basically take action there. And I will also highlight the last poll question. Which of these is the most underestimated characteristic of Gen Z? The number one answer is commitment to personal identity, mental health, and diversity. So also these themes that we're picking up here today.
Very helpful. And I think in a way there's something that the audience is clearly picking up on, that we need to all work harder, actually, by observing that there's either we're going to fail if we don't act, or in fact there's a transformation that we may not even be able to be ready for. To Tony's point, there's a serious question of how we adapt and reform. Tony, pick up on that for us. What do you think, expand on what you were saying earlier about how it is from the point of view of a developer or an investor, or those who are thinking about what they do next, given that chasm that you spoke about? What would you urge? Should they build a ladder, or what is the right kind of approach and organizational effect they should?
My expertise is very much towards the digital experience, and I think that if we look at it, young people are growing up with Spotify and Netflix and just instantaneous hyper-connected youth. The universities that were worried that they were going to take pictures don't need to worry about that anymore, because now hyper-connected TikTok youth can create channels and disseminate it at speed. And at the same time, we're struggling to get together with I literally see it now, where it's like we're really proud that we've managed to basically personalize their email just around the time that they stop using email. And so there is this there is this chasm that we need to bridge, and I think the only way to do it is to literally co-opt young people into making an authentic experience, and basically don't try to bridge that digital gap in ways that you can't. You don't have the budgets of Amazon and Netflix, and even if you did, you're not going to get your heads around the AI that's behind it. We are literally less than 12 months away from where we're using AI at the moment in our marketing, and the students will be using their AI to filter your marketing very shortly.
Quite a strong wake-up call, Tony. Thank you. And I guess to Carmen, in terms of your point of view, from a university, if you're a university or a planner or an investor or a developer, what's the one act that you think would really begin to start addressing the chasm that Tony outlines?
I fully agree with the hiring in that we were doing a webinar recently and we were asking the universities that got the award for like the best overall student satisfaction and experience on campus, like what are you doing differently than everybody else? And we're saying, well, we're literally inviting students, like they're coming over continuously. We give them assignments to go over the campus. We ask them to write down what they're experiencing on a daily basis and text it back to us and write back to us as to, this was very annoying today. You know, the woman at the cafeteria, like you guys say, you're a very inclusive university, but she was being very rude and discriminant towards me. So I don't see how that resonates with the brand you're trying to put out. And really inviting people and saying, okay, then yeah, we're going to have a dinner every other week and we're going to sit down and talk about it and figure out together what to do. And also ask students not just for feedback, but also for solutions, because they can also see, oh, how could we fix it? And therefore they're going to feel more included. And I think what I also notice is, well, that's one thing that I always ask of universities. Please, in your branding, do the same. So I think I've seen so many visuals of people wanting to say we're a very diverse university, and it's always like the same kind of 4 students sitting in the background, like one European, one African American. Like, it's just, you can do more, and you can just ask the people who are physically there to contribute and say, hey, what do you want to say about the brand? How should we communicate it? Instead of going for these like stereotypical ways of trying to show sustainability or social justice or diversity or whatever it is that we want to communicate.
Yeah, just to pick up on that, I've asked universities several times, what's your unique selling point to an international student? They say, we're very welcoming to international students. I say, well, yeah, that's very unique, because I've met lots of universities who said they're not welcoming to international in their marketing. So yeah, this is like how to be very much the same as every other student city and university in the world.
So substance over style, proper differentiation.
Or be authentic. I mean, I think be authentic. I think most places do have, you know, as you've mentioned about the different cities, they have different characteristics, and you can be authentic about those. You know, I've literally seen Newcastle University market itself because it has a beach. If you've been to the beach there, it's not somewhere you'd want to go. So, you know, it's probably not the unique selling point you wanted to go for. You know, it's basically talk about what it is unique about your particular area or your particular university, and don't try and shy away from it. You know, we can't all be Hawaii.
I'll just add. I think so. As the European Commission is working now on European universities, right? And we're quite literally trying to build these like interconnected European campuses. We're a part from the European Institute. We're a part of the establishment of the European Student Card. So it's understanding that actually collaboration is probably more pivotal, important now than ever before. Quite literally the campus experience is going to move beyond just what as we knew it, and I think the only way in which, and like Tony said, essentially is that you either bring people, the young people that you want to engage with on board, or you kind of lose out. And I think that's when collaboration is key, like understanding and working together rather than competing against each other, actually, because the reality is that when you do that, you're all going to sort of fall at a loss, right? It's understanding that like when technology is developed to figure out what these young people need, or like market or something, somebody else develops a VPN for free and accessible that young people can like completely filter. Like I have a filter that was developed by a young person that I don't get marketing or anything like, and it's like, it's that, right? Like the reality is like the young people, somebody will create it like within minutes and make it free and accessible. So like, when you're consistently competing against each other, you're at a loss, because when something's made free and accessible immediately overnight, because a young person had the time to design it and had the understanding to be able to do that within a couple of hours, whereas an organization has been doing it and developing it and putting the content together and the marketing together for like literally years, you're at a loss, right? And I think that's so the most important thing is collaborating and actively collaborating with other organizations, with young people, with youth organizations, like engaging with your local student unions on campuses, right? Like what do they want? What's important for them? Because they are actually the sole representative for young people on that campus, right? And when you engage with them in a meaningful way, like I had when I was president on my union, I'd get emails and be like, "Oh, Zamzam, we're working on this particular thing. We'd like to meet up with you." And I'll be honest, like that. There's a clear for me. There's a clear thing of like, actually, you just want a bit of my time to tick box exercise and say you've spoken to the SU president, and 9 times out of 10 I'll tell you no thanks. I'm busy. And the reality is, yes, we have a really busy schedule. Like student union presidents are incredibly busy, but when you actually engage in a meaningful way and say, this is the project that we're working on. We're at the very beginning of it. We'd like to engage with students. We like your support on this because it's going to affect your very students X, Y, Z. Then that's a meaningful engagement, and we can sit down and be a part of that planning and actually actively take on what needs to be done and what could be changed and what could be influenced. That's more meaningful, and that's more important.
Zamzam, thank you very much. I mean, I think your message is really that Generation Z is canny, much cannier than we give it credit for. There's something about consciousness, but not just political, it's societal, and also how you're being treated, much more conscious. And then thirdly, something about willingness to build, not just to criticize, and that's something that was also extending the arm of opportunity to those in the room, I think. Last word to Maggie. No pressure, but I guess we'd love to hear what's your one sense of what needs to be done, what's the takeaway that you take from this conversation?
I just listening to what you were talking about, there's, I run a media company. Some of our brands, we have paywalls. Took us 6 months to develop this frickin' paywall, right? And not because we're idiots, but because paywalls are complicated and people are complicated. Nobody wants to pay for anything. And so we were kind of, figuring out ways we can make it tiered, and this one without money and this one with money. And anyway, and then my buddy, who's in like the office next door at the co-working space where we have our offices, buddy of mine who's a developer, releases on his Instagram account, he's like, "Hey guys, check out this thing that I made." Thing that he made is basically the inspect button where you can just read the whole text behind any paywall. It's like, and he can build that in a day and a half. And I'm just like, we spent 6 months, man. So what I'm trying to say is not everything you build is futile. That's not what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is that there's no right answer that is worth investing a lot of attention in without having that dialogue, without speaking to the generation that it's going to affect and who's going to be your customer.
Yeah, amazing. Thank you. I think for all of us in the room, I think the takeaway of that is, I mean, we need to bridge that enormous divide that we have, but we also need to accommodate for a lot of growth in our cities and our communities. And I think what I like is sort of circling back to the poll, that idea of prepare to fail or fail to prepare. I think let's get buildings right. On that 80-20 sort of divide, let's really work on making buildings better, and let's make more buildings so we have more access in the cities. And then leave that 20% as sort of an agile space to work together with students through the process. I mean, I really love that idea of completely incorporating them in that whole sort of flow of development. But let's also not wait for it. Let's keep on making pace. I think if we sort of start navel glazing on Gen Z, I think we're not doing the right thing. We need to speed up the development of inclusive, just cities collectively. And let's make that an effort of the community here of the class. Thank you so much for joining our session, and have a wonderful conference today.
Thank you.
And thanks to the panelists. Thank you.
Moving from India felt very exciting because it was the first time I was going to Europe. It was very interesting to have a fresh outlook to a new society that I've never been to before. But once I did find the grassroots of how things work here, the systems like the public transport, everything else, things just became easier on their own.
I come from Ukraine. Right now I'm working with my friends from Ukraine to create a platform, like a website, that is going to be only fulfilled with Ukrainian brands. And our target audience would be European students and US students. My phone and my laptop mean everything.
I use it to communicate with a lot of people, especially back home in India.
I would have not been able to live without a Wi-Fi connection at all.
Hey Martina, why don't you just introduce yourself for the audience?
Yes, of course. My name is Martina. I am the founder and the director of A Designer at Heart, which is my interior design consultancy. We work on serviced buildings and we specialize in student accommodation. I have been doing purpose-built student accommodation for the last 4 years of my life and been enjoying a lot.
And obviously my name is Darren. I look after the Nido student business. And I think, ultimately what we're here today to talk about is how, design is at the heart of everything we do, taking into consideration what customers think, and then trying to deliver that so we have a fantastic environment for our students.
And the reason why I love working with Nido is that interior design is actually a big part of the picture, and we sit regularly to go through what has gone well, what has gone wrong. Like, there is always feedback coming in from the students that you guys always collect. So as a designer, it's so much easier and more inspiring to do the job when you know that there is a direct contact with the user.
When we started working together and we started looking at the student experience, there was so many times where you would go and visit a product and it had been designed,
yes,
but not necessarily designed for the audience. And I think that's where we took our cue as part of our values, is to listen to customers and try and design a space that works for them. What's helped us is that feedback loop,
yes,
between the customer, yourself, and us working as a team, to try and create an environment where I suppose the students get the best living experience, yes, because outside of the university, it's the place they spend the most time, and what we want to do is make sure they feel at home.
To create a community, I think you need a community, and the way that we do it, it's almost like rehearsing the experience. We sit together with different stakeholders from development team, marketing, operations and acquisitions, and the design team as well, and we come up with the ideas. And the good thing is that they get tested, we get the feedback from the students, and allows the design to become better, and this is the most important thing. Interior design helps because it creates the environment that the students are using literally every day, like what they touch, what they feel, how they move around and they connect with each other or stay more private. So it's very important that we go through this process for them.
The space allows people to talk, and when they can talk, especially if they feel safe, they talk about different things, and that's where well-being starts to play a very large part in the space, because if you can meet like-minded people because you're doing like-minded things, whether it's watching a film you both enjoy, or playing a game, or just sitting around in the space, you then have an opportunity to talk to them, and then you find things that you have in common, and then you also find challenges that you have in common, and by getting the students to talk to each other, ultimately it makes their stay better, and it strengthens that community.
Even the design can help that, obviously. Some choices of accessories or books that we put around board games, a specific piece of art or something, they can be conversation starters. And in terms of safety and feel safe in the place, I think it's also very important the relationship that the NIDO staff is able to create with the students, and this is something that very often comes up in conversations, how we want to help the staff to engage with the students.
It was really interesting when we went into Netherlands, because we had the opportunity not only to take on two fantastically new builds and kind of put all the knowledge and everything we'd worked on for many years into them, but I think we focused on a number of really key areas, which was quite exciting to see once they were done, the impact on the students and that living environment.
Yes, to choose the colors and how do we make them neutral so that they can personalize them, but also interesting enough so that they look great and they feel proud of being in the space. So eventually we decided for these deep green color, and it's often connected to nature and the environment, so that was like a very good choice and very well received for the students, but it's just one feature wall. Everything else we kept quite simple. We introduced timber finishes so that it would feel more natural, and also in the bedrooms we just made sure that everything was efficient. So big desks, separate areas where you can eat, and then you have your area to study. Making sure that every surface had the right sockets. Everywhere they go they can plug, and so everything it supports the student experience basically. It's small things, but they really make the living experience completely different.
I loved the way we approached the kind of laundry.
Yes, which might seem like a weird one to focus on. Like, changing from the past when the laundry room was like maybe put into the basement, right? Now we broke it up and connected it to the lounge area. It was also connected with the glass wall to the lounge, and that gave them an opportunity to connect even more, because even something small that you do every day like laundry, it becomes a nice moment because you have an opportunity to chat with someone, you're in a nice place, you can sit somewhere, have a conversation, it's comfortable. Then there are the darts, there is the table tennis table, there are like other things to do in the meantime. You can sit there with the book, there is the surgery area as well. So yeah, I think that was very successful.
Started those conversations, and it's amazing how many times you see students strike up a conversation because either they keep coming down at the same time to do their washing, and they find something in common, and it's all about that community, and the more we encourage the students to mix and socialise, the better the feeling is, and the better they feel, the easier it is for us to operate the building. And what was great in Netherlands is we were able to create some spaces thinking about sustainability, and kind of trying to bring that together in the design, and ultimately, given that the students are part of that community and it matters to them. It was interesting.
This generation, they don't have a future if we don't help the environment, so it's really, really important to them. It's almost become a game to try to find the latest things that we can try to bring in. So, for example, the small plastics, recycled plastic, it comes from yogurt pots, and we made those massive workshop tables in the communal lounges. The students loved these, and the fact that NIDO always has a water fountain at the entrance so that the students can refill their bottle. And this way we discourage single-use plastic, right? We try to use LED lighting all the time, so it's more sustainable. Even neon signs, we don't have neon anymore, it's always LED neon effect. It's small things, and the students really appreciate it.
And even, bringing all the plants in and kind of bringing the outside into the environment makes a huge difference, not only just to you know, the look of it, but actually the health.
Yes, well, biophilic design is very important, and Nido is kind of a pioneer in this sense because you're allowing a lot of real plants inside the building, and that's like, it takes maintenance as well, but it's an effort that you're making, and for the student it's important. There are scientific studies explaining that the presence of nature, in the connection with nature, even just visually, helps the mood and relax. It lowers your blood pressure, and the lack of nature, it's very detrimental both physically and psychologically.
We don't always have the luxury of being able to build a property from the ground up, and sometimes we take over existing assets, and Germany was a classic example of that. And what we then had to do is, you know, again, understanding the customer base, we had to create, you know, what we wanted in those spaces.
Oak Studios in particular, it was a restaurant. Even now when I see the before photos, I can't believe the transformation. But it was an open space, so it allowed us to have a very nice and fluid lounge where we also have the reception and the surgery area and the TV lounge and the games tables too.
And I think what we were able to do there is immediately take a, you know, challenged property and do exactly what we're trying to do, is create a space where the community can come together. But what we have seen as a result is, again, students utilising that space and coming together rather than just being stuck in their rooms. What we have seen in Germany as well is there's a different demographic of customer, and I suppose if we look at Dresden as an example, we've seen very much, you know, the growth of kind of co-living and student combining in Germany.
Because initially we were thinking more about PBSA lounge, so with games tables and quite loud, and the TV lounge, and more socializing, like with less study. But then we realized it had to be more of a working, more of a professional space as well, because those people are preparing for the real world. They're already in it. They're taking internships. They need to work and study. So the space changed completely, and it gives us an opportunity to experiment a bit more with the style. We have this existing basement, and we decided to keep the exposed concrete and embrace the industrial side of it. But we made it a bit more chic and refined with the warm lighting and the bolstered seats, so that it looks a bit more grown up. It's perfectly functional to support all of the uses, and those are a bit different. Again, like, it's a co-working space but also an event space. So we have this massive stage seat where they can sit, they can plug. Again, we have plugs everywhere, so they can study on stage seating, but if there is an event, there is also a projector.
We're excited to see how those demographics come together. But I think we've thought about it from 2 points of view. You know, what we have really done there is we've listened to the audience. You know, we've gone out to the market. We've understood who's going to stay with us. You know, we've on purpose changed the design. We didn't just fall into it. And ultimately, what that will do is create a space that gets used. I think what we both agree on is, you know, design is fundamentally important to creating communities and ultimately, again, creating that environment where people can have conversations. And if they have conversations, you know, we generally feel that is a positive thing, and it improves the well-being. And if our students are happier, ultimately the properties just function better. We have a huge halo effect, which effectively is, you know, increased rebooking rates, but also the reputation of the property grows and the recommendations to that property grow. Because I know, working with you and kind of getting into the nitty-gritty of what makes our students or our customer base tick, and then designing for that has definitely helped us. And it will continue to grow over the years.
And I think in the future the students are going to want to be involved as much as possible. It's a generation that makes decisions based on reviews, so it's really important that we go through this process, and it makes it more meaningful even for us as designers, because we know that we are really helping people.
Absolutely, and I think that's what it's all about. So it's been a pleasure to chat about it today.
5 years ago we launched Startblok Riekerhaven. We've learned a lot of things along the way. 3 years ago we launched our second Startblok, Startblok Elsenhagen. In 2 months we will launch another one, Startblok Wormerveerstraat. The people here live in studios with their own facilities, their own kitchen and bathroom. Each hallway has a communal area where people can meet, connect, prepare dinner together. We're happy to have a lot of outside area next to the buildings. The status holders, they sometimes need a bit more attention. Our partners include the Municipality of Amsterdam, Refugee Works Netherlands.
Hier buiten het veld doen we sportactiviteiten. Dat kan voetballen en er is een volleybalveld ook daar.
Halal to Jibben. Halal to Jibben. Jibben betekent kaas. Lekker, hè?
Heerlijk. Ja, ik heb veel geleerd over de Arabische cultuur, Syrische cultuur.
We have a team of self-management here. We try to give people from the community itself various tasks to steer the community in a way that is most beneficial for most of the residents.
Alle mensen komen bij elkaar van verschillende nationaliteiten.
Ik woon hier 1,5 jaar en het bevalt me hartstikke goed om hier te wonen. Ik vind het hartstikke gezellig. Ik heb gezellige buren, zoals jij, Saleh.
En hier is ook een spreekuur en helpen mensen hier voor praktische dingen en leggen contact met overheidsinstanties. Ik heb een netwerk opgebouwd van verschillende nationaliteiten. Onze vriendschap die blijft wel doorgaan. Veel dingen hebben we samen meegemaakt. Nuttig voor mij, ook voor iedereen.
Samen koken.
Samen koken.
Samen eten.
Samen eten.
Je kan goed Nederlands lezen, maar dat het toch wel fijn is als er gewoon iemand even meekijkt. Advies.
Mooi, geweldig.
Nee, 1952.
56.
56 of 52?
6.
Oké, 56.
56.
Best lang geleden.
1957.
Ja, 57.
450 kamers maximaal voor studenten.
360. 368.
386.
Even nadenken. Omdat KSA een stichting is. Dus jullie maken geen winst. Dus alles wat jullie eruit halen wordt ook terug, ja, het klinkt een beetje stom, maar in ons gestopt. Ja, Maastricht sowieso.
Utrecht zo.
Rotterdam. Nee, niet 010. Ik denk Den Haag.
Die tv's zijn echt duur, hè?
Ja, de eigen badkamer.
Met uitzicht.
It has to be the bathroom.
Enorme bed. Passen veel mensen in.
Ja, nee, 200. Ja, 200. 200.
230 gulden.
220?
Ik heb geen idee.
Oké. Pas. Zijn we helemaal klaar? Of? Oh.
The Triple Tower is not just a student residence, it is a flagship property that opened in spring 2021 and makes a great impact to the modern skyline of Vienna. The property is located on the Danube Canal and combines sustainability and modern lifestyle living through the great unique My Way of Living urban jungle design. The encounter between community with privacy at your convenience, paired with thoughtful layout and details, provides the relaxing home-from-home atmosphere and experience that the modern student looks for. The interior design is crowned off with vibrant and creative artwork by the artist Emmanuel Yesser, who brings the urban jungle to life. We place the student tenant at the heart of our design. Our ambition was creating apartments with an open and bright feeling of space, which allows privacy for creative growth. The urban jungle flows through the 35 floors and the open atriums of the property from top to bottom. Our community zones are adaptable with a purpose that allows the student to use the areas in the way that suits their needs. Our zones enable common studying, to share the experience and strengths, the connection and encounters with different cultures and countries. All topped off by the 4 terraces and the crowning glory of the unique 35th floor roof terrace that has an exceptional 360-degree view across the skyline of Vienna to the distant snow-capped mountains of the Alps. Triple is not just accommodation, it is a building developed to shape a community of inspired young people as they grow and develop on their life journey.
The enemy is a virus, and now we have to do our utmost to protect our people and to protect our economies.
That change is to have students go from learning on the ground to learning online remotely from their computer.
Now, a short time ago, the World Health Organization declared the outbreak an international public health emergency.
What's going to happen to higher education in the middle of a pandemic?
Ready?
I think so.
All right.
My name is Rashida Safar and I'm the director for Erasmus X at the Erasmus University in Rotterdam. This project started once we were in full lockdown here in the Netherlands. As many universities across the globe, we were also forced to stay home.
COVID had just really hit the world.
The whole educational system had to close down, and especially the physical campus.
We did some research and we asked students, how do you feel? How's everything going? And what came back was that there was this feeling of isolation, confusion, lack of purpose.
There were definitely moments where you felt this sense of loneliness. It was, definitely overwhelming to say the least.
I think that's when we saw it and we were like, we could actually solve this.
Rashida came in and said, guys, we have to do something cool. Let's build the campus in Minecraft.
Well, if you can't come to campus, we'll bring the campus to you.
Hello, friends of the community and people back home. We are super excited to have our keynote speaker, Christine Boland, who is a trends analysis. She's going to go through how to make sense of what's going on, who Gen Z are, and what are the expectations and demands for the next generation. So I'm really excited to invite Christine on stage. Thank you so much, and I hope you enjoy the show.
Thank you very much for this nice introduction. Small disclaimer, I'm not only going to talk about Gen Z, I'm going to talk about our time frame. I made an analysis of what is happening in the world and how this is defining our sign of the times and how this is affecting human behavior, consumer behavior, student behavior, human behavior. And the name of my presentation is Making Sense. Can I have the first slide myself. Making Sense. And if we look at the sign of the times now, we can see that we are tossed between turbulence of transitions which were going on already and the panic of the pandemic. And this challenging time frame is creating a reaction to what we need. And in my presentation, I will zoom in also on these reactions. And I do this by defining some principles of progress, ways to get by in this challenging time frame. You could also say these are consumer trends or human trends. So in the end, it's all about making sense. It's all about re-evolving. Everything revolves around reinvesting meaning into things and systems that surround us. Re is a very important word. You will see it in my presentation. This time frame is complex. This time frame has a lot of uncertainty in it. But as I tell you that I managed to make only one slide to explain the whole sign of the times and the principles of progress, maybe that might give you the courage to just listen a little bit and sit back and go with me on this half-hour flow on the sign of the times. What you see on the left side is what is happening in the world. I clustered it around some topics which are surrounding factors, creating this time frame we are living in. And on the right side, you see the principles of progress. So let's just go by these surrounding factors to create a little bit this field of tension we are living in right now. And you will feel a reaction. You will feel sometimes that you think, okay, now I've had enough of what you're saying. That's a reaction we see a lot out there. But also, okay, but if this is true, then the sky is no longer the limit. So wow, what an exciting time frame we are now. What a hopeful generation. We've heard it here. What a hopeful and interesting generation we are seeing now. So there's some black screen here. There's no screen, is that... so dark is not the sign of the time. I give the technicians a second to... It's not so simple. No, it's not reacting. There we are, back again. So, So we see this surrounding factors, the pandemic, polarization, digital world, planetary boundaries, the paradoxes, which I will zoom in a little bit on, and the paradigm shifts. Okay, the pandemic, I could talk about it for half an hour. I will not do it. I will only say that apart from all the pain and panic we experience, it has also been as an X-ray to our system, to the global system we are all part of, and the weak spots in that. So let's cherish that we more and more understand how interconnected we are all in the world. Then the polarization, which is not too good news, but we see, and we heard it also before, this division between opinions, between left and right, between those who have and those who have not. And it's cultivated by politics, by media. So what we need this time is people who can help build the bridges, who can listen in between. And in itself, polarization is not so bad, because polarization makes sure that you can oversee the field. But the problem nowadays is that we are the polarized points. So we do not listen to the other and we demonize the other. So listening, building bridges, taking into account, as was said in the presentation before on Gen Z, it's not about us without us. Let's do it together. Let's cooperate. Let's understand that we are interconnected, that we are all part of one big mondial ecosystem. And then the paradoxes of this time frame, and these are interesting because on the right side of this slide you see where the opportunities are for all of us. We are connected, as we can do this conference now like easy, everybody in the world is listening. But do we feel connected? That's an interesting part. People do not feel connected. They do not feel that they are part of, that they are embedded. So make people feel connected. And we heard it also, a city can play a very important role there. And everything is becoming frictionless and seamless, but the systems are still so rigid. So that's the problem of this time frame. And we see increasing wealth. We can just see it, but you also see a decreasing well-being. So well-being, mental well-being is very important to focus on. And we can, by data, we can see everything. But we are more uncertain than ever. And we make everything efficient. Up till the cooker in your kitchen, everything's efficient, but we experience time scarcity. People are like here, they are so busy and they have no rest. So how can we offer this rest, this moment of attention? How can we offer that? And as I mentioned, yes, the time frame is frightening. If you just follow the news and you see what's happening, and we have Code Red and we have Putin and Bolsonaro, etc., etc. But yes, it's also exciting because whatever we create, we can make it. Whatever we think of, we can create it. And human beings in hard times are very, very creative. So that's what it's also about today. And then a short story about the phygital world. We mentioned it before this morning. That is the blurring boundaries, the blurring era between digital and physical, where we can enter the metaverse, where we can go to a funeral in a game because one of the gamers passed away from COVID, where we can, it's now not moving, but the image of Mona Lisa, she is talking on this slide, although she's not doing now, but imagine that she's talking. So it opens up a whole world of that we can ask Napoleon in front of the students to tell his own story. So we can really create so many beautiful new realms of connecting, of knowledge, but it's also challenging, yes. There is also fake news, I know, and there is manipulation, there is synthetic media where we can make even me saying other things than I'm saying, so we have to be aware. And you probably all know Lil Michaela, who is also on this slide. She has like way over 3 million followers, although she is a computer-generated entity. So people get used to that there are entities which are real and not real, have real-life followers, but they're etc., etc. So that we have to take into account. And also the fact that there is this metaverse already claimed by Facebook, the word, the metaverse. But there we can meet, we can cooperate, we can create student hotels, why not? We can create meeting places, we can create retail, we can create information. And we see these blurring boundaries in real life here with the first alter ego singing competition where the singer really is behind the scenes and his avatar is doing the show for a real jury. So yes, it's blurring the worlds. And yes, we have this metaverse. It's not owned by Facebook, but they are on their way to be very important there. So who is creating the counter sound there? And then Gen Z. We had a very interesting talk. I was really listening with red ears. And I'm happy because it resonates with my small slides on this generation, where we see that they are the digital natives. They live inline, they think inline, they have this fluid identity. They are visual dialoguers, so don't make long texts for them. They have Snapchat speed tick-tock speed of information. So if you want to reach them, if you want to consult them, keep it short and be clear. They are entrepreneurial, aware, engaged. We've all heard it. It's so good news because I think it's a hopeful generation. Although they are struggling, I know, they have these mental well-being issues because COVID and because it's such a challenging time frame. But they also want to cooperate, and they are social justice warriors, as we have heard in the speech before, in the panel discussion. They embrace diversity. They also connect with brands and institutions on a value level. So it's not here, but it's here in the heart. So make sure your values resonate with these youngsters. And also here's polarization. We see Greta, we all know Greta, but do we all know Naomi Seibt, who is a great climate denier? She also has followers. Luckily not so many as Greta, but we have not to forget that it's not only Greta and the successful justice warriors, there are also those opposing it. And yes, authenticity, be real, not perfect, be real. And if you make a mistake, as whoever you are, don't worry, just share it and share your dilemmas. Let people just help you. That's how they are. And they are entrepreneurial. Like you see here, you probably all know Bas Timmer from Shelter Suit. He is a designer, but he designs for a good cause because he is making these shelter suits for homeless people. And he started with only one and with all festival leftover materials, but then now he is grown up and he made already more than 10,000 of these shelter suits. So this is a student hotel in the smallest possible, thinkable way. And then the paradigm shifts. What we see is that our biosphere is more and more becoming a technosphere. Are we ready for that? And it's a shift, and this is really important, from marketing to customers or students to mattering to people, mattering to human beings in their context. That's what it's all about. So it's from profit to purpose. We've heard it before. It's from global to local. Who is the city? Who is this city I'm living in? City as a person with special, very special talents and assets. It's from owning, from own to access. So they don't have to possess everything. They can share some things, swap bikes, etc., etc., etc. And it's from exclusion to inclusivity. Although this will take time, we see it in the world. We are on our way, but it takes a lot of more time. And it's also from competition to collaboration. Let's do it together. Well, the planetary boundaries, I'm not going to take much time for that. But the conclusion of our sign of the times is there's one thing very clear, that uncertainty is prevailing, and that is something we human beings cannot deal too well with. Because we want to stand firm and we want to know where we are going, but we do not stand firm because our fundament is crackling and crumbling. And where we are going, we also don't know because it changes every week. So, as whoever you are, try to be a beacon for your student, customer, client, inhabitant. Be clear. Show your values. Be consequent, because we've heard if you're not consequent, they will within 2 hashtags kill you with a cancel culture. So just be genuine and authentic. Which brings me to the principles of progress. Let me take a small, I'm going fine time-wise. Knowing this uncertain time frame, okay, how can we thrive? Which torch should we touch with those we want to reach? And then I have 3 thought starters. Control, Alt, Restart. Feel the energy. It's not delete, no, it's restart. We have the opportunity to restart because everything's possible. Just let's do it. And be mankind. Kindness is a value. Kindness is power. And act eco-logic. And I did it like act eco-logic because I want to focus on the logic of ecosystems. It's not only nature. Nature is the big example. But a student campus in a city and university and local people are also an ecosystem. If you really see it, then you can nourish it. Just some examples on each principle. Leave the legacy and start with a blank page. So everything is let's redesign connections. Let's redesign daily life. Let's rethink the whole system. Now is the time to do so. And let's reconnect to our roots. If you are a city, a campus, a university, a person, a brand, reconnect to who you really are. What is your reason of existence? And many, many brands and organizations did so during this pandemic. Okay, so what is my value and how am I going to thrive? And some examples, just Wallpaper came out with this magazine, Rethink, Reimagine, Re-Everything. And what you see here, this on the left side, this is a modular furniture which can be a bed, a shelter, a playground for kids, etc., etc. And we see, for instance, in the fashion business, which is probably not your business, but it is an interesting example, there have never been sold more jogging pants ever than during the pandemic. And we were all in this screen, so we had beautiful shirts and hairdo and accessories, so they did good business. But you also see designers creating social distancing accessories. And who is the next normal consumer? And what happens to our headquarters? They become more and more a meeting point. And probably even your headquarter as a company should also offer hotel beds. Because people work partly at home, but if they are at the office, they want to stay over and just go on. So we see a lot of shifts also in retail and in hospitality. Hospitality is becoming more and more offices. So this shift is interesting. How can we work together? Retail is becoming a meeting space, like the new IKEA in Vienna, to be opened in, where's the speaker? Well, I don't see here now, who talked so nice about Vienna. In August, IKEA will open a store without parking lots, because they say you can come by public transport and we will deliver everything at home. So come here to relax, and there are only 3 floors of merchandise, and the rest is meeting place, yoga, food, parks, 160 trees in this building. So yes, you can have meaningful moments there. And also in retail, the customer is more and more becoming an audience. If your student is an audience, how can you reach it? It is not only in this room or with a small whatever in the hotel, it is in the city, in the ecosystem. It's an audience. So where can you be relevant? Just opened also during the COVID is this 360 store by Rituals with diverse layers of merchandise, bespoke merchandise, a body spa, and Europe's first mind spa, where you can go for a brain massage, bringing you on the frequency of focus or the frequency of recharge. Very interesting for hospitality, and also probably in this student hotel. Why not? Because I've experienced it, and it's quite efficient, I can tell. If you have a brainstorm together, just have yourself put in the gamma, where monks who have meditated half of their lives are also, and then within 20 minutes you are as sharp as a knife. So the second principle of progress is be mankind, and this is all about it. Everything which cannot be digitized or automated will become extreme important and valuable, and that's us, human beings. What we have, which artificial intelligence does not have yet, is very interesting. So let me first share a video with you. As food for thought, you will hear rapper George, who is just thinking out loud about what if.
Stop. Wait. Who says we have to go back to normal? Back to anything?
What if the new normal ain't the normal we knew, and we can't just do what we'd formerly do? What if the biggest change is you and me? What if we choose to be open and say, I'll never call my job unimportant again. I'll never say the teacher's holidays are too long. Or that school is dry and I can't wait to move on. My ears are not my earphones.
What if I listen?
What if I'm missing how bright your eyes glisten? What if I just smile a bit, travel less and love every mile of it? What if I believe in the change my cooking, my music can do? Hey, what if I don't dance, but just for you, I might give in to the rhythm soon. I might give in to the rhythm soon. What if I refuse to be a stranger in my own living room? And I'll learn my lesson from a bad memory. And I'll keep social distance from bad energy. And I'll prove that funny beats sexy any day. But I'm still cute anyway. What if my dreams never take the back seat again? What if I'm there whenever you need a friend? What if I celebrate my skin, my body, my hair every day? Even Mondays. And I stand by every word I say. I'll make my vote count, make my voice heard today.
You know what?
I will never
say the city has too many tourists again.
I'll lead like a woman.
Food for thought, isn't it? So what we see is that in essence people are kind. So let's help them to be kind. And another rapper said during the pandemic, happiness is the new rich, kindness is the new cool, health is the new wealth, and inner peace is the new success. That could be a nice starting point for a brainstorm, isn't it? And people are really wanting to help each other. And this is what I mentioned. We as human beings, what do we have which is so valuable? We have the possibility to pay attention, to be empathic, compassion, but also we have imagination and we can dream, and we are not going to put our dreams on the back seat. And we can play and we have fun. There's a lot of play and fun in the student hotels. But there's also rebellion in the human beings, which AI does not have. And we have history, tradition, spirituality, rituals. So there's a lot to focus on to get this connection with your student, your customer, your ecosystem. And Jumbo, which is a supermarket chain in the Netherlands, did a nice job. They opened a slow chat counter where it is not fast out, fast in, etc. No, you can take 50 minutes and have a chat, and you can have a coffee, and you can come back 3 times a day. And they also have a chat meal box, which is containing for 2 persons too much. So then you can make a small bowl for your neighbor or whoever. It's a nice bowl, a nice box, a nice card, just saying, okay, neighbor, this is for you. So it is about facilitating connections between people. And talking about inclusivity, if you watch this, how do you say it, bus stop advertisement, what are we looking at now? It's the same poster. Well, there's not too much time for interaction, but what we see here is the halal fried chicken during Ramadan, not showing the food during the day, just showing you understand what is in the mind and in the heart of your audience. And then to end, I could talk for 2 hours, but I won't. Act ecologic, and that is about attuning again with natural intelligence. Nature is such a brilliant, genius machine of self-regenerating, etc. So let's team up with nature and re-engage with ancient intelligence and, well, synchronize more than rather than be on top of nature and taking everything. It's being part of nature and just listen and join and being an ecosystem by ourselves, because we need to do so. I talked already about Code Red, probably you all know the donut economy system. This is the ideal situation, and this is where we are now. So yes, let's take action. Let's change the way we shop. Let's change the way we produce, we buy, we consume, etc., etc. Change is so important. Let's try not to make any waste any longer, like a zero waste shop by Lush on the left side, and many, many other initiatives. Let's integrate nature in our system. What you see on the right here is an advertisement pole, but it's an insect hotel. Why not? And they seeded all kind of wild flowers around it. Green in cities, green in the new headquarters of Amazon. Let's try to integrate green wherever we can, because it will be more and more and more in the future, so you can be ahead of the troops by doing so. Green in retail. This store, people went there to see the green, not the beauty product, so that's interesting. And from competition to collaboration, let's do it together. Why should Zalando and Sephora not cooperate? Why not? They are now doing. You are all allies. That's why, for instance, a Dutch company, Dille & Camille, who's selling household goods, is now in the supermarket. Which retailers could be your partners? Just blending IKEA is now in Marketplace. Who will be in the lobby of your venues? And how can we change waste into wonders? What you see on the right side is quite nasty waste, and what you see on the left side is that there is a company named EcoNeil. They are able now to make beautiful nylon yarns from this trash, and Prada is translating it into these treasures. So yes, there's hope, and we could talk about these ecosystems. Actually, the whole day is about ecosystem thinking. So now we've seen the surrounding factors, uncertainty prevailing, how can we bridge the gaps, and some principles which might help you to to thrive in this uncertain future. I hope I inspired you, and for those who are interested in following me on Instagram, it's all about design and new art and new initiatives I see, and on LinkedIn I share my journey of knowledge and deeper thoughts. I wrote a book about it, Making Sense. For those who are interested, they can ask Kellyanne where they can get it. And I thank you very much for this attention, and I hope I contributed to your food for thought for today. Thank you very much.
Conscious Co-Living supports shared living businesses to embed social, environmental, and financial value through research-based content, education, and consulting. I'm very grateful to be speaking to all of you today as participants of the largest student housing conference in Europe. In this video, I will discuss the positive impact that a thriving community experience can have on the members and business of a shared living brand. I will go over the mindset and key elements for how to make a community thrive with insights grounded in research and case studies from our extensive network of partners. And finally, I will talk about why fostering communities is a shared responsibility for all of us. Before we jump in, let's get clear on what we actually mean by thriving community. For us at Conscious Co-Living, it means a group where we feel belonging, communicate authentically, and grow together. Definitions of community from other people in the shared living industry include phrases such as emotional connection, identification between members of a group, connection to a certain place and sense of belonging, participation and engagement, and common values and a common goal. And so I invite you all to keep this perspective in mind throughout the rest of this video as we talk about thriving community. Now, let's get into the impact that a thriving community can have on its members. So, to start off with, a strong community can really enable members to develop both personally and professionally as they begin to feel more safe and encouraged to discover and share their gifts and talents. Enhanced feelings of connection and belonging can very often lead to increased individual and collective well-being, and there are many studies that are proving this more and more. Finally, living in community just makes life so much easier and efficient as community members share resources, knowledge, and skills. So, that's on the member side of things. Now let's talk about the impact that a strong community experience can have on the business side of a shared living brand. First and foremost, a thriving community means that there will be longer retention rates as residents and staff who feel belonging and an enhanced sense of well-being will want to stay longer. This has direct implications on cost savings since less turnover means less money and time is spent on acquiring new people. In addition, the business can spend less on events and maintenance since residents begin to feel more ownership and feel more at home, thus taking better care of spaces and also likely to organize and promote their own events. Finally, strong community can enhance brand loyalty by attracting staff, members, residents who are aligned with community values. And in the afterlife, alumni who leave are more likely to serve as positive references and maybe even live in new locations if they've been living in a thriving community already. So really, it's not just about the space, but the extended community that can really support your business in many ways. Okay, so all of this sounds great, right? But we know that there are many challenges to fostering a thriving community. And according to our research, some of the most common challenges that shared living spaces and communities face in regards to building community are, number one, conflict, right? Of course, among residents in particular around values and clashing needs. Safety concerns, such as those related to access and security, and more recently, of course, COVID-19. Then we often see low engagement levels as a big challenge and threat to many shared living businesses, as well as tensions between resident and staff, which is mostly due to poor communication channels. And finally, an operational overload can also often happen, in particular for people who are in the role of community manager or facilitator, as they're often overburdened with tasks that fall outside their core responsibilities. And finally, just to add this, lack of financial stability and a solid business model can, of course, keep a shared living brand from ever really even taking off. So how do we overcome these challenges? Well, key community building elements that enable communities to truly thrive include, first of all, making sure that there are shared intentions and values which are embedded all the way from the marketing efforts to the curation and onboarding of members to the day-to-day community life experience. Secondly, creating safe spaces that allow for authentic self-expression and vulnerability-based trust to develop among members is key for authentic community building. And finally, facilitating sustained engagement is, of course, the glue that keeps the community active and connected over the long run. This last point about facilitation is critical. We believe that organic community and human relationships cannot be managed, but rather facilitated. Historically, and with good reason, the hospitality industry has adopted a top-down mindset in which the management team generally carries out the engagement and entertainment strategies. Facilitating authentic community building, on the other hand, is done by enabling residents to foster authentic connection, meet their individual needs, and catalyze collective engagement. Integrating technology is another important aspect of facilitating strong community experience. And based on the research that we've done for the open source co-living apps and tech guide, which is also found online for free, we found that tech can streamline operations through automation of tasks, for instance. It can help better understand resident needs through feedback polls, surveys, and data analysis. Tech can also help facilitate connection through chats and groups, enhance safety and comfort through digital security access or adjustable lighting, for instance, and also enable more monetization for the business, such as through partnering with local businesses or monetizing spaces, booking things out like that. Some effective ways that we've discovered and seen for facilitating community include, first, empowering members to manage their own conflicts, for instance, through nonviolent communication training, community assemblies in which members can regularly come together to share a meal, give feedback, and propose new ideas or announce events. Sharing circles are one of the most powerful tools we've seen for fostering vulnerability-based trust and connection. Communal gardening is a fantastic way of having members get to know each other through a shared endeavor. And of course, it's always so exciting to see when those little green tomatoes turn red and everyone can share them and get excited. And we also see transformational events that can be very powerful bonding experiences. So for instance, breath work, guided meditations, or ecstatic dance, in which people can often undergo some inner transformation work, can serve as a strong relationship forming experience. Now, as mentioned earlier, the mindset of fostering community is something that should be embedded at all levels of a shared living business. As you can see on this sample organizational chart found on page 3031 of the Community Facilitation Handbook, the community lead and facilitators are embedded and supported within the wider company team. By the way, if you want to read more about this or any of the other topics I've mentioned in this video, you can download the Community Facilitation Handbook for free on our website. I'd like to wrap up this video by following up on this last point about shared responsibility and share with you all that our research shows that communities with a shared higher purpose are more likely to be successful, for instance, more resilient, more harmonious, longer lasting, than those without a shared higher purpose. This is because many of the ego-related issues, such as conflicts and complaints, right, become less important when there is this common shared higher purpose. In many of the successful communities we've seen, this shared purpose is a spiritual one. Now, we don't have to say that a shared livings brand higher purpose must be a spiritual one, but we do invite an exploration of how this idea of shared purpose can be integrated for the benefit of the community, business, and planet. This invitation begins with asking you and us to remember the following: that we are all human beings right now living together on this planet, which we call home, and yet this planet is in crisis. I think we can all agree that increasingly high rates of ecosystem destruction, social inequalities, mental illness, pandemics, and recurring economic crisis are all signs that the current systems and paradigms that we operate in are becoming increasingly dysfunctional. So the question then becomes, what can communities do? How can groups of people come together in addressing these crises that we are all facing as one humanity? So to explore this, I invite us to hone in on one of the key elements of a thriving community that we mentioned earlier, namely creating spaces, communities, cultures of trust and psychological safety. Because if we look around in our modern world, we see there's very little trust in politicians, in companies, religious leaders, even our neighbors we don't trust often. Yet we need trust to first of all feel that we can be safe to heal ourselves, and we need trust to be able to collaborate and come together and co-create the solutions that we need both locally and globally. So thank you to all of you who are already on this path, and let us continue co-creating the new living paradigm that we all want and deserve. Thank you very much.
Moving from India felt very exciting because it was the first time I was going to Europe. It was very interesting to have a fresh outlook to a new society that I've never been to before. But once I did find the grassroots of how things work here, the systems like the public transport, everything else, things just became easier on their own.
I come from Ukraine. Right now I'm working with my friends from Ukraine to create a platform, like a website, that is going to be only fulfilled with Ukrainian brands. And our target audience would be European students and US students. My phone and my laptop mean everything.
I use it to communicate with a lot of people, especially back home in India.
I would have not been able to live without a Wi-Fi connection at all.
Ik heb hiervoor zeg maar een aantal trajecten gezeten met huizing voor jongeren met een kwetsbare achtergrond. Het waren altijd niet de beste huizen, zeg maar. Doordat deze plek echt een community gevoel biedt, heb ik ook best wel de kans gekregen om die oude omgeving achter me te laten. Ik heb heel veel mensen hier ontmoet, contacten opgedaan, eigenlijk zelfs ook gewoon vrienden gemaakt. Die community builders, hun baan was het dan zeg maar om een beetje de spark te igniten van het hele community gevoel hier. Naar mijn mening hebben ze dat heel goed gedaan.
It really is focused on the operational side of things.
But that's what they are interested
10 seconds,
in.
okay. 10 seconds. 10 seconds, okay. Yep. Hello and welcome to our third panel of the day, The Future of Student Experiences. My name is Omar Ali. I'm the head of marketing and communications for the Class Foundation, and I'd like to introduce our esteemed panelists for today. First up, we have Caroline, who's the director of Student Plus at Queen's University, Belfast. Next, we have Billy, who's the business development director for Europe for Ask4 Internet. Then we have Charlie, who's the CEO and founder of the Student Hotel. And finally, we have Christine, who's our keynote speaker and also an independent trend watcher.
Thank you. And this session will be looking at the future of the student experience. And this session is going to look at how spatial design, technology, and digitization can be combined to elevate our students' sense of well-being. We intend to look at how we should build better living and working spaces for students, and we intend to explore what role stakeholder collaboration can play in enhancing our student experience. As you've seen with the earlier sessions, we will have our polls and our votes, and we'll be turning at those during the session. Thank you. So, to get us going, I would like to ask Christine, what gaps do you see between the current generation's experience and the desired future experience? Thinking around the sort of spatial design and living space.
Okay, wow, that's an interesting specific question. Well, if I zoom in on the differences between the generations in general, is that we've seen that this Gen Z is they are thinking less hierarchical than we are, other generations are. They tend to cooperate, they share their thoughts, their ideas, their uncertainties. They want options to gather together. They have a more circular way of thinking, ecosystemic way of thinking more than we have. We are more linear orientated. So in order to be, of significance for that group, we should take these characteristics into account and then see what the implications will be for facilitating them of coming together and have a good student experience.
Thank you. And can I ask how you've managed to, Charlie, take your customers and take that experience and turn them into advocates and ambassadors for your brand?
Yeah, by treating them with trust, to be honest. I mean, it sounds really simple, but when we started the student hotel, there was a real feeling, especially in Holland, but I think everywhere, that students were going to destroy the place, so better not trust them with good quality design. And we fought really hard. 10 years ago, I was really having arguments with everybody that there should be one entrance for hotel customers and students. And everybody was saying, you guys are crazy. The hotel customers are going to attack the students, and the students are going to destroy the place, and it's going to be pandemonium, it's going to be hell. And I think what we decided was that, look, these really are the next leaders and movers and shakers of our world. And what I grew up in was the old school student housing, where there was signs everywhere saying, don't do this, don't do that. If you do this, you'll be fined. If you do this, we'll tell your parents, you'll be thrown out. And very negative messaging. And the only thing we've done really is trust people, and we've brought different demographics into one space. And for me, it was really interesting listening to the conversations earlier. It's not a surprise that a purpose-built student accommodation block creates, a group of people who act in a certain way, because it's full of 21-year-olds who of course are acting like 21-year-olds. And I think when you look at what we've done in the student hotel, the common space, the lobby, it feels like real life. It feels much more civilized and much more, nobody stops and stares at you when you walk in because you're a bit older or a bit younger. And that sort of social interaction self-polices itself. It raises the behavior or relaxes the behavior, whatever side of the spectrum you're on. So for me, it's just about trusting people and just assuming that they're going to be doing good and they're going to be looking after each other and that they're genuinely here to make the world a better place.
Yeah. Caroline, can I ask, so because I think it's fascinating when you look at that advocacy towards brand, and how do you see that coming from a brand like Queen's University Belfast and that interplay between the brands like the student hotel and your own university brand, and which part of that the students feel sort of a part of, and how you see that interplay between brands working?
I think for us, it's very simple. Our students are buying into, and certainly across the HE sector, they're buying into coming to learn, and they're coming to a city, so they buy a destination, they buy a university. Their expectations that they're going to come out after 3 or 5 years with an education that enables them to get the best employment opportunities, where they then get their accommodation, for example, and where it needs to meet their needs. And I think universities have to work, and we talked about working in partnership. It is really important that we have a range of suppliers that work with us that are best in class, and that we're proud to work with those other organisations, because universities are fundamentally there to be educators. Many of us have accommodation and various other student experience elements to our campus, but ultimately it's really important that we use those brands that are best in class and are proud to work with those brands. And certainly I know that when we do that, we're very proud.
What's your personalization strategy for students? Because we all know that there's this holistic approach that we're trying to integrate with more suppliers, more options, but also students are really looking for a very personalized and bespoke experience. So what does that look like for Queen's University?
Yeah, every student is an individual, and I think, again, as an industry, we talk about international students. International students are in themselves coming from a wide range of different nationalities, backgrounds and cultures. So we do get it wrong if we treat individuals as cohorts. So students need to be treated like the individuals that they are, and understanding that everybody comes with different needs. So we're doing quite a lot from a students' union perspective, working really closely with our students' union, and I think there was one of the panelists earlier that said actually bringing students into our workforce, working with them to say, what do we need to do? Frankly, I'm too old now to tell you what an 18-year-old wants, so that's why we get 18-year-olds, 19-year-olds involved in trying to help shape the future. How do we connect with young people through TikTok, through Snapchat, through various digital technologies that I know less about, they know much more. They also know how best to connect. So I think it is being able to do that and then offer personalisation so that they can see what they want to do. So working alongside and with our students as true partners, and not just to say, oh yeah, we've ticked that box.
Love that. So there's that pulling of insights rather than pushing them onto your user base. But that brings me to you. How do you think, Billy, that the tech sector can really accelerate some of these transformations that are happening? and delivering student experience?
I mean, we're one small piece of the puzzle of that student experience, right? So, admittedly, the internet services are a very important part of that experience for students, more so nowadays than ever before. Obviously, the last couple of years has forced everybody online in a way that, even as an internet service provider, we would not have wanted people to be, to be in the position that they were in. But it highlighted that, in a situation where people are forcibly isolated, and as there needs to be some way of people connecting, whether it's digitally in a way that they didn't want to be, or in a way of using our services to support what the accommodation operators are doing to try and strengthen those communities and build those communities. We're all ultimately here to provide a good living experience for the people in these buildings. The operators more so than Ask4, for example, but we're contributing to that experience. And ultimately, we always need to approach everything that we do, even from our starting point is technological, obviously, and how do we give those people a good online experience and give them all the things that they need. But it's all about, at the end of the day, putting a human being first. And everything that we do needs to be geared towards that person having a good living experience, which is us doing our job for our clients, who pay the bills ultimately, but also, supporting those people through that community, through that journey, through, it might be them coming in as students and staying on as young professionals, as we've heard before. A lot of these projects want to try and retain people and keep them, and having diverse hybrid type of buildings like Charlie was talking about. The PBSA buildings of today are very different to they were 20 years ago. So are the people living in them, and we need to all change, to try and keep with the times of that. A big part of that, as you say, is people like me not making decisions thinking that we know what an 18-year-old wants. Is a long time ago for me, sadly, and we need to engage with them directly if we're going to do the right thing by them.
Christine, I'd like to turn the table to you. In what ways is too much change also something that we should consider?
Too much change.
Yeah, is there such a thing as too much change, too much, too fast, to the point where some of these introductions end up being kind of gimmicky?
No, I think it depends on the perspective, on the generation. I think the young people change is like a given. And for other older generations, it can be hard because it is really like sometimes things turn upside down and we have to get used to it, and then you are used to it and it turns over again. So this flexibility is, I think, per generation a bit different, but too much change, that's difficult to answer this question because we need radical change, but it is a very logical change. It is a change toward ecosystemic thinking, about being equal, about listening to those you are working for, about understanding their needs, about understanding that all of us are human beings with our specific skills, and that deep down all of us want to be connected and want to be part of something. So, and the change nowadays is towards being more part of something, being part either of a solution, of a community, or a city, or an ecosystem. So I think, in my opinion, there cannot be enough change.
It's a deepening of fulfillment that you're talking about, really.
Yeah.
Talking about the interplay between these different service providers, when you have somebody that's providing your internet service and accommodation and your education, I'm interested to explore a little bit about how the pragmatic sense of both predictive and prescriptive data comes, because you talk about personalization, and we all love personalization, but we also love data privacy. And so when you're dealing with more organizations and more brands, the interplay between data and data privacy becomes ever more complex, and I think it looks as if that complexity is going to increase, not decrease. At the same time, the desire for personalization is also increasing, and I think probably coming from a tech company, Billy, maybe you could start us off in terms of how we might deal with that.
Yeah, it's an interesting challenge. As you see, there's some competing forces there between everybody who wants a more personalized experience, both for the residents of the building, the end user of the accommodation, but also personalization from a brand point of view. The operators, the investors that we work with, there's a brand building element to that as well. All of that comes with personalization. But young people today are also increasingly conscious of data privacy, as you mentioned. And they're much more aware of their rights. They're much more hesitant at being talked down to, in a sense of, you know, hand over this information, here's what we're going to do with it. You know, they're very savvy, they're very aware. And as an international operator, obviously, you know, we started in the UK 20 years ago now. We're currently in 10 countries across Europe. We also see some quite interesting differences. There's a lot of commonalities, but there's some quite interesting differences in how certain countries and certain nationalities have more or less sort of challenging, sort of more pushback on the data privacy side of things. But it's certainly going to be an interesting challenge for the future. That,
I mean, picking up on that point, because as we all know, you know, data protection laws in different countries are different, and as we're seeing, technology in different countries is starting to advance in different ways. And so turning to you, Charlie, I mean, you've got a global brand. I'm sure that international students from around the world want to access your service and your offering. How do you deal with that, the internationalization of that, you know, with people accessing it from different parts of the world?
Yeah, we try to keep it simple, to be honest. I mean, you know, if I look back again to when I started, I changed my narrative when I came to Holland, because I was talking about we want open student accommodation for students, and the whole of Holland was saying, yeah, but Dutch students wouldn't stay in your place. So I was hitting this barrier wall, because they were saying my students, the Dutch students, they don't understand this purpose-built accommodation. And then so I said, okay, look, it's just for the international students. And everyone was like, oh yeah, those guys, okay, they'll come for you. And I didn't understand that this mentality of a different type of student, you know, because I've got children, I've got concerns about where they're going to stay, and I've got dreams and ambitions for them. And it doesn't matter if they're going to stay on the corner, or if they're going to stay in a different country. And I didn't understand why the Dutch people were saying to me, no Dutch student would ever stay in this type of accommodation. But when they're going to London or Madrid, they're looking for exactly this type of accommodation. And so for me, it's, you know, we're all parents. We all have the same ambitions for our children. Our children are all the same. They're not international or national. So I don't think you need to treat people differently. I think you need to just offer them the same choice and let them, you know, coming to individualization, it's for me just giving people a choice and just giving them the tools and talking about privacy. You know, if you build up a trust with anybody, I mean, the generation today, they give away so much data when they trust a platform, when they trust a certain situation. So I think it's building up trust and then giving people a choice to personalize it themselves, and then you kind of, doesn't matter if they're Dutch or international or wherever they're coming from. I mean, they're all young. They're all the next leaders of us. So
Caroline, I would imagine, you know, coming from a university, that you do have a student journey map, that you've mapped these things out, and maybe you could tell us a little bit about how that data informs that customer journey.
Well, I think first and foremost, the data that we use, we're getting because the students are giving it to us. So I think we have to remember it's about openness. I think, as Charlie said, it's about trust and about the transparency of what it is that we're going to be doing with it. Whenever our students come in, there are so many different areas and that they can engage in, and they're very clear in terms of what they're doing with that. So we will look at what we're doing. For example, at the moment, we're mapping out what our recruitment targets are through until 2027 and what our needs are going to be. And we're having to try and forecast that. Now, we're using our own data and the data of, in terms of student demographics, 18-year-olds. So that's publicly available data. We're not actually getting that anywhere else. But when they're actually on campus, we're not actually doing a huge amount to mine students' data. We try and look at where our heat maps that we know are and actually how we then support those heat maps, making sure services are where students expect them to be.
So you guys both raised some very interesting points, and I'd like to make the next question to both of you. Billy brought up earlier this brand experience point, and I think both of you have really esteemed, reputable brands. Do you have a team that's dedicated to integrating that brand experience through different touch points in your student experience?
Across the university, we have a really strong, in fact, we rebranded as a university about 4 years ago now. So we have a really strong brand team. It's taken time to get that. It started off being very much an external brand piece of work, but then keeping that and making that an internal brand. And ensuring that actually people are buying into it, and there's an authenticity then to it, that actually people are proud to be from Queen's, so that you know, when you leave the university, that you're going out as an alumnus and you're talking about the pride that you get, and not just of the university, but actually of the place. So I think the place, and we talk about university cities, have become really important. So Belfast as a learning city, the tech generation in terms of the fintech, the work that we're doing with startups, so that people can see what is it that your city, what is it that you're about. So I think from a brand point of view, it's not just the university brand, it's how that then links in with the brands of the cities and the learning environments that you're in.
Exactly. Charlie?
Yeah, we split it up. So we carved out community from brand and experience. So we didn't put it under brand. We gave it its own sort of management position, and the same with brand and experience. And the brand and experience team is really trying to take a 360 holistic view on our guests. And you know, of course, we have different types of guests. So we want to be able to offer them and get feedback on what do they want, and looking at their customer journey, and you know, where do they like to be? How do we help them? How do we facilitate them? And how do we empower them through their stay? And also, you know, in coming to the heading of this, what is the next step? You know, we've seen that the student hotel has disrupted and innovated quite well so far. But what is the next step in student experience? What is that? You know, what is the next step in co-working experience and stuff? And on the other side, we've got the community team, and we carved that out because we wanted to make sure it had a very prominent position within the organization, and also because we have different communities, but we want to make one community of that. And that's really the USP that we have, is being able to give access to a young professional right at the start of their first year university life, to a fully fledged corporate client in the co-working space. So trying to bridge those gaps and trying to offer those, you know, the events that are popular with first years versus the events that are popular with sort of, but you'll be surprised indeed at how much cross-fertilization there is there. So we carved it out to make sure we can not blur the lines there and really focus on them properly.
Christine, we were talking before the panel about the ability of marketing experiences. So what are some of the challenges and opportunities as you hear them talking about their building their brand experiences? What are some of the challenges and opportunities that you can encounter in trying to market or create a marketing story around?
I think the first challenge is to replace the word marketing by mentoring. And if you can be mentoring in the context of these students as of 18 years old till later on, till co-working professionals, etc., then the first question is, who am I as an organization or university or hotel or place or whatever, and how can I matter to this stage for these people in their life? And how can I join so they have a fluent next step in another environment? So marketing and experience, I don't know, it sounds a bit like as it comes from here, but making a meaningful mattering environment where students can experience their student life, I do believe very much in that, but then you really need to be as authentic and open as you can, and again, share your dilemmas. Nobody's perfect, especially not in this time, where there's so much manipulation and fake, etc., going on, that nobody's perfect, but you can show the intention that you have this part, you do your very best to be mattering for your audience.
How does having a niche play into that, mattering to the audience, meeting people where they are?
A niche in terms of how does that help your business? Or? Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, focusing on I mean, if you have a sort of spray gun effect, then your messaging is of course weaker. So I think, you know, where it makes a little bit of sense is to focus on who is your target customer, and you know, the marketing that we're talking about, I'm really also allergic to that type of thing. And I think if you're able to put your core customer, your target customer on a podium and let them tell your story, then they're pulling instead of you pushing. And I think you know, we see a massive shift in that anyway. But I think, you know, especially with what we have and what the community you have, I mean, it's, you know, the stories and the innovation and the excitement and the enthusiasm they had, you know, we don't need to do very much, to be honest.
Nice.
We heard earlier, I think a lot, particularly when we had an actual Gen Z person up here on the stand, about how much authenticity mattered. And I think there's been a lot of research that's come out as well that's saying that we've got a generation now that are expecting authentic brand experiences that matter to them rather than being marketed at. And I'm interested to hear how, at that same point of evolution, mental health has become a really big thing, well-being has become a really big thing, and people are much more open about this. Maybe you could let us know how are you dealing with that sort of shift that's happening from a brand perspective?
Well, I think it's been happening, and it hasn't been overnight. This has been a journey that we've been on, and our students have been on as they've every year we go through the same cycle in terms of our new student body, and absolutely, there has been a huge change and a huge shift, and no doubt, obviously, the impact of what we've been through in the last 2 years in terms of what that's meant to well-being. So I think it is really important, and it's well-being and mental health. And I think there's a huge difference here. There are some people who have, and a small percentage who have genuine mental health issues, but there is also a much wider group of people who actually want to have access to better well-being activities. So I think the activities, the things that we do, that we personalise, we bring people together. Isolation is in itself what is causing some of this, and I know that Billy talked about the online gaming in terms of students being able to connect, and actually that is really good that they can connect with others through gaming, but actually they do need a space in which to connect physically, and I think that's what we've been doing, and we've been really focused on bringing groups together, putting activities on. We're the home of the Game of Thrones, so actually taking students out at weekends, giving them access to the great outdoors. There is nothing better for your health and well-being than physical activity, so really trying to get people out and get them out and see what's going on. I think that's been really important for us, and will continue to be. And one of the things that we're probably now looking at is what we do in the out of hours. Again, across the UK, our health services are absolutely crippled. So I think what we're now doing is what we, within our own student accommodation, with our own wellbeing teams, can do to ensure that actually out of hours, after classes, whenever students need someone to talk to, that there's always someone there, and it's open and it's accessible.
Can I add something?
Yes, please.
I also think, because this sounds so good, what you are all doing and offering the students, but I think there's also a role for the university program in itself, because the bar is set so high and they have so not much time to fulfill all the programs within their study curriculum. So I think, why not giving every student 1 year extra? Just because you can have such a beautiful place to stay, but if you continuously know, I will not finish my homework, I will not pass this exam, if I do not pass, I have to do the whole year again, etc., etc. So give them a bit of air in this schedule. That could also be an idea.
Yeah, it's interesting, because we were talking at the beginning, because I used to work for a company called Into, and who worked with Queen's University Belfast, and they do exactly that. They provide a one-year foundation programme, particularly for international students, to help them acclimatise when they're coming to a new environment. And I was a guest in Charlie's Hotel, and I saw there's a lot of activity there that I think it is set to achieve the same aim, to help you acclimatise.
Give them a bit of air.
Yeah, a new environment.
But it is quite strange. I mean, if you think back to when many of us started student housing, when I was at that age, my friends were working like 4 hours a week, there was but now it's like 30, 40 hours a week. So you'd think that the courses anyway would have got shorter than that. But I guess what I noticed is that there's really a lack of real working together between the universities and the housing providers to understand, hey, housing provider, we have an ambition to make the students work 30 hours a week. And by the way, we expect them to work 20 hours a week outside of the course. So make sure you're building the right type of accommodation for that need. And that sounds quite simple, but if we kind of think about it, we've been building the same stuff for a long time, and then the housing providers have said, hey, now they need study space, they need quality space, and really reacting to their needs instead of thinking ahead.
And if I could just add in affordability. So one of the factors, and not for everybody, and I completely get that, but one of the factors that is increasing the mental health or anxiety issues with young people is the debt that I certainly didn't have when I was going to university, and it is about how we enable them. So we don't allow our students to work any more than 15 hours on campus in terms of on top of their education, because we believe that that's what, that's the maximum they can do. So, when you put all of that together, a typical undergraduate student's got somewhere between 10 and 12,000 pounds by the time they take in what they're getting for their work and their student loans. So they've got to be able to find affordable accommodation. And for the vast majority, that is possible, but we just need to think, and it does worry me, the rising cost of building, the rising cost of actually pulling together the quality of accommodation that so many of our young people expect to have, and all of the other add-ons, the cost of actually now creating and building this versus their affordability or what they feel that they can afford, I think we have to think about how that plays into that whole mental health and wellbeing piece.
We'd love to hear your thoughts. We're going to open up our first poll of the session about whether we think that operators are taking mental health seriously or dealing with it well. I'm butchering the question because I don't have it in front of me. But Kristen, do you want to read out the question and launch the poll?
Absolutely, very happy to. So basically all the upcoming questions that we haven't had open in the polls for a while now are opinion questions, sort of testing the waters in terms of room for improvement in the student experience. So I'll go through the questions now because I got quite some responses. Question 1, do you think the sector is dealing with mental health to an adequate degree?
Close enough.
Yeah. Answer, surprise, 73% say no. Would you like me to go through the other questions as well?
Sure, yeah.
Sure, so next one. Do universities answer student inquiries in a timely manner? 70% say no. And moving on, do you think email is an effective way to communicate with Gen Z? 72% say no. So
some pretty drastic, shocking answers there.
I think what's interesting of that is that there's 30% of people that believe that the email's a good idea. Basically to Gen Z. The mental health is fine.
So I'll turn the table back to Caroline. What are you doing right now to change the way that your organization connects with students?
I think, as I said, we're learning. And things are changing. We're bringing our students, we're working with our students' union. We're bringing students onto our teams because they are the best to say, how do you engage? Because you're quite right. I mean, you send emails out, the open rate's really low. No student wants to read an email. So, but asking them and asking students to help get involved to how we shape that. So using mediums and using ways in which they want to engage. But also, I think it's not just one. We have to remember, if you only ever communicate through one medium, you're never going to get all of our audience because our audiences are not all the same. So we have to remember we're dealing with humans, we're dealing with individuals. So individualizing it to what actually they want. So listening to them, bringing them with us and helping shape what that is, I think is really important.
I think as much as I agree, I also think there's an element of smashing silos and trying to recreate a village square in some respects. This is something that I think that your organization has done really tremendously. So can you tell me a little bit about how you've managed to smash silos and what that's looked like?
Yeah, just by asking people, I guess. It's just by talking to them. And it sounds really simple, but we really, and I think you do it for sure as well, you really make sure that you're understanding their journey is really important, and that change, it needs to be updated. But being there for them and making sure you're facilitating their community, and then if you're there and you're playing that role well, then you get a lot of feedback and you learn a lot of information. And the trick for us, especially as we get bigger, is to really make sure that information trickles all the way up, and that's really a challenge. And you come back to affordability, and we come back to a lot of the things we've talked about, and even mental health. To be able to deliver these services properly and to be able to communicate properly in a way that you get a good open rate and stuff like that is first of all, quite challenging, but it is also expensive. And I think that's it's especially with student housing, fundamentally you come down to the cost of the land and the cost it is to build the building. Those are the two biggest elements. The rest you can kind of play around with, because you're in the margins of error when you take those two costs in there. So I think there's a lot of things that do need to change. We talked earlier about the universities playing a role with cities and who takes the lead and stuff like that. It is hard, and everybody in this room experiences that when you go to a city or you go even to a university and you say, I want to do this and I want to innovate, and they're looking for that box to tick. They're looking for, the funders are looking for the box to tick. It is very difficult. So for me, there's a real sort of balance there of really just understanding what the customer is wanting by asking them, by trying not to send them an email because they don't work, and just listening and being able to listen and see and observe. You've been in our lobby, you sit there, you see what people are doing. We know what stools, what chairs are the most favorite chairs to sit in because we look and we see it and we try to replicate it other places. So you can make it as complex as difficult or as easy as you want. And it's but there is many moving parts, I think, in this to be able to make it a success story for the emerging generations and a successful business as well.
So I think we all agree that technology plays a huge part in the student experience and all of those different digital touch points as we go through the student journey. I'd like to come back to you, Billy. And I remember actually a survey that came out, it was a few years back now, and they asked students on campus what was more important to them. And obviously they'd asked them a lot of things that were important to them. And one of the questions was their personal safety. And another question was good, strong access to the internet. And good, strong access to the internet was more important than personal safety, which I find quite a telling fact. But the question to you is, how are you using or leveraging technology to create those rich experiences in a way that's scalable?
I mean, I think the key part of that is the richness of experience. So I guess it comes back to my earlier point around we have to focus everything that we do on the human being that's going to be using it, right? So generally, as part of our job of supporting our accommodation providers to provide a good living experience, we have to focus on the human being at the end of it. And obviously, we spend quite a lot of time and dedicate quite a lot of resource, as many businesses do, to reviewing what we do and how we do it and understanding how we can do it better, both to service our clients or to the end user. Now, one of those inputs obviously is data. So we have nearly 300,000 end users connected to our service. That's a lot of data that we can access. So we can see pretty much in real time, what's being used, what's not being used, what's a pinch point. You mentioned heat maps earlier, and location analytics. Those sorts of things are all important to understanding how our services are being used and to give us information to give back to the operators about what they can change or what they can do better. But taking, I guess, one step back from that, we also dedicate a fair amount of resource to, we run a series of research reports that we've done for the last few years. And we've touched on some of the topics today that we've covered in those. So, there's a special one about mental health, student well-being, really important. Then allowed us to talk to our, internally, what can we do differently, but also to talk to our clients to go, how are we supporting this in the right way? We've done reports about sustainability. Again, made us look at how do we tailor our services to better support what our clients want to do with their ESG goals and targets, led to a partnership with Utopia, for example, different things that we can all do together to try and improve, the ESG credentials. Most recently, we've actually done one about gaming. We just talked about gaming, about the relative benefits of, in a almost a controlled environment where everybody was locked away. There are concerns about people being isolated. There are concerns about lack of connection. But there are also opportunities there to say, how do we facilitate some connection with these people? And it looks at the prevalence of online gaming and how that has changed during lockdown. Some enormous statistic changes, 50% uptake in online gaming, and it really sort of spread across all sorts of different demographics and really shows a deep engagement. Incidentally, actually, if anybody wants an opportunity to win a PlayStation 5, come and see us at the back. You can judge for yourself the relative merits or not of online gaming. And it's really just, again, for us, about informing ourselves, informing our partners that we work with. And this is a never-ending process, right? About how we can do more, how we can do it better, but always with the human being at the end of it in our, at the forefront of what we do.
I've just been told we have a question from our audience, so I'll turn it over to Kristen.
Yes.
It's actually more of a comment and opinion sharing, so let's bring this one up. It's actually from Zamzam Ibrahim, who spoke earlier on behalf of the European Students' Union. She says, I disagree with the idea that students need a year breathing at university. Almost all universities have foundation years, and they're often because you don't have the correct qualifications or you don't meet the requirements. An extra year at university is incredibly costly and financially unfeasible, and adds to the stress of being a student. Also, let's give students some agency to decide how many hours they are able to work instead of putting in restrictions.
Christine, you're in the hot seat.
Yeah, well, I'm not too familiar with all the foundation programs of universities. I can speak for what I know from the Dutch universities and the discussion going on there from the university group. And I hear more and more often that the bar is set too high, that they do not have enough time many students do have to work for their money to pay their living, and it is altogether living in this demanding time frame too much. And the fact that so many youngsters are experiencing mental issues, in my opinion, is also due to the fact that every bar is set so high. Not only education, but if you have a job, it should be nice. And you have to go to the gym, and you have to give the nicest dinners, and you have the good outfit, and you have to be in a nice network. So it is so much that, and then again, the headspace which they have for their the study they do, and then the program they have to pass within such a short amount of time. I still keep saying, give them a little bit air. So we just disagree, but that's interesting because we can meet afterwards. And because it's interesting, that is I want to dive more into your idea about it. And although I'm not a specialist at the university level at all about programs, but what I see is that many students are suffering from, oh my God, if I don't pass this exam, then I have to again do this whole year, or I have to wait for half a year, or whatever. So there's a lot of stress around it.
This ties into a question that I also had. There's this new increased focus on lifelong learning.
Yeah.
So not adding necessarily a year, but actually not thinking of university as a finite, enclosed period of your life, but actually something that stretches out forever. So how do I open it up to the whole panel, because I think this is something that really relates to our whole topic.
Really interesting.
Yeah. What do you guys have to say about integrating lifelong learning into the future of student experience?
I think lifelong learning is a given for all of us. We all, I mean, every day we're learning. So I think that that's really important. I think, but in terms of what the student expectation is, I think everyone as you leave university and as you graduate, you know that as you go into whatever your chosen field of work is, that you will continue learning. And that's about curiosity, that's about how you want to develop yourself. So I think it's absolutely really important. But I think that we're maybe not doing as much of it, but I think it is important. I mean, I think all of us are constantly learning. That's how we develop our businesses and our areas.
I think it's really interesting that you bring up curiosity, because the way that we currently measure success is on performance rather than on curiosity. So in what ways is higher education going to create that shift to focus on a bit more of a holistic approach to education that's not really about meeting certain standards?
There has to be some level. I mean, it doesn't matter where you are. There has to be some level of sort of set expectation in terms of outputs. But I think it is really important. Universities are places to think. So when young people come out of schools, they go in to give them space to think, to develop, to understand who they are, who they want to be, and what they want to give back to the world, how they want to shape the world. So I think that is important. But I think there has to be some end. And I think, as our student president has said, there is a cost associated with this. So they need to know when they've achieved that, and that they can then move on. But I think it is interesting, even how we are creating and scoping courses, and the curriculum within universities is changing, and I think the last couple of years have made quite a shift in that.
And your guys' motto is stay curious. So how does that apply into, also when you were talking earlier about blending your hotel guests and your students, that also kind of ties into the lifelong learning aspect?
Yeah, I mean, I get really excited about this whole whole emergence that it's suddenly trendy and appreciated and stuff like that. I mean, you know, we're one of the few companies that I think has a genuine reason to invest in lifelong learning, you know. And if you look at the traditional PBSA model, yeah, you know, you work hard to get your students in, they stay for a year, maybe 2 years, and then they leave, you know. Universities also have a genuine interest in lifelong learning and to invest. And I think that's what we see. We see a massive generational shift where students today are looking, you know, the generation today identifies themselves as creators instead of the creatives of sort of my generation. So they're really looking to build their future and looking to grow and to learn. And, you know, the question is, do we give them a beer and bing bong or a PlayStation 5, or do we give them a personality test as a reward? And there's a massive shift there. And when you're able to link them with sort of the and that's why I say students for me is becoming a term that you know, can we move away from? You know, is the student experience taking out the word the student in the future? And once you start looking at them as young professionals and at the start of their career, they're just out of school, then you're able to really enter the realm of lifelong learning and what is our role in there, what is and how do we, you know, how do we add value to it? And that's where it becomes quite exciting. So, but it's a good question. What is that and how you do it and how do you justify that as a business model is also a very difficult challenge.
Yeah, I mean, I personally went through this myself recently as I went back to university as a really old person and did a short course. And I was doing a course on digital disruption strategy, and I realized that it was quite futile because what I'd learned at the beginning of the course would literally be out of date by the time I'd finished the course, no matter how short it was. But it was an enjoyable experience. And there was, you know, I wasn't the only old person there. But, you know, so I think we've all have to, I think particularly in this sector, we all have to engage in lifelong learning because one thing I think that we're seeing is that change is going to happen, it's going to become more rapid, it's going to be digital, but the future of student experience is indeed very bright.
So that's all the time we have for our panel, and I wish we could go a little bit further, but Caroline has a flight to make. So unfortunately, we have to cut it off there. Thank you so much, everyone, for attending our third panel of the day. We've got 2 more panels after this, and some breaks in between, and you can find all the details on Swapcard. Cheers.
My name is Sabine Schorel. My journey in PropTech started in 2015 when I founded the largest network of PropTech startups and scale-ups in Europe. For questions or to get in touch, you can email me or find me on LinkedIn. The most important thing that you need to understand about any technology, that it is not about the technology. It's about the people. Always take the human-centric approach and aim to solve real-world problems. Technology is the enabler to make our lives better. Everything is getting smarter every day. We expect things to become smarter and respond to our needs, so why do we leave our buildings behind? The built environment is being transformed by IoT with smart technologies leading to improved productivity, better space utilization with efficient and healthier buildings around the developed world. I will tell you more about the why, the how and what in smart buildings from my own experiences. There are many good reasons why you want your buildings to be smart. Smart buildings connect humans. They provide better control of facilities and operations. They support ways to collaborate digitally. And they enable owners to conserve resources that include space, energy, water and employees. But there are more important reasons to make your building smart. You can measure the sustainability of your building. As you probably know, buildings account for lots of energy consumption, landfill waste, and carbon dioxide emissions. With a smart building, you can reduce operating costs and maintenance costs by up to 30%. Smart buildings are clearly the way to a prosperous future. A healthy work environment is important because it supports a sense of well-being and it encourages productivity. You spend 90% of your time indoors, with much of the time being at work, and it lowers absentee-related costs. Energy-efficient buildings are valuated higher. They achieve much higher rental income and higher occupancy rates. With smart buildings, you can win the war for talent. A study commissioned by Dell and Intel reports that 80% of millennials claim that workplace technology would influence them when deciding to take a new job. Smart buildings improve efficiency. The prestige of the location is no longer the only priority. Thanks to rapidly growing urban population and increased environmental regulation, operational efficiency is now top of the agenda. So now you know you have many reasons to make your building smart. But what is PropTech then? What choices do you have? Smart sensors can transform lifeless buildings into a smart building. This is an example of a smart room. All sensors are IoT enabled and connected with the building management system and HVAC system in your building. It has an occupancy sensor that adjusts temperature and turns off light when the room is not in use. Window contacts set back HVAC when windows or balcony doors are left opened. Wall switches to control lighting and shading. A room temperature sensor for minimal energy consumption and maximum comfort. With the plug-in receiver, you can control and monitor all kinds of appliances. This is a great overview of all kinds of IoT-enabled technology in a smart building. What you see here are several routes with a lot of options. For example, in user experience, security, energy, lighting and signage, and facilities. Taking a closer look at the topic of energy, you can choose to measure emissions, air quality, energy performance of your building, HVAC, and lighting control, for example. The good thing is that you can measure and improve in these areas by combining the data you will get from different sensors and make connections to your HVAC, lighting and building management system. When you have decided to make your building smart, you can use a framework to start. The framework that I use is based on design thinking approach. It has 5 steps in which you go from discovery to implementation. The first step is discovery. This is your as-is situation. The second step is your dream situation, your to-be. The third step is diagnose of what is missing. The fourth step is to design the path to your dream state. The fifth step is drive, to implement the technology. In the discovery phase, you map all kinds of challenges. What problems are really worth to be solved? You define your issue statements and what data is already available in your building and who are your stakeholders. So what is your dream situation? Start with thinking of your definition of success. What are the desired results, tools and metrics of success? Define your real estate vision and define the PropTech program. This is important for commitment, allocation of resources, and alignment with the business. Some examples for metrics of success are: reduce total energy costs with 20% in a certain period of time, for example, this year. Or increase revenue of flexible co-working spaces with 10% this year. When you know what problems to solve, you can scout the right PropTech solutions. Find out what the restraints and possibilities are of the building, infrastructure, and the building management system. Another important topic is: what data do you need? Why do you need this data? And who will going to use this data? What is the gap between your future-proof building and your current situation? Looking at the data, we can find different purposes. For example, how can we inform the stakeholders in the company? Or how can we analyze to optimize the dimensions of meeting spaces? We can communicate the data with your guests about quiet spaces, for example. In the use case of energy monitoring and occupancy analytics, you can use the sensor data in different ways. The sensors start to collect data and via dashboards you can see what is measured. With this data, you can see what issues occur or needs attention. With AI and machine learning, you can analyze the data and you'll get reports on your building performance. You can correlate different data sets like energy performance and indoor conditions with asset usage. It is important that this data is not siloed, but combined in one platform. You can engage employees, students, or other guests through data. You can get them the most out of their stay for a healthy, safe, and enjoyable stay in the building. You can bring actionable signage on building, floor, and room level through narrowcasting. And while getting more data, your building and insights are getting smarter in continuous cycles. Your building can and will produce a lot of data, and the algorithms can identify patterns. With the growing amount of data and learning algorithms, your building is getting smarter. A smart building can even be able to predict the future. Another step further is a digital twin of your building. Through digital twins, concepts can be visualized, tested, and shared digitally, and at a fraction of the cost of a real-world implementation, pilot, or prototype. This way, new ideas can be developed, discussed, and expanded by stakeholders before moving through the execution phase. At this point in the cycle, constraints can be added, feasibility can be digitally assessed, and computer simulations can provide a playbook of viable options to be evaluated. With all those options and preferences, you start to define the functional and technical requirements. Involve your IT department and asset managers for a holistic view. You start to design the architecture principles and data strategy, and then you choose your vendors and partners. With this information and the foundation of your plans, you can create the business case. What is the ROI, the return on innovation, your return on investment? What new services, savings, or revenue can you create? And in the last phase, you can start to implement. Start small with a pilot and deploy the solutions. An important step is to monitor and evaluate, to be able to constantly improve. Are the results as you expected? After a successful pilot, you can develop a change and adoption program in case more people need to be part of the success. With the results, you can enhance the benefits and user journeys. Because, as you already know, not only technology, but also the building is about the people that are using it, renting it, or maintaining it.
The internet has been an important part of modern life for a long time, but life during a pandemic has highlighted just how central it is to the way we live and work. If there had been any doubt, fast, reliable connectivity underpins a significant proportion of our daily activities. During the pandemic, those required to work from home relied on the internet to keep working and to connect with colleagues. Those keeping their distance from loved ones relied on the internet to stay in touch. And at a time when socializing and engaging in our usual weekly hobbies was not possible, our online communities kept us all going. As an internet service provider, understanding how our customers use the internet is at the heart of the Ask For service. Last year, we launched the Students of 2022, a research series looking at students' attitudes towards the pandemic and how it might affect their decisions to move away from home. Of the students we spoke to in the UK, Ireland, Germany and Spain, 80% said they intend to study away from home in 2022. Their enthusiasm for embracing the student experience was largely undimmed, with the majority saying they were excited about meeting new people, learning new skills and expanding their horizons. We have first-hand evidence of students' prevailing confidence as we welcomed a 43% increase in the number of new users to the Ask For network this September, a significant increase compared to September 2020. It's a testament to the hard work of institutions and accommodation providers alike that students have had the confidence to make the move and immerse themselves in student life. Looking ahead to next year and beyond, internet connectivity will continue to underpin many of our daily living and working experiences. Changing Wi-Fi standards will deliver faster speeds and increased network capacity. This will mean Wi-Fi networks are better equipped to support the increasing number of personal and shared smart devices found in the buildings we serve. Our networks will also support an increasing number of IoT technologies from partners like Utopi and Stratis, all aimed at transforming a building's ESG rating and improving the day-to-day living experiences of residents. The integration of these technologies will make a real, tangible difference to the operational costs and asset values of buildings throughout Europe, and they will all run on the internet service we provide. In my role as the new CEO of the Ask4 Group, I aim to ensure that our team continues to understand our users' needs and continues to drive technical and service innovation for our customers. The world is changing and our service will be ready to change with it.
Got an opportunity to work or study abroad and looking for a place to live? No need to panic. Breathe. Housing Anywhere provides you with plenty of options that meet your needs and your budget. You can be sure you'll find a house that truly feels like home. It only takes a few clicks. Select the country, your dates, type of housing, room, studio, or an apartment, and your budget. Pick one you like, get in touch with the owner, and book it. Done. How easy was that? Housing Anywhere takes care of all the annoying financial stuff, so you don't have to. We transfer the money to the owner after you moved in, just in case. It's easy, safe, and reliable. Housing Anywhere. Feel at home all over the world.
Credo che l'evoluzione della student experience sia molto legata all'evoluzione dei valori delle nuove generazioni. Bisogna mettere al centro della student experience e quindi anche della progettazione e dell'asset class dello student housing quelli che sono per loro i valori, e i valori per i ragazzi sono tutto quello che è legato al mondo della sostenibilità, no gender, rispetto, evoluzione, digitalizzazione e community, cioè quindi non è più un prodotto ma è una serie di valori che vengono messi al centro, senza mai dimenticare l'ospitalità, senza mai dimenticare nel nostro caso l'italianità dell'ospitalità.
Ik heb hiervoor zeg maar een aantal trajecten gezeten met huizing voor jongeren met een kwetsbare achtergrond. Het waren altijd niet de beste huizen, zeg maar. Doordat deze plek echt een community gevoel biedt, heb ik ook best wel de kans gekregen om die oude omgeving achter me te laten. Ik heb heel veel mensen hier ontmoet, contacten opgedaan, eigenlijk zelfs ook gewoon vrienden gemaakt. Die community builders, hun baan was het dan zeg maar om een beetje de spark te igniten van het hele community gevoel hier. Naar mijn mening hebben ze dat heel goed gedaan.
Als community builders deden we vooral het organiseren van echt sociale activiteiten. Dus een borrel organiseren, maar ook bijvoorbeeld opruimen in de buurt als dat nodig is, of een beetje tuinieren. We hebben 3 commissies. Een activiteitencommissie, een groencommissie en een kunstcommissie. Het gebouw dat je hier achter ziet zijn allemaal kunstenaarswoningen.
The opportunity to share it with 40 other different artists. It's quite unique. Because of the collaboration between Wow Amsterdam and Leven, 40 artists could find accommodation for the next 5 years to develop their artistic careers and to find their place in Amsterdam.
Behalve de gemeenschappelijke tuin hebben we ook gemeenschappelijke ruimte. En die gemeenschappelijke ruimte wordt nu vooral gebruikt als studeerruimte, ook zeker toen alle bibliotheken en zo dichtgingen. Maar het is ook wel leuk hoe mensen daar dan even gewoon gaan zitten eten of met elkaar aan de praat raken. We hebben er ook tegenwoordig een beamer en een scherm opgehangen, zodat we filmavonden kunnen doen.
Ja, er gebeurt hier eigenlijk altijd wel wat. En dat vind ik fijn.
Iedereen betaalt in zijn huur een bewonersbijdrage van €2,50. Gecombineerd met alle 600 mensen die hier wonen is dat per maand toch best een leuk bedrag. En dan mogen wij daar dingen mee doen. Dus dat besteden wij dan uit aan onze commissies die dan zelf activiteiten en projecten mogen organiseren daarmee. Ik ben starter, dus ik mag hier dus ook nog even zitten, ook nadat ik klaar ben met studeren. Het is goed duurzaam gebouwd, we hebben zonnepanelen. Ik ben echt wel happy, ja.
I'm Saurabh. I'm founder of universityliving.com. University Living is a global student housing managed marketplace wherein it's a B2B, B2C product. We help students to find safe and secure accommodation when they decide to travel abroad. In short, we are on a mission to enable and enhance 1 million international students in their journey to study abroad. And we are doing that by building this platform wherein student can discover, compare and book their accommodation and other value-added services. And for our accommodation partner, how they can find a tenant economically efficiently, how we are increasing the occupancy rate by decreasing the cost of efficiency. We have assisted more than 1.5 million students across the globe, and we have access to 1.5 million beds in 265 cities in almost 10 student popular countries. So far, but we believe we are very early in our journey. We are on day one. In last 5 years, not only we have created a team of more than 100 plus across the globe. Not only we have given fantastic returns to our stakeholders, but most importantly, what we are very super proud is how we have created value for our students and for our accommodation partners by doing what we felt it's need of the hour. A market where it's a 350 plus billion USD dollar market, wherein 35 million students need accommodation every year. Out of that, 1 million are international students who even need accommodation because they are traveling all the way to a new alien city. That's how we've been very passionate on a mission to ensure that we can play our own part in this deep student housing market. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Lodewijk was definitely not the most experienced candidate. However, he really stood out in his enthusiasm and his drive and his ambition, and also his client-centric approach due to his hospitality background. In the past few years, he has actually proven to be the right choice. Over 1,700 units combined at our campus and our domain, hosting about 48 different nationalities, students, young professionals, and many amenity spaces like lounges, flexible work study spaces, cinema rooms, kitchen club room, gardens, terraces, much more. Apart from this, he is responsible for about 20 commercial spaces that are all leased and about 3,500 square meter co-working office space and over 500 commercial parking lots.
Lodewijk is a very loyal and great colleague to work with. He and his colleagues, his team, basically are fully engaged into delivering excellent restaurant experiences. Within that great enthusiasm, they managed to generate very stable occupancy levels. He managed to increase his NPS.
And next to being a great connector, he also worked on a lot of innovation tools, like the maintenance module for the technical team and the inspection module to check all the units will be implemented in all Waystar locations in the Netherlands.
Lodewijk really stimulates us to develop ourselves by picking up new tasks and the responsibilities.
Yeah, he always gives us the freedom to just implement good ideas, right, Philip?
Yes, definitely. Yeah, he's very approachable as a manager and supportive. And I like the fact that he always brings us together after work.
I also really like the Friday drinks.
measure whether or not we've got the balance right, and I suppose, do we ever get the balance completely right?
Welcome to Nido's Pocket Podcasts with me, Robbie James. This series is all about well-being with Dr. Tara Quincherillo, and this episode focuses on balancing uni life.
Everyone's saying that, but I'm not sure.
Like, break a leg. I want to break a leg. How are you doing? When did you start with ULI?
1st of November.
And remind me where you were before?
It was the Dutch Council of Shopping Centers.
Oh, wow, okay. That's like ICSC.
That's it.
But, okay.
Yeah, and then the Dutch Council. Do you know the ICSC that you work with?
I used to do retail on the brokerage side when I first started my career, probably 10 years ago, almost. So I went to one ICSC conference in Vegas.
Okay. Vegas, yeah.
Back.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah. A little bit, yeah. Hello? No, not yet.
Yeah, you can.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes. Sorry. Hi, everyone. Welcome. If you'd like to have a seat, we're about to begin. Really excited about our panel today, which I'm co-moderating with Bridget here. We will be discussing the topic of scaling social value. We have three exciting panelists with us. Ulrika, Senior Research Manager with Catella for European Residential. Tim, Managing Director at Business of Cities. Joe, Executive Director with CBRE. Shall we get into it?
Absolutely. Thank you, Adina. So it's about real estate. We're going to discuss how we can scaling social value by real estate. And I think real estate can be the key and the lock to build on social value in cities. So that's a very interesting point of view. So how do we get social value rolling? I'm a strong believer of a law, and it says if a place has no social value, it has no future value, and therefore it won't have an economic value. But we have to discuss that and how we can bring that into the real estate companies, this belief. So this session will be like a small mini hackathon, because I think after all the sessions we had this morning and yesterday, all the great examples you saw, everyone should believe in social value. The question is, which barriers do we have to break to really bring social value to a building or to an area? What are the shared drivers? Is it real estate against the municipality, against the students, against all these facilities, or can we work together? The question is, of course, yes, we can work together. Why don't we do that? So which barriers do we have to break down? And can we improve this cooperation together if it's not longer a short transaction, real estate, we make this building, we make this location, and then it's over, it's a transaction? Can we work on a lifetime relationship and then bring social value to this area or to this building? That's the main topics we are going to discuss, I think, I hope. So maybe we start... Yeah, we start with a question, are we all on the same page? And you all have the app, Christina is there. So we ask the same question to you, what is social value? Adina, please.
Yes. Also on the app, if you have any questions for us, please do submit them and we will come to them towards the end of the session.
Yes,
but
please.
yes, to kick us off, we thought we would all just get on the same page or share kind of what we each think about what social value means to us and why it is important. And I'll kick it off. I found a definition that I quite liked. I can't take credit for it. It is from the UK Green Building Council. And it goes in the following way. In the context of the built environment, social value is created when buildings, places, and infrastructure support environmental, economic, and social well-being, and in doing so, improve the quality of life of people. Ulrika, I turn to you.
Do you agree?
Do you agree? Do you have something to add? Would you tweak it?
Yes, no, I think I can agree on that. But what I personally think and what we also stand for is that if we talk about social value as an investor, you always have kind of a responsibility towards also the people being in the end letting your apartments, renting out your apartments. And if we talk about student housing, I think we have a quite high social responsibility because we're talking about a target class, for which it makes a real difference if the price is 800 euros or 850, because those 50 euros may have an impact on their life, and that might be some money where they can go shopping for. So my personal view is we need to be quite sensible with the target group we're talking about, and in the end, It's all about the students who may not be able to afford 800 euros a month, and we need to think about them. And if we start to think about those people, we're really in the discussion of how can we create social value also as an investor for real estate.
Yeah. That's interesting because we're now in a real estate session and the first question is answered by adding money to it. And I can understand that because when you work at CBRE, it's about KPIs and it's about profits, things like that. Do you have to explain within the CBRE that it's more than that?
What's CBRE?
Oh, sorry.
I'm not explaining.
Oh my gosh.
But that's not a. But that's
Please
not,
leave that out. Thank you.
But that's
Catella, of course, I know.
Yeah,
yes,
no. I think what we basically have, and what also our clients understand, is that in all over Europe we have a real big topic, and that is besides ESG affordability, and we have an affordability crisis. We're not constructing enough apartments for not only students but also for normal people, for key workers, not earning as much as we all do. To be honest, I mean, we're all in good positions. We're all in the real estate market, and everything works well for us. Even during COVID, everything worked well for us. So, and basically, if you explain to your clients, okay, this is the situation, and within all the ESG discussions we have.
Yeah.
And which also clients require, deal with ESG. We also have the S in ESG. And then we're talking also about a lot of people who cannot afford the apartment in a great location, in a capital city. We're talking about B, C, D locations. We're talking about social housing. And I think when it comes to student housing, having a look at Germany, well, social housing for students, but there is not a lot. I mean, there's this subsidized student housing, as we know, which is not in the quality as we want it, not in the quality as students want it, but this is our view. We need to focus on the affordability because this crisis we're in might lead to more job losses as we think of now. So as the bad scenario.
Yeah.
So the economic aspect is very important to social value conversation. Tim, can we come to you?
CBRE, please.
Not
Sorry
yet.
for that.
We'll come to Joe shortly. Tim, do you want to jump in here? And
Sure. I mean, I would say coming at this from somebody who works in lots of cities, advises a lot of innovation districts and other locations in cities around the world, the idea of social value is quite new and novel in a certain way, but of course we know that there have been variations or iterations on this idea. I think that the difference between this new idea and this new model is that it is no longer about everything that comes after the economic side and the profit-making side and the innovation side. In fact, actually, one needs to understand the roles this plays in that process and start to integrate it in all aspects of one's place creation or one's city building. And so I think that means that we have to start thinking in different ways about what social value is. Yes, it's opportunity in terms of more people being able to either come in, afford to be part of a particular location, ability to really enter the job market and the labor market. So it's opportunity, but it's also about building know-how and social capital, the ability for people to network and relate to each other rather than us all be in silos. Some places can be very successful, but nevertheless, people are very verticalized. They're not really operating across organizations or disciplines, and that doesn't create the resilience that you need when you're both trying to produce the ideas of the future, but also create that texture that actually makes a location work in the long term. So I think there's something about this idea of social value that's involving investing in resilience, that it goes outside of your department, outside of your institution, outside of your building. You've got to spend at least double the time spending time outside and thinking about outside your current space. And social value is both a challenge to think of integration, but also act in a different sort of way. I would say that the districts and the places that we work in where you can see real forward momentum are the ones where this isn't sort of the last chapter in their strategy or the last thing that they do at the end of the week, or it's some kind of tokenistic thing. It's actually built in, and they're trying to rework and rewire and also invest in new kinds of KPIs that incentivize us to change, because I think after all we have to behave differently for this to really make sense.
Yeah, because you're adding also the businesses who wants to be in this city, and for them it's very important in this war on talent and in this human capital frame we are, that you have businesses and students together because they can work together. And when she's speaking of affordable houses, can it also be a business model that it's not about lower rents but higher income? That can have the same effect. So you're paying students for their traineeship or something like that? Is that...
Absolutely. If you look in places like Philadelphia or San Diego, North American models of innovation and inclusion that are quite mature, it's much more about diversifying who becomes part of that innovation community. Yeah. Anchor institutions, anchor businesses really coming together to pay for shared services, shared opportunities. They're actually part of 15, 20-year relationships, individuals at the leadership level with real trust between them saying, yeah, we're going to put some money into that, and we're going to find ways for this not just to be, low income or low sort of duration opportunities, but they're really part of a larger growing mid-skill and mid-income and above workforce in the whole city, and that's what you see.
And then it's the students may be a kind of stakeholder in this whole community of affordable houses. Yeah. It's interesting.
I think, and more broadly, with operational real estate such as residential and not just student, but co-living, build-to-rent, senior living, I think we're seeing the need for a lot more to happen in these buildings beyond just housing, which I think kind of starts the conversation around what sort of concepts are we bringing in, how else are they integrating within the wider community, what other benefits are they bringing to the wider community. I know at Greystar we spend a lot of time thinking about that, and on that note I do want to bring Joe into the conversation and touch on what's been going on in the co-living space across Europe as well, and if you want to jump in on the definition on social value.
So great to be here, by the way. I'm very pleased to have made the trip. I think how I think about social value, and just to slightly add to Adina's already very thorough definition, and I'm going to borrow an analogy that we've actually heard today already, but if you think of the building as hardware and social value as the software, the computer doesn't work without the software. And I think that, to me, social value is quite a lot about community, a sense of connectedness, the friendships that can be formed within a residence, and the networking potential. So I definitely think that that is a really important way of understanding it. I think it can also be expressed economically. And certainly in the UK and in London in particular, as a requirement of planning, you very likely would have to offer some discounted market rents, which would apply to both student accommodation and co-living. And those discounted rooms may also be specifically targeted at students on lower incomes or key workers in co-living schemes, for example. So it also helps to create diverse communities, and I think that's really important, that the schemes are not just all filled up with either very wealthy international students or very well-heeled single professional people, that there is more of a kind of diversity being created within the scheme. I also think that mental health and well-being comes under this general social value umbrella as well. And I think the mental health piece is very much playing to this phenomenon of social isolation that we have in society. And I think the pandemic has totally blown the lid off this. And I mean, I am a single professional person, and I have spent more time in my own company in the last 18 months than I ever want to again. And so I think that overcoming social isolation is really important in society. It covers health and fitness. And I think that there can be wider benefits to the community of building managed residential schemes under student accommodation or co-living brackets. I think that can be understood in terms of bringing talent into a location. So it could expand the talent pool available to work in that area. It could contribute to regeneration of the built environment. So it just could make a scruffy site look much better. And there are also some of the facilities in the scheme, like a cafe or a co-working space, could also be used by the local community. And I think that that is a social benefit. So I think that's kind of how I understand it.
Yeah, it's more a community then. It's not
for me. Yes.
Yeah. And is it because, well, when we're in the real estate business, you think you are in the business of bricks and the hard business, and you say, well, we're actually in the social business.
Yes.
What do they think of that inside your company? Do they think you're a tree cuddler? Do you think, well, she's got a bit too far? Do they understand what you're trying to say here, that it's about community?
I think they do, because we are about to, we're coming to, CBRE in London is coming to the end of a 2-year project to rebuild our headquarters building. And a lot of what I've been describing in terms of facilitating collaboration spaces, health and fitness proposition, a healthy food proposition, and reaching a very high standard of, I can't remember the accreditation scheme, but we're going for the maximum in terms of like wellness in offices. And so I think that my employer absolutely does get this, actually.
Yeah, is that also because of the war of talent we just discussed, that people are almost expecting that from your employee or from your business?
Sure, I think almost all the evidence we have is that the war for talent in many areas has intensified, even though there's been more restrictions on mobility of talent for some time. And I think it also means it's not just about the workplace environment, the workplace setting, and the workplace convenience and opportunity, but it's also about people beginning to affiliate a little bit more with neighborhoods or with cities that they view to align with their values. The war for talent is also that talent is highly, as we were hearing earlier on, highly selective, highly informed geographically and in all sorts of senses about where places are going, and therefore they really find, they might often find they're in a fantastic physical setting, but actually it's in a rather anemic wider environment that doesn't allow them to develop impact or experience things or engage with enough of a range of people. So there's that precedent and requirement to look outside, I think, again, reveals itself.
Yeah, absolutely.
Should we go to the poll?
Yes, please.
Check on the first question.
What do you think social value means? Christina.
So the question here is actually, does social value figure in your investment or management decisions at the outset of a project? That is the first question. The highest answer is definitely, with 43%. And then tied with 29% each, we have increasingly so and not yet. So we're getting there.
Okay.
Slowly. I think that's an improvement on a few years ago under the spect.
Yeah. Is it because Christina Boland, she said in her keynote that in times of crisis you do a lot of innovation and it brings other solutions. Is that something that people are now more prepared to do more innovation on this subject?
Well, no, I think at Catella we also did this prior to COVID, so we always thought about where's affordability and this whole affordability crisis we're in leading to, and you have a responsibility as an investor. Well, you cannot only go for return. I mean, we all go for return, but the question is to what price. So if you acquire affordable housing, your return gets low. That's lower than for free housing, but you also have a stable cash flow. And well, you can maybe within your project development say, okay, we acquire something in a rich city, it is social housing, so we also contribute something to an affordability crisis, and this is where your responsibility is. What I basically think is why also you say the answer is now higher than 2 years ago is also basically something quite easy. We all need to deal with ESG, and I think the most complicated thing is to define the S in ESG. So the E is easy to measure, and
environment,
also,
yeah.
yes, and
yeah.
also the governmental factors are easy to measure.
Yeah.
But with the S, I mean, to be honest, we all struggle a bit.
Yeah.
So this is our next question.
Yeah.
How do we measure?
How do we measure? Yeah.
The impact that we're or the strides that we're making in with social value.
That's it. That's the key question, because then you can prove within the company that it's working or it's not working.
Yeah.
Track and iterate. Do you want to take that, or should we open it up to the rest of the panel? And
well, I can also take it, but I can still repeat myself. So we always have a look at that we are not in the prime segment when we acquire something. So this is our belief, and it's not the way that you always need to invest in the prime locations.
No.
So also in a secondary location can be very attractive for you, and fulfill the needs of a maybe bigger target group than we're talking about within some products.
And is it also because our industry, the real estate industry, it's very sector by sector. It's offices, residential, it's all the facilities. And when you mix it more or even blend it more in a building or an area, you get a different kind of business model. Does that help you?
You definitely get this. I mean, in Germany, also in real estate, in a lot of cities, it is the case that if you acquire something which has an amount of some square meters, the city says, okay, 1/3 of that needs to be subsidized. And sometimes it's really nice. So we acquired something where it's mixed within the building, so that the key worker can actually or lives actually next to the doctor. So to avoid a bit more gentrification, the problem we're all aware of. We've had this in the past, and we've learned out of it. And I think those are concepts that really bring value and bring also key workers into good locations, into cities with subsidized housing.
Okay.
So how else? How are cities looking at measuring social value?
Great question. I think particularly we see the innovation happening, as I say, at that slightly micro level of districts where a lot of organizations, public or private, usually, in fact, often in partnership, are building new kinds of indices, new mechanisms to measure, rather than measuring bums on seats, in effect, or often trying to measure inputs, which often encourages a tokenistic approach of how many people showed up to something, or it was much more about trying to, it often rewards just thin initiatives. Actually, what they're trying to do is create mechanisms of measuring outcomes over a 5 or 10 year period, broad-based prosperity, number of tracking relationships. So there's a lot more mapping going on between how many relationships inside buildings, beyond buildings, and maybe students and employers and entrepreneurship organizations and local government. How much do they interact? Where are their joint ventures? What are the size of their collaborative projects? There's many innovations happening. I've seen it happen particularly in the UK, but also in Scandinavian countries. I'd mention Oslo and Gothenburg in that regard. And you see it in Canada as well, more sophisticated attempts. And these are normally work well when they're devised and delivered by more than one entity, because then they can start to think through the relationship side, which I think is what we're talking about.
And can that also be a kind of KPI?
Yeah, absolutely.
Amount
and trying to convince those in government as well to sometimes not be so obsessed with those input measures and much more obsessed with the intangibles, which you obviously need to be careful about how that is produced and monitored. But I think there's a lot happening there, and a lot of people who are interested in innovation in the long run and mission-led innovation are working very hard at that. So I think it's up to those interested to spot the good practice and build on it, and also develop one's own tools. There's not a one-size-fits-all index or approach to it.
No.
It depends on what kind of location you are.
Yeah, and it's also about the amount of years you have to follow people before you can really prove that it helped them on a social scale. So it would be great if you, from a research kind of point of view, if you can follow people and see if it helped them in their career, if they had a good start. But then you're 10 years later,
you need big institutions, often a university in vicinity. You need technology on your side, and you need relationships, as we were hearing earlier on. Many universities and institutions struggle to keep track or keep tabs in a meaningful way, and all of those things can come together. You do see it. It's not impossible. What we're describing here is just, it's a thin end of a potential wedge that it could get much bigger.
Yeah,
I think with professional management companies now, kind of taking on a lot larger scale projects, they are also bringing in the tools to measure a lot more. Joe, what are you seeing in terms of what some operators are doing that's interesting in terms of how they're measuring or what they're doing to promote social value?
I think this is a really critical question, and within our, those who know me will know I'm in valuation at CBRE. Within our valuation business, we have actually employed an ESG expert to help us work out how to reflect ESG in valuations. I think it's the difference between real estate viewed as purely an economic entity and making it into an exciting and fun place to live. And I think that if it is an exciting and fun place to live and that is done successfully, it will show, for example, in social media ratings. So I think when ESG, when social value is working, it will drive a sort of positive spiral of rebookings, occupancy, perhaps showing in rates. It will become popular as a place to live by reputation. When it's not working, the reverse would be true. So if it gets bad ratings on social media or has a reputation locally, the reverse would be true. The occupancy would start to suffer and you wouldn't get so many bookings and rebookings. So, and that occupancy and rebooking thing would show in valuation. So I think that it is measurable, but like all things with ESG, we are dealing with intangible things like climate change, for example, and trying to express them in financial terms, which is problematic and not that obvious how you do it. And at the moment, we are on an exercise of engaging with our clients as to how they measure it. And I think that we're not as far on this journey as we think we are. I think we're actually just at the start of learning how to measure these things, actually. But I think that it is possible, and I think the fact that we're now talking about it, that there is a live debate around this, will lead us to a place where it can be measured. It will become clear how we measure it.
I think we do want to get into some examples, but should we check in with the poll on our second question?
Yeah. Absolutely. So obviously what we've spoken about, there's many different factors in social value. So the question here is, what element or part of social value does your work focus on? So this is for everybody in the audience here today. 57% say community, supporting Joe's points right there. 36% say affordable rents, which was actually a topic from this morning's discussion as well, accessibility. And 7% is well-being. 0% said occupancy and rebooking.
Interesting. Okay. Sorry, 7%
said well-being.
Only 7%.
But it's hard to say because they're so interconnected, right?
Yeah.
Community, well-being.
Yeah.
Maybe we didn't phrase the question correctly.
It was the wrong question. And is it also about the skill? Because I can imagine that if you only have a small part of a larger area where you can add buildings or with social value affordable rents, then it's rather expensive. If you can add it to a greater area and also combine it with private housing or with more commercial type of facilities, that it can be more affordable. Is that, or does it have to be only students, for instance, and then all students on less location?
Like hybrid tenancies or a hybrid residential product that sort of subsidizes one element. I think that's the idea in London with discounted market rent units. Or the idea in, where we see short stay and long stay product combined in one building, or bringing in co-working at the base of a residential building. I think with more flexible working, remote working in general, we're certainly looking at that element. And of course, putting in F&B.
And it's more a business model for the whole area. And it can be easier to develop.
You could do a lot more. You can support local entrepreneurs who are, looking for accelerators in the local area through providing that sort of amenity in kind of new neighborhoods. So I do want to get into some concrete examples a little bit. And Joe, you and I were talking earlier about a regen project. I know we've seen a lot of regen projects together over the years. Do you want to give a little bit of detail on that?
So I think my best example that I've seen of adding social value, and I'm going to leave activities in schemes to others on the panel to comment on. DTZ Investment Management funded a co-living scheme in the Borough of Wandsworth in London, and it was in a riverside setting. And this is a scheme that has discounted market rents, which will be offered to key workers first. So creating an inclusive community was very much the intention. But its riverside setting, it's along a kind of riverside trail, and there was a break in the trail. So there was a section where you had to go and walk around some streets and then rejoin the trail. And basically the scheme will join up the missing section. So it's creating a sort of local social benefit of improving the river trail, and it's very much a regeneration of a site that has lain long fallow and had some access difficulties which they overcame. So that is actually quite an interesting example of creating
placemaking.
Placemaking, exactly that. And also that the cafe and co-working area on the ground floor will front onto the river trail. So it means that if you're walking along the river trail, it's a nice place to actually stop and have a drink or whatever. So,
and I think they had to think about that when they were first designing the building. So to your earlier point you think about, this isn't an afterthought. You think about it as you're kind of designing the building and the future community that's going to live there. It's very much front and center. I know it is for us in our developments, kind of how is this going to integrate in the wider community? It's not just an isolated building, glass tower that no one can come into. We're looking to make the buildings a lot more permeable and engage with the local neighbors. Do you want to jump in to the conversation on any examples you've seen that are interesting? It doesn't have to be from your portfolio, just anything that you like, admire, appreciate.
Well, I basically think I gave the example that bigger districts try to create social value and not get key workers out of the city or to the outskirts of the city. And I think we see a lot of cities who have the ambition today and also say the developers, you can build whatever you want, but to a limited extent. I want you to do social housing, and I mean, what actually would be wishful is that this also happens within student housing a bit more than it does. So that we're not only talking about those ones who can afford to live in an asset with great community spaces. And don't get me wrong, I mean, it's nice to have big community spaces also as a student, but when talking about 1,000 euros a month, we're talking about a smaller target group than if we talk about 500 euros a month, depending on which city you are. But let's take Berlin. So let's say standard student housing asset, you pay around 600 euros a month, and maybe you do not have a lot of community spaces, creating social value from that angle. But well, if you cannot afford 1,000. This might be your solution for another point of creating social value from an investor's perspective.
Do you think it's the responsibility to kind of drive affordability ultimately falls on the investor, or more could there be more done from the kind of municipality or local authority level?
Well, they basically could do more, but if you and I can, well, if we speak for Germany, well, we've had a lot of subsidized housing, but those assets or apartments, they have a duration of subsidizing for 25 years, and then this ends and goes to the free market. So basically, I mean, this is where the problem came up, because
what happens then?
Yeah, it ends.
It all ends at the same time, more or less, now in Berlin,
more or
for
less, yes. And there's not being constructed enough. So and this is, I think, the way at the moment where investors and developers and municipalities need to work together. So, for example, that's what happened in Hamburg. It was not only the case that the municipality said, okay, developers, you're going to do this, this, and this. No, this was the case where a city said, okay, let's sit together with the developers, with the industry, and talk about how can we do this to also bring people into the city who cannot afford this, to make a concept of how can we bring subsidized housing into free housing projects. And I think that is quite a successful example, but actually for residential. So,
yeah, but not. Well, I don't think we are now going to residential. There's a lot of need for residential in all segments, but if you only add now residential to an area, that's not really a livable or vibrant city or place to be. So you have to add also other kind of functions.
I think with not only constructing an asset with 40, 50 apartments, if we're talking about creating new districts, I mean, we see that planning is totally different, that if there's 1,000 new apartments being created, that all the niche asset classes are in there: student housing, senior living, residential subsidized housing, a bit of commercial. So to bring all together green spaces where people can meet. So I think cities are they are there, and they understood how to create districts.
Tim is ready to jump in with some examples from cities doing this.
Well, maybe two quick examples, one in an obvious and one in a less obvious part of Europe, both at large scale. But I point firstly to an example, two places I've both come back from in recent weeks. One is the Oslo Cancer Innovation Park. This is a place the only place I've seen where you have a school fully embedded into an innovation and entrepreneurial community. You have anchor institutions that are global in focus, that are based there with their headquarters, and you have this whole sort of lifelong approach about how do you both create a patient community, an educational community, an entrepreneurship environment that is going to constantly interact with each other, learn from each other routinely. They are literally sat alongside each other in the same floors and same rooms. And there is this remarkable coherence, and the development partners who are part of that, led, of course, by decisive city leadership, are really committed to that notion, and that's building the ecosystem, building the supply of individuals, creating the future specialism that's going to drive value. In another context completely, in Porto, the Campania is a district where there's some incredible poverty in this part of eastern Porto, and yet the development partnership involves private real estate players, a lot of student housing developers, and the public-private development corporation, committing 20-year vision, rehousing in a very sensitive way, creating all kinds of vocational education for people that are growing there. And all of the placemaking is the tip of the iceberg beneath all of the hard work. Yeah. They invest in the capacity of the relationship so that this is not forced upon those who are experiencing change, but they see what the point in the vision is. So I think those are two examples, different contexts, all of which I think show the power of capable public leadership supported by a willing and can-do private leadership, and through that you can see great things happen.
Yeah. Well, I think it will really help the real estate industry and the municipalities if they work more together, of course, that always helps, but also to work on research to prove how it will add value to your location, to your area, and it can help be with placemaking to really start something off. And that was the beginning of our session, how we can scale social value. Mm-hmm. That can be one of the drivers.
Yeah, agreed. I think public-private partnerships are a great idea. Sadly, not always the easiest things to bring about or bring together, but I think this is a really worthwhile cause, social value, and scaling it, and finding ways to do it better. And I think the more we can share ideas across different regions and across different companies, and really focus in on the really important elements like affordability, like community building, the more we can impact and see change. Yeah. But we do need to also continue measuring it.
Yeah.
Do we have no?
Okay. So it's not the thing that will solve everything, and you have to take into account, as you mentioned, that you have to look city by city and area by area what is needed and what is possible, and also think about the longer term, that when it's no longer students, who is going to live there? I mean, you also mentioned lifelong learning, for example. People learn longer, so are all students young people? Maybe not. So that's also something to add to the discussion.
Looking at intergenerational communities and how they can live well together and affordably together across the continent, I think, is the next step and challenge. And working with public authorities to ensure that there aren't that many barriers placed, in developing these types of sort of hybrid places to live and work and grow in is important. And I think the more we can kind of educate each other on this topic, the farther we'll get.
Absolutely.
Any final thoughts from the panel? I think we're nearing the end.
Yeah.
Burning last words? No?
Question from the audience?
Anyone have a burning question that you want to ask live? Don't be shy.
They will do after the panel.
If not, yes.
Okay.
We are sticking around.
Okay.
So thank you.
Thank you so
Bridget.
much. Thank you, Adina.
Thank you to our
panelists.
panelists.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, my mic came on very quickly then. Hi everybody, how are we doing? So this is just a really quick announcement that we have got the final session. We're going to summarize today and create a collective agenda for change. So I all want you to be present, but I also all want you to be comfortable. So we have got wine and beer available from now. I know this is all what you've been waiting for. Quite a few people have also asked what's happening after. As you do know, Amsterdam is shutting its doors to bars and restaurants at 8 p.m, unfortunately. But it does give us a solid 4 hours to still socialise. So we are going to go next door into the food hall. There is a beautiful bar in there, but also lots of nibbles. It's a great space, lots of independent, cool, quirky things to look at as well. But so if you would love to continue, then please join us. And for this moment in time, please make your way over to the bar to get some beer or wine or a soft drink, depends on your whatever tickles your fancy. And we will see you at the next session. Thank you. Thank you. Hi and welcome. My name's Kellyanne Watson, Head of Programmes at the Class Foundation. We're here today with Loins and Loof to discuss the Legalities report for the Class programme. So we're super excited to have you guys here today. If you'd like to introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about the report that you wrote.
Yes, thank you, Kellyanne. So my name is Bart-Jan Zoetmulder. I'm a tax partner at Loins and Loof. I've been involved with the Class of 2020, now the Class Foundation. Actually, right from the start, our firm has become a partner and is very active in assisting with the class's goals. And one of them is also the research. And in that respect, this year we have written a tax and legal report on student housing. And sitting next to me is my colleague Jasper Algeraag.
Yes, Jasper Algeraag. I work as a tax lawyer in the team of Bart-Jan, and we work typically with real estate investors. So we see a lot of investors in student housing as well. And this year we used our knowledge to prepare the trend report on purpose-built student housing.
So the report itself will cover pretty much all the regions across Europe, which is really cool. And they're wrote by several different law firms as well. So you kind of get a great pan view of Europe itself. I'd really like if you could explain about why you decided to write this, and specifically the questions around how important tax is.
Yes, well, it's tax and legal aspects actually that we're discussing in the report. Actually, they did the first report on this topic in 2019, but it was only focused on the Netherlands at that point in time. It was something that we discussed with your colleagues. Everybody thought that with the, let's say, internationalization and the complexity of student housing rules, it should be, let's say, a good topic to discuss a little bit more detail. Not everybody is familiar with it, yet it is really important both for the investors, as for the operators, as for the students itself, to know a little bit about the legal and tax side of the student housing area. And this year we said, okay, why don't we scale it up to something more pan-European, because the reactions on the 2019 report are quite positive. So we thought, okay, let's make this into a pan-European research paper. And of course, with the graduation of the Class of 2020, it was a very good moment to actually do that. So we initiated this. Actually, Jasper, he took the lead in discussing the project with the corresponding firms in the various jurisdictions. And I think Jasper can explain much more about the process.
Yeah, so first we discussed this with our own Loins and Loof colleagues in the Brussels office, who assisted with preparing a similar report for Belgium, of course. Then we invited all our befriended law firms in the rest of Europe to assist with this project. The firms who have also a very thorough experience with real estate investors and student housing. We kind of asked all law firms the same set of questions, which should give the reader of the report a very good overview of all legal and tax aspects that relate to student accommodation.
You mentioned in 2019 that you did the report for the Netherlands. Have you seen many changes from what you wrote today?
Yeah, well, the interesting thing actually about legal and tax aspects of student housing is that in most countries, also in the Netherlands, it is actually not treated as a separate asset class, really. And even though from an institutional investor perspective it is, and I remember a couple of years ago it was like recognized in one of the trend reports that the student housing has become an asset class of its own, which is completely true. So from the investor perspective, also from the user and from the operator perspective. But from a legal and tax perspective, it's really either treated the same as, let's say, normal leasing out of apartments, so residential, or it's treated more like a broader product. Like, for example, the campus-like accommodations that, for example, the student hotel offers, where you have a combination of the apartments together with the whole experience around it, and then maybe even in combination with a hotel or with long stay, short stay. So you have those kind of differences, which actually do make a difference, not only in the Netherlands, but also abroad, in the way that this is treated from a legal and tax perspective. But generally, not really. And when we wrote the report in 2019, we, of course, this was about the Netherlands, so we knew about this and we wrote it down, and then we thought it would be interesting to really understand how this works in other countries. And this is why we asked the other larger jurisdictions the set of questions that we'll discuss a bit later on, because we thought maybe it's different in other jurisdictions. And actually, as it turns out, it's not that different. So in a way, even though everybody understands that there's a great influx of students, especially the internationalization of universities, it brings a lot of foreign students coming to the various jurisdictions, but also the domestic students, of course. And there's a huge shortage of housing everywhere. There is not really, in any of the jurisdictions, doesn't seem to be a real separate treatment of the student housing.
That's maybe the most important conclusion. There is, in all of the jurisdictions, we got input from a huge shortage of student accommodation, and at the same time there are zero or almost zero measures to improve the availability of student housing. I think a good topic to discuss during the conference.
Yeah, so as a sector and as the community that'll be watching this video, how do you think we can get involved to help drive some of these challenges that we're facing?
Yeah, I think it's in the same as with the entire residential issue that you have at the moment. There's simply a huge shortage of product, and I think what we have seen is that the community type, the campus type of accommodations, those are really popular at the moment. So I think what should happen is that there should be some, let's say, further engagement between the municipalities and the parties that offer the accommodation, either as an investor or as a constructor, or that they should really get together and try to find locations, because it's mostly about finding the locations and then being allowed to build, because there's of course a huge climate issue with construction at the moment as well. But at the same time, you see that most of the investors are very much aware of the fact that, let's say, the ESG, the environmental, social, governance type items that are relevant to the real estate market, they are also relevant to the student housing, and this is where actually a lot of things connect, because the younger generation actually really thinks that this is much more important than people who are maybe my age. I don't know, but anyway, I do find this as well, of course, and so a lot of things are coming together. This is super interesting, and if you look at, for example, at the tax incentives that there are for building in a durable way and environmental friendly, etc. So then in the Netherlands, as of next year, there will be much higher incentives to build environmental friendly, climate friendly. So that is something that the Dutch government is actually doing. It is not focused on student housing, but it's focused on let's say climate neutral investments as a whole. And I think if you bring all these together, that's what we should be doing. And we should be learning from each other, because that's maybe the most important part. Why do you want to do a paper on various jurisdictions? It's because you want to learn from each other. You want to understand what is good practice in one country and apply that to your country. So this is what we hope that the class actually can offer to the discussion in general.
Yeah, so do we. And I think ESG and kind of scaling social value, but also how we create non-financial investments is going to be a hot topic this year at the conference. So I really like how you were able to kind of give a little bit of a solution on maybe how we can measure some of that ESG, whether that is through kind of licensing, taxes, and how whether maybe that could be an incentive to become more sustainably friendly across the board. But yeah, well, thank you so much. Is there anything else that you think could be a key takeaway, I guess, from this report that would be useful to know from our community?
I think the most important takeaway is that it provides a really good overview of all legal and tax aspects related to student housing. So when investing in student accommodation in Europe, this brochure will be a very good starting point. So.
And if they need any further support, I'm guessing you guys would be great to contact and reach out to.
All contributors will be included in the report.
Amazing. Great. Well, thank you so much.
The internet has been an important part of modern life for a long time, but life during a pandemic has highlighted just how central it is to the way we live and work. If there had been any doubt, fast, reliable connectivity underpins a significant proportion of our daily activities. During the pandemic, those required to work from home relied on the internet to keep working and to connect with colleagues. Those keeping their distance from loved ones relied on the internet to stay in touch. And at a time when socializing and engaging in our usual weekly hobbies was not possible, our online communities kept us all going. As an internet service provider, understanding how our customers use the internet is at the heart of the Ask For service. Last year, we launched the Students of 2022, a research series looking at students' attitudes towards the pandemic and how it might affect their decisions to move away from home. Of the students we spoke to in the UK, Ireland, Germany and Spain, 80% said they intend to study away from home in 2022. Their enthusiasm for embracing the student experience was largely undimmed, with the majority saying they were excited about meeting new people, learning new skills and expanding their horizons. We have first-hand evidence of students' prevailing confidence as we welcomed a 43% increase in the number of new users to the Ask For network this September, a significant increase compared to September 2020. It's a testament to the hard work of institutions and accommodation providers alike that students have had the confidence to make the move and immerse themselves in student life. Looking ahead to next year and beyond, internet connectivity will continue to underpin many of our daily living and working experiences. Changing Wi-Fi standards will deliver faster speeds and increased network capacity. This will mean Wi-Fi networks are better equipped to support the increasing number of personal and shared smart devices found in the buildings we serve. Our networks will also support an increasing number of IoT technologies from partners like Utopi and Stratis, all aimed at transforming a building's ESG rating and improving the day-to-day living experiences of residents. The integration of these technologies will make a real, tangible difference to the operational costs and asset values of buildings throughout Europe, and they will all run on the internet service we provide. In my role as the new CEO of the Ask For Group, I aim to ensure that our team continues to understand our users' needs and continues to drive technical and service innovation for our customers. The world is changing and our service will be ready to change with it.
on that front, but it was hard. I know. But if you know any politicians, send them my way, please. Yeah, it starts in 1 minute, that's why. Don't touch it. We should all have a dance now to this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, and I hope you guys have all had great conversations now in the break. I'll invite you to take your seats because we're going to have a final session now where we sum up a little bit about what we've heard about today, also the thoughts that we're going to take with us going forward, and hear a little bit from our experts about how we can take what we've heard today, the discussions and the debates, and really kind of boil it down into an understanding of what's actually actionable and how those actionable steps can actually take place. So we talked about social impact, we talked about community building, we talked about student mobility in general, we talked about policy reform, and of course also market strategies. How do you speak to the customer? How does that customer's needs changing, and all of these kind of things. So before we get into the future and how we're going, we're just going to look at what we heard about today. So we heard something in the session before last, something that's really stuck in my mind, which was about the idea of social impact and social value. And social value, we heard, was the software where brick and mortar is the hardware. Mm-hmm. And I wanted to ask Pete, as somebody who's talking about internationalization, international education, do you agree with that sentiment, that metaphor? And how would you see that happening in real life?
Well, it's a good metaphor, I think. It works. The truth is, yes, software, in a way, most of us can't really see it, don't have a way of really observing it. So in that sense, I think it's an apt comparison. Because, of course, social value is, in the end, the crucial thing that not only our students, but that our community needs. It goes both directions. The student community should benefit the wider community, and the students should also benefit from the wider community in building their self and their competences. So it's hard to observe or measure, but it's definitely the crucial thing. So in that sense, yeah, the software is the same way. But I do see a problem with that. Of course, the question is, will all students be able to benefit from that and to engage with that in the same way? It could create a new type of inequity if we don't pay attention to it, because it's true that it gives it's a way for students to express themselves, to engage with the community, to develop their own identity, their strengths, and so on. But not every student has the basis for that. So we need to be mindful of that and build something around the students that will make them be able to engage on equal footing.
This inequity question is, of course, something that is part of education and the education system inherently, right?
Exactly.
Frank, looking at the entirety of the discussion today, and also the inequity issue that we just heard about, going forward, what should be adopted into the agenda? What can we all do collectively moving forward to make it a better kind of marriage of the hardware and software?
Sure.
Better glue, so to say, for these communities.
Well, I don't know about you, but I have so many notes and so many actionable points that I was just trying to think of, like, how do we connect the dots and how do we allow us also to have a few objectives? But one of the things that related to social value, I think, was that in the last panel as well, it was defined at different levels. Like, everybody can contribute at their own level. Sometimes it's more as a city hosting people around the conversation. How do we create affordability now? Not just like one partner has to be the solution for that. More at the university education part and making sure that people have access to education. I thought it was very interesting what Samsam also said about don't talk about us, don't consult us, but really, really create solutions with us, regardless of the subject. So that was one of the things that I thought it was really, it's important to listen, but it's maybe even more important to co-create with the people that we are trying to help and create social value. So that was sort of the scale of where, for me, social value we can talk about in the next year.
Sometimes I feel like we have to remind ourselves what the definition of these words actually is.
Yeah.
Social. It means that we're doing this together. That's what it is.
Well, but Jo Winchester made a good point earlier, and she said, like, from a valuation point in real estate, we used to see real estate only as an economic asset. And that definition has with the ESG movement basically really reshaping valuation practices. And it was nice that everybody at that panel concluded we're in the early phase and we're still trying to invent the wheel, or we haven't invented it yet. So coming from a humble position and developing these practices together, great starting point.
I'm going to actually take that right to Jordi, actually, because I think that feeds into a lot of what you can speak to from the real estate side of it. You guys don't own the real estate at Housing Anywhere, so what does this concept mean, that real estate is more than just the valuation of the property itself? What does it mean for the community it's in, and what does it mean for the generation that we're speaking about today?
Well, how we look at it, or how I look at it mostly these days, is that this value, this social value that we look at, are the promises of what these cities are going to be in the next 10 years. And this is a discussion that you need to have as a social community together. What we see these days is that it's very challenging to get all these stakeholders on at the same table and really have a platform or a framework that we can utilize time and time again when we want to have these conversations, when we want to co-create, when we want to shape what our cities are looking like in these 10 years. And what Sam was saying there, co-creation is, well, perhaps something the Gen Z wants to do. It's something that we need to do here. We cannot only look at one stakeholder and say, you take the lead. Universities, you take the lead. The industry, you take the lead. Technology platforms, you take the lead. No, we have to do it together. And I think that the dissonance right now that is more or less there is that there's a few of these stakeholders that are crucial to have at the table, and they're not at the table. So I think in that vision that we have to create, we really need to find ways how to incentivize them to be there and show and tell and show
carrots over sticks, so to say.
Yeah, definitely. These cities, I think the best carrot is still cities compete for talent, and talent competes for space these days, and it makes sense then for cities to talk to that talent and to talk to them. How can we get you into our city to actually be part of that social community?
That's actually a great transformation to you, Bill. So we talked before. I love, and Frank, I want to hear about the future in a second. But I love the whole concept of smart cities. I'm a little bit of a nerd for it, a little bit of a geek for it. We talked earlier, and you said you hate the term smart cities. I want to know why.
Well, I hate the way it's been usurped by the technology world, and I'm an inner geek, starting my life at IBM, so I have all due respect for technology. But smart cities, if you've been to any of the major industry conferences, it's all about measuring traffic lights and sewage and other things. Efficiency, it's not about this. And the smart begins with universities. It begins with cities that understand that that's their greatest asset, that cultivating, nurturing, attracting the talent, and then most importantly, understanding that the quality of life they create, which isn't about the stoplights and the sewage, it's about the environment, will help retain that talent that's coming from all over the world. So we have gotten distracted by people who have something to sell to cities, lots and lots of technology, and not invested in the public realm, the character, the quality of life that's going to attract talent in the first place and keep that talent once they've graduated from university.
I feel like there's an echo between you and Jordi. I don't know. There's definitely something there. Frank, going forward, if we're looking at this partnership is maybe even too lightweight a term, this co-creation that needs to take place going forward with policymakers, with the real estate sector, and with the municipalities that these things are housed in, and the universities, of course, as well, in those communities. What can this kind of co-creation, how can this be initiated, and what can we do as organizations and as individuals to bring that forward?
Yeah, well, I think one of the things that happened on this stage was informing others what we have seen or what inspired us. And I think all of us are part of platforms that are working on part of the solution. And that goes from the internationalization agents in the universities that deal with it on a day-to-day basis, to the urban development community that is trying to understand how you can create districts when there's not that much public funding maybe available anymore, to technology and enablers for students and housing providers to connect with each other. And I think for me, one of the beautiful things of today is that we can actually learn very quickly by being basically the platform where we can come together. I heard something about like Hamburg, like this, they had a great, basically city took an initiative to bring people together. It could be from the AIA that we say, okay, let's bring the housing component into our conversation. So I think that's where the class can really help inspire people, but also really connect people. And we've already received lots of invitations also to be part of conversations. So I think that's one of the things that we can really do. Yeah.
I wish
in Europe and outside.
Absolutely, yes. Yeah. We're going to be well traveled after this conference.
Frequent flyers everywhere.
But I think one of the things that we can also be conscious of is where language has shifted and where paradigms have shifted. And I think, when you talk about ESG, what was happening already in student accommodation from the beginning was understanding that we were dealing with people that in many cases are vulnerable in the moment of their lives, and that we're taking care of people. And I think also for you, for example, when you started taking care of exchange students going to a city where they just needed housing for a few months, that was not a year contract that we're looking for. There was no one that provided that. So you find small things. But that paradigm shift, that has really happened. And that's why we're talking as real estate people now about community building and taking care and student well-being. I mean, it has become natural to us.
And we use the word well-being in a non-ironic way, which I think is fantastic. And I think in the 2000s, we would not have had this same, how should I say, decorum, talking about well-being and mental health and things like that. It would have probably been poo-pooed and kind of pushed off to the side. So we have definitely evolved in the conversation, but as you said, there's a lot to be done. Looking into these kind of finding niches that have not been filled, we have also the question of internationalization and global mobility in the education sector. And going forward in that realm, Pete, if you had one wish from the conversations had today, exactly, a kind of a beacon, a shining star, what do you call it, a shooting star that you could make a wish on, what would it be?
Well, that our students who are interested and motivated to expand their horizons could find the way to do that. And I think all the conversations of today do bring elements in that direction. And I think that's really what, I mean, there's also, of course, when we talk about mobility and internationalization, there's also climate concerns. We don't want to
it's because I said flights before. I know. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said
that. we're thinking about how to bring this international exposure to all of our students, and a lot of it will be online, but still physical travel to different locations is an irreplaceable thing for young people to experience. So to remove obstacles, frictions that can keep the motivated students from doing that is removing those obstacles is absolutely crucial, and to offer that opportunity. So that's really what I took from today is, I mean, housing and finding a good place to live is actually the main obstacle, probably linked to the financial side of it, of course. But so if we can make progress in that and bring that narrative into our universities to really, and also have the conversation of bringing the knowledge within the university to the wider community and to this community, that would be hugely beneficial for all, I think. That's what I took from today.
Everyone at this panel and everyone in this audience is touching minds and touching hearts at a very pivotal point in people's lives. And I think that that's what we have to keep reminding ourselves and remembering also when facilitating these kind of changes or these kind of improvements in our sectors, really understanding, as you said, that, travel is irreplaceable or meeting people in person is irreplaceable for the learning and the education that happens in these kind of face-to-face interactions and these kind of things. Frank, Kellyanne, what does this mean for the class conference? What does this mean for the class in general? What's happening next?
So you want my full pitch now?
Oh, bring it, Kellyanne, bring it.
Okay, guys, actually do invite you as citizens of our community to join us next year in shaping these ideas and visions going forward amongst our cities and across the whole of the continent, and maybe even wider by the sounds of it. I think it's super important that we are not only present around the table, but we're also held accountable and responsible for what we're doing on the ground. So if you have a vision to co-create something that is absolutely amazing for our future generations and to help them flourish, then I invite you to step forward on our panels, during moderation, in the audience. Next year it's about going bigger and better. It's about being present in the cities that we are meant to be in and where the universities are present as well. I am so excited that we can start having in person, because although everyone keeps telling me I'm very tall, at seeing me in person, having those in-person intimate conversations, whether that's through networking, through these amazing conversations that we're having today. We want to touch and highlight on the main 4 or 5 core themes, which is social impacts, which we've kind of gone over time and time again, but also how we can accelerate and measure that. The kind of community building and well-being. What does that actually really mean? Not just putting a label on it and a sticker on it. How do we measure it? How do we actually create happiness amongst our communities and societies? Looking at student mobility and that key word, that internationalization. I really loved before when, hi, Charlie, by the way, when Charlie pinpointed that he has children and that he doesn't care if his children go into higher education around the corner in a different city. They don't see themselves as just maybe Dutch citizens, but as people that want to go out and study, and they have not a national card, but a global citizen card. And I love that. And touching on how we make those changes on the ground. So looking at policy reform and making sure that we really grasp how we can kind of shape and influence that, especially amongst the municipalities. I really do invite you, if you have anybody within your cities that are changing voices amongst city leaders, to bring them forward and invite them to our discussions, because I think that's really, really important. And finally, looking at market strategies across the rest of Europe and again wider, looking at investment opportunities, but also growth opportunities as well.
I think this is a great kind of kick off into that last subject. Market strategies is its own beast, of course, understanding the generation, but also the market on the other side, of course, is the service providers, the housing providers, all of these things. There's no end to the opportunities, the potential opportunities, but it is, people's attention spans are finite, people's understanding of the problems are finite, probably at least, but they can be changed. And I think, Jordi, you've experienced that in your sector many times, that a no doesn't actually mean a no if you go at it again in a different way, perhaps, or explain something in a different way.
It's what we have to do, especially when it comes to shaping this vision and making it a reality. And we talk a lot about, I think about the tenants and the well-being and et cetera. But what we see, with all the data that we have and all those markets in which we're active, is that there's a lot of the people that are not being served. It's almost like we could change our name from Housing Anywhere to Lack of Housing Anywhere, because that's really the situation. And when we talk about making sure everybody gets this safe landing spot when they start their academic careers as an undergraduate or as a master's student, we really see that actually finding housing is one of the biggest stress factors at the start, and it's sometimes even postponing or even completely canceling the study of the opportunities that people have ahead of them. So I'm very eager to see how we can expose that data more, and then we don't have all the data, so we need everybody to kind of pitch in and bring their views to solve for that problem, and actually give everybody who wants to have that opportunity to in the end drive social impact to also participate.
It's not simple. There are definitely...
It's not simple. No. And we've tried many times, and I think we'll keep on trying.
But that's a very positive note to talk about with policymakers. Of course, it can be frustrating. Things can every municipality is different. Every country is different. But we do have new kind of overarching structures. The EU being one of them, but also intermarket organizations, bilateral agreements between countries that can also facilitate that.
Absolutely.
So don't give up, everyone. When something seems like it's insurmountable, there may be another way, by bringing in another cohort, by bringing another way. Sorry.
Well, what I'd like to add to that is that, Frank briefly touched on it, is that it's really, we need to be accessible ourselves as well. Whether it comes to the information that we have, the connections that we have, it's very important that we can solve this accessibility problem to accommodation in the end, to cities, to opportunities, by being accessible ourselves. That's where it has to start, I think. And
I think Christine mentioned that as from competition to collaboration, like really having a different approach. And that also,
So yeah, we're not competitors. We're one industry that has to work together to solve for the city's needs.
Yeah.
When it comes to markets, of course, the universities have different incentives. Some universities are private universities, some are funded by the students themselves, some are funded by governments, and of course, therefore, the incentives are different. Frank, going forward, as a community, as an education community, but as a generation-driven community, how can that kind of market understanding be propagated? How can we open up older institutions' minds, so to say, to the needs of the market, both on the B2C side with the students and the kids to be educated, so to say, and on the educator side and the B2B side?
Yeah. Well, I mean, obviously the answer is like, come to these conferences. You will meet other people that are sharing. But jokes aside, I mean, it is actually an interesting, I think, Bill, you also have mentioned it often in our conversations, like people sometimes didn't even understand how much wealth was created around universities, how important these universities were in cities. I was born in Rotterdam, where basically industrial decline caused huge amount of unemployment. The university was the one that drove the employment growth again. So we know it intuitively, but we don't yet create the true value that is there. And I think it was mentioned in the early panel as well, when we talk about universities and cities of tomorrow. That's a big ticket that cities have that they can work with. And I mean, Bill, maybe you can elaborate from the real estate industry. This is an interesting conversation to have. How can we create districts around this?
I was just going to say, from a real estate perspective, they spend a lot of time focusing on educating the municipalities, but it's also educating the community as well about why it's important to have a university to help the community thrive.
It's not just chaotic bachelor students. Absolutely.
Exactly.
What, Bill, sorry.
Well, no, listen, I couldn't agree more, and I think it comes back to something you said earlier, Frank. It's about collaboration. And what I've seen, although I sound like this, I've been in Europe for going on 30 years, and there is a big difference between the relationship universities have with their city. And by city, I mean both community. Adam mentioned town and gown. Where are you, Adam? Town and gown earlier, the friction in the U.S. Here, I see the universities as being even more siloed, more isolated from the cities, and I've seen it in cities from Birmingham to Glasgow to even this city, where they don't understand the value created, the value in the talent, the value in the innovation. And if you look, again, at U.S. examples, there's the Rotterdam version of the U.S. is your neighbor, Adam, Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh was a steel town, an industrial city, and it has completely transformed in the last 30 years thanks to the contributions of its universities. And that's because of a collaboration between the city leadership, the university leadership, and the business community. So the word collaboration is, I think, the essence of getting to the bottom of this. And right now, in most cities, they don't understand each other, they don't talk to each other. How many people are here from city leadership, government?
Exactly.
None.
How many?
They're on the camera.
Yeah.
All city.
Hi, guys.
No, but most city governments I've dealt with don't fully appreciate the value of in fact, they too have often an adversarial relationship with their university community. So until you get to the bottom of that, and they need to do everything they can to make that university successful. And part of that is providing adequate housing for the students that are coming from all over the world, that they then want to stay in that city.
I like this staying in the city is something you don't want to also silo that time period in these people's lives. They are still people. They are not just students. We heard that before as well in the discussion. We don't want to other an entire generation just because they currently are at university.
The great example of that, by the way, everybody looks at Silicon Valley. A couple guys named Hewlett and Packard created and then ultimately what is it, Adam? The Stanford Research Park right next to Stanford, so they could poach the talent, the professors and others to incubate companies. And that is the birth of Silicon Valley, was the relationship between Stanford and the surrounding community. And it was a real estate play. A lot of people made a lot of money on the real estate. It also benefited the governments, the communities, and the university by helping to incubate that talent.
So incentivization, not just on the part of the organizations talking to the municipalities saying it's good to have these people here, but also incentivization on an economic front. Simply saying it makes sense to have spin-offs. We should incubate these ideas here and keep the patents in our country and not let them all go off to places that are better at doing spin-offs. So this is definitely a FOMO aspect that can be brought into the argumentation that will bring people's minds perhaps exactly when it's about the moneros, it's different.
And talent and businesses choose. If as a city you're not, acting on that cue, they will go elsewhere. They will go elsewhere, and then in the end your city declines. So I think if you are a city leader, it's in your best interest to start a conversation. And if you are an early mover, if you are moving on this already, you're already ahead of the pack. So just say go and keep going. You will be, in the end, in a position where you will be attracting the business and the talent that will make your communities thrive.
But I do wonder whether businesses could have a voice in this as well. So I know that there's lots of businesses, maybe not particularly in our industry, but across other industries as well, that are struggling to hire talent within their cities. Yeah. So there's also an incentive there for businesses to kind of at least hire their voices and say that this is important, that cities and universities talk to each other for that reason.
Well, when I was at IBM, if you look at where IBM research centers are and where the highest priced and most talented IBM employees are, they're all university cities. And they're not necessarily the Palo Altos, which, by the way, there is, but it's Research Triangle Park, it's Grenoble, it's Bordeaux, it's cities that have a talent pool, that have and a quality of life. Yeah. And that the talent wants to stay once they've graduated from that university. And IBM's not alone in that. They select not just for the cost of housing, but they select for the quality of the talent.
Bill, that's a really good point, because I think also, where I come from, we're talking about the States. That's not good. Yeah. But the biotech became a huge thing in New York State, for instance. Who knew, right? And all of a sudden, a few companies decide to put incubators there and have a few spin-off companies.
A little help from Mayor Bloomberg, by the way, who put a lot of money in.
Let's not talk about the U.S. But no, Frank.
But it's collaboration.
Yeah. Yes, but Frank, what can we do on a European level when it comes to these kind of incentivizations? We as a cohort of the education industry and also this kind of temporary housing, these kind of things, what can we do to bring businesses into the fray to incentivize that kind of an understanding of the benefits of a university for not only a municipality but for the economy?
Well, I think the knowledge about that is growing. I mean, there's more research being done that people understand that we're talking about an ecosystem, and that word was mentioned a lot too. And I think universities will also gain their voice in this conversation when they know their impact and they understand how integrated they are as into this ecosystem and how many people depend on that. So I think that's one part. Also, what you started this morning saying, also the idea of learning is changing as well, and that was mentioned in a couple of panels. That means that also learning should be, when we think of it as lifelong, is that it's something that can be recurring. So we can also rethink that part. And it includes even things like how do you solve the affordability part. Adina from Greystar was mentioning, if you have skill in projects, you can actually do cross-subsidization and other things that otherwise you're not able to do. So I think one of the images that I remember from Christine Boland when she showed this new, in Vienna, by the way, this new IKEA is like, we have a preconceived notion now of IKEA that is a blue box with these yellow letters. Yeah. And they just flipped that whole model and basically are building now in Vienna, of course.
It's like 200 meters from my apartment.
An IKEA city, in a way, without that brand. So I like the idea that we start to, with all the resource that we have available, because also this industry has more money behind it than ever before. It has institutionalized, the yields have been compressed, it's becoming more it's not easy to build, but never before we had so many resources to build on campuses, to revitalize districts with projects and of scale, and then be able to create those ecosystems with the stakeholders. So.
But sorry to jump in, but if you think about what are the reasons why these innovations are not always happening, even though you may have all the objective facts and projections and everything, it still boils down to trust between decision makers in a certain point of time. And that's what Charlie mentioned it also. Investing trust is one of the most productive things you can do, actually, and jump in and just have faith and attach your faith to your fellow stakeholders and jump in together and really be invested And that's often a matter of distrust. It's hard to have institutional trust, but it's often trust between people, decision makers, at the right time. And that's why you need to bring these people into a face-to-face conversation.
Pete, I think that's a really, really great thought to end us on, because first of all, we're all here. We can build trust between each other, bilateral trust, so to say, on a personal level, but also between our organizations, that we can incentivize for things together. Actually, it's of course together you have a stronger voice, a louder voice. So Frank, Kellyanne, what are the final thoughts you want to leave us with today?
I said quite a lot.
No pressure.
I guess the final thoughts are, it's you guys that are sat in the room that are going to be able to make the change happen. And you guys are doing amazing things already, but I think the things that we've really thought and spoken about today can definitely be leveled and scaled up. So not only think about your investments, but think about the longevity that it's going to impact on your cities. And I think that's a really nice piece to just take away on.
Yeah. And I think we can promise that we will enable these kinds of interactions and these face-to-face contacts in the next year as well, in the places that you find inspirational. I think a lot of people gave back that this year, when we did the site visits again, it's so fantastic that community members open the doors to the project, show what they have learned, share what they've learned, and that's where that trust element starts. And I think that's what we can contribute.
On that note, I know you guys are all holding glasses or beers or things. I would like y'all to raise a glass to Frank and Kellyanne for organizing this fantastic...
And Omar and Oscar and many other people that are here.
And all the other team members, absolutely.
And
You've been a great audience. This has been the class conference. Thank you very much. Cheers.
To the water.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Great job.
Okay, thank you so much to our panel. You guys are free to leave.
Disembark.
Okay, so I'm just going to do my thanks now. I'm going to do my wedding speech. So I have got... I cannot believe that we have come to the end. This has been 4 months of really hard work, especially 3 days ago when the Dutch government decided that we might not be able to go ahead with this. The stress levels rose quite a lot. So I'm super excited that we could all be here today, in person, but also online as well. It has been absolutely jam-packed. I hope you enjoyed the site tours. I hope you enjoyed the dinner, and I hope you enjoyed re-meeting with each other and reconnecting. So we have worked hard to bring different stakeholders and different voices together, and I hope that you can see that from the diversity on the panels, not just having one siloed industry talking about the same thing, about bringing different impacts and ideas together and challenging those. So we tried to generate roundtable-like discussions online and offline, and we particularly enjoyed Christine Boland's keynote. I know a lot of you were eating during that time. You can rewatch it later, don't you worry. So I believe the content was absolutely amazing, as it provoked loads of thoughts and feelings. So I just want to have a huge thank you to our expert speakers who have helped shape such an interesting conversation. We have got a thank you gift for you if you just want to head over to the makeup area. One glass of wine down, here we go. I would like to address the attendees. I really hope you've managed to reconnect. We've got a lot of talented people in this room. And also you can continue to reconnect on our app as well. We have a really special community. I've worked in the industry for 6 years now, and I'm super passionate about how much we try to drive change throughout cities and across real estate. So I'm super proud of what we've been able to achieve. And I'd like to continue to challenge what we've got coming ahead through collaboration and innovation. So what I would like to do is all raise a glass again. She definitely took my line. She took my line. It's okay. I'd like to all raise a glass to the people in the room and at home. It's you guys that are making the difference today. So thank you so much. So finally, I'd like to thank the people. Well, I'd like to show a lot of gratitude, actually, to our sponsors, the sponsors that have been sat in the corners, speaking to you guys, that have made this room so kind of bright and colourful. I'd also like to thank our events and production company. Those beautiful people over in the corner, please give them a wave and send them lots of love. And finally, to the team. We have really talented freelancers. Timo has genuinely put this whole thing on. He has been an amazing asset to our team as a freelancer. So if you don't know who Timo is, and I don't know where he is, it's you that we definitely need to thank. Gerardo for this amazing set design. He actually built this set. Like, what talented people we have. Christian, over there somewhere? Yeah, Christian, thank you so much for all the digital design and making sure that our brand shone through. The photographers, the people that kept us fed and watered, definitely the people pouring the wine at the back. I'd like to say a huge thank you to you too. And finally, we've got Frank, Omar, and Oscar, also stolen, for being amazing colleagues, not only putting up with my craziness, but also driving imagination and making something like this actually happen. So again, I'd like to cheers to you guys. Okay, so finally, I hope you have all taken part in the Ask For initiative. If you haven't, maybe you've got time to quickly run, I don't really know. But why? What have we got to say?
To share some stats from today that I think everyone will find very interesting. Obviously, not to interrupt, but we've had great engagement online as well as in person. It's been amazing to also catch up with so many familiar faces. We have in total 310 people here today in person in Amsterdam, almost 200 contributing online, and with representation of over 20 countries.
Oh, amazing.
So
wow.
We are good across the board, across the map, and it's been great having a front row seat to this.
I'd also like to put out really big cheers and thank you to Kristen, who has stood very beautifully in the corner over here, moderating the floor and all the questions as well. So thank you, Kristen.
Thanks, guys.
So as I mentioned, Ask For have been doing a competition to win a tech prize bundle. So I would love to invite Billy up on the stage. I can see you over there in the corner for the big reveal. Ta-da!
Not that big a reveal.
Yeah. No.
I guess I'll start with thank you. I know there's lots of thanks flying around.
Yeah, no, it's
it
okay.
cannot have been easy for you and the team to put this on. So
thank you.
Thank you for doing that. Thanks to everybody who attended. It obviously wouldn't have been the same if we'd all been online. So it's definitely helped. And finally, thank you to those of you who took part in the competition in person and dialing in online. I've got my phone out because I want to make sure I get these the right way around.
You want to say that right? You need to say the right name, which is Kelly Ann Watson.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not exactly how it's spelled in here, so forgive me if I pronounce it wrongly and it sounds like someone else's name entirely.
Also done that one before.
The competition, for those of you who didn't see it, was to guess how many PS controllers there were on the little star. The correct answer was 41. 9 entrants actually got that one correct, but unfortunately, we only have 2 prizes. So for 7 of you, this is a moment of crushing disappointment and an opportunity to learn a valuable lesson about managing your expectations.
Everyone go back to university quickly.
Exactly. So next time you see me, you'll look at me with bitter resentment, and this has all been worthwhile.
You know, it'd be worse if they're accountants.
It could be.
Yeah.
It could be. So I guess the second prize we'll do first, which is the tech bundle, which is an Amazon Echo Show, a Sonos speaker, and a Tile Pro.
Oh, that sounds good, doesn't it?
I know.
That's
Just a lot of
Christmas
anticipation,
sorted.
by the way. The right answer was 41. Remember, we had the highest guess was 287.
Okay.
And the lowest guess was 9.
So somebody didn't actually look at the picture, did they?
Yeah,
really? Let's.
Yeah, exactly. So one of the people who got the correct answer and who wins the tech bundle is Sebastian Gruber from Value One Development.
Ah, and he's here.
And he's here.
Hello.
So congratulations.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Sebastian. And I guess onto the final one, which is the first prize of the PlayStation 5. Won by...
Woo! Drum roll, please!
Did you all hear that, or was that in my... won by Aitana de Jong from Spatial Experience, who is also in the room.
Well done!
Congratulations.
So just in case she doesn't like PlayStations, we can all befriend her this evening. Yeah?
She did tell me that she counted them on screen about 14 times.
Did you?
So she has
printed it off, cut them out, everything.
Amazing.
Yeah. Thank you so much,
congratulations.
Billy. Thank
Cheers,
you.
Gillian.
Thank you, and thank you to Ask4 as well. Thank you. Okay, guys, that's a wrap. I hope to see you all in the bar next door, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your evening in Amsterdam. Thank you.